Boom goes the dynamite. Welcome to Tech Talk, the most techiest show on all of the internet, coming at you on 7/12/2025, approximately 11:34 a.m., only 34 minutes late, with my co-host and beautiful co-star, AuxxZillary, with his gorgeous graying beard that gets grayer and grayer every show. Dude, should I go back and do a time lapse? Like, go get all the previous thumbnails and do like use like AI to center it and be like, and it shows your beard slowly getting grayer and grayer and grayer. We can pinpoint the exact moment when it accelerates. Yeah. So it's like we'll go and be like black, and then like a little bit of gray, a little bit of gray, and then Santa Claus.
Ugh.
I'll tell you what. You know what you should do. Is you should like you should bleach your whole beard, then leave your hair really dark, like as dark as possible up top, and then just cut it perfectly along the sideburns.
Oh man, I don't know about that.
I think that'd look rad, dude. I think it'd look rad. All right, let's see. Are we coming in loud and clear, people? Can you hear the Oxmeister?
Hello.
Yeah, I got levels off you, so that's good. Hey, what's up, Norman? How's it going? He said, Beardosaurus, love emoji.
Oh, that's me.
Thunderjaw said, I remember you. You're my childhood. What?
Dad?
Seriously? Dad, is that you, Dad? Oh, my God. I miss those days. I'd give anything to go back to those days, honestly. Those were the best days. Like right after Microsoft canned my ass and I made the decision to go full-time YouTube and had like the 3 most wonderful years of my life. Although I am blocking out a lot of the dark shit. A lot of dark shit also happened during that time, but I'm not remembering that right now. What am I, like 14 now? I started taking my testosterone again, and now I'm getting acne. It's like I'm going through puberty again. You guys want to watch me pop my zits on the camera here? Got all these little bumps right here. Yeah, I'm going through puberty again, guys. My balls dropped for the second time. They dropped, sucked up, and now they dropped again. Thunderjaw said, I watched you since I was 8 years old. What were you doing watching my channel when you were 8 years old? Man, I feel bad. How many minds did I corrupt? Seriously. Like, I don't think my YouTube channel was ever really that, like, safe. Like, it was never a family channel. That's for damn sure. Yeah, I know, right? But I guess all of YouTube was kind of like that at that time. I mean, what do I mean at that time? It still is. Like, you still go on YouTube and it's like, you can click on one video and it's just fuckity fuck. You click on another video and it's like, and then it's like family friendly, but they both come up in the same searches. So I don't know. I'm just keep doing what I do. I have a tight knit group of about 100 to 200 people that come around every time I stream. Doesn't matter where I stream. No more, no less. They are my crew. I'm gonna have to give you guys a name. I used to call them. It didn't roll off the tongue very good, but I called them my little nerdgaslets. But I was like, that's got some weird connotation to it. I don't know if I should be running around calling my followers nerdgaslets. Anything with gasm in it, probably not good. I don't know, guys. Give me some good ideas for names for what I should call you guys, like as a group, not individually, because obviously I know you all individually. We're all friends. There's no parasocial relationships here. Like, I know y'all. George Blakely never misses a stream. Never miss a stream. Honestly, I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say it with confidence. George Blakely has watched more streams in a row consecutively than I think any other person in my audience. And that's a big statement because, like, I even have mods that haven't been to as many shows. It's George Blakely, the third. So I'm going to call him out in chat because he's good people. But personally, I think he's just attracted to me. Because he's a gay boy. I went and looked at his profile and I was like, oh, okay, all right. He likes the chubs. I'm throwing down. He's picking up. I know. Hey, I like to be appreciated. You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel good to be appreciated? I don't get why people get offended by that. Like, if you're straight and like a gay person's like, oh man, you're handsome. God, you're cute. I don't get like, oh my God, fucking gross. Like, oh no, what are you talking about? That's awesome. That's the best compliment on goddamn planet Earth, man. Like, seriously, there's nothing better than good attention. I love good attention.
Yeah, I don't know. I think some people get too wrapped up in the.
I think it's this weird, like you're
like insecurity kind of.
That's what it is. It's got to be like, insecurity and being raised thinking that if you associate anything or you give any positive attention to that, it automatically makes you like gay or something.
It's so.
And
weird.
it's like, even if it did, who gives a shit? It doesn't. But even if it did, who would care? You like what you like. Like, just
it's about you. Like I have shared a bed with a guy that.
Bro, I'm pretty sure we've shared a bed at a convention before.
No. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was bisexual, maybe gay. I don't really recall because it wasn't really important. It doesn't matter. But like it's like it doesn't matter. It's still like it's no different. Yeah, it's no different than you and me if we had to like, oh, there's a king bed in this room. Like we'd just sleep sideways across it or something. You know, like we could share a sleeping. We could be in the same bed, and it's not anything. Like it doesn't. I don't know. People get so wrapped up in these weird like implications of stuff.
I think they feel like it takes away from their masculinity. Like if somebody gay thinks they're hot, they think that, oh, am I putting off a gay vibe or something? And it's like, God, man, how are you raised? Like my son has no shame. Like he could like whatever he wants. Like he shares everything with me because I have not shamed him at all for anything.
Yeah.
And it's like he's 15 now, so he's coming into his own. Like he's got his little freaking kinks figured out and everything. Like, you know, it's the male brain. I want to say I was a little slower. Like I think I was about 13 or 14 where I really started getting like interested in things when I was younger. But most boys, I think it's around 11 when they really start like firing up the puberty machine, and I think it's around 12 that they start getting pretty ornery. Me, I was a little bit later. Like I was a little late. Like honestly, my voice didn't change until I was 16 and a half, 17. I had a very like childlike feminine voice until I was like 17. It was so funny, dude. Every time I'd answer the phone at the house, they'd think I was my mom because I sounded exactly like my mom. Oh, I used to be so deeply offended by that. And I look back on it now and I'm like, oh man, that was awesome. Like that was awesome. People take shit too seriously. Like, come on. Like life should be enjoyable. People should enjoy what they want while they're here having this life. And as long as what they're doing isn't physically harming you, just calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, just chill. It's all good. Like, I like it when people give me attention. I like it. You know, I've literally had one of my lesbian friends literally say that I'm looking handsome, and it felt good. Right. It's like, okay, she's obviously not into men, but she noticed that I was looking handsome. Like I put a little effort into my appearance.
Yeah.
And I thought that was great. I was like, this is awesome. I don't automatically start psychoanalyzing. Go, oh my God, is she straight now? Oh God, what's going on? This is a weird world. Oh, Chris said he's a late bloomer too. That's what it's called, late bloomer. That's what I was. I was a late bloomer, not like Aux. Actually, what did they say on Top Gear? It's like some people say, or some. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some people say that AuxxZillary went through puberty when he was 4. Some people say that Chuck Norris was jealous he went through puberty first. Like, Bonic Bigfoot said, is Jerry fixing his AC? Oh, dude, I done fixed that shit. As a matter of fact, we were talking about that right before I started the stream. I came upstairs, didn't even have 5 minutes before it was 11. I already knew the show was going to be late. Aux was dragging ass, too. We both had a rough morning. And the show was literally on the precipice of being canceled. Like we were just right on that thing where we were like missing each other. If we had been on the same page, we probably would have canceled it, but we didn't. And we both made it to the finish line. So that's a good thing. And I feel a lot better now. You feeling a lot better?
Oh yeah.
Good. Yeah. I woke up. I was like, I had a headache. I had nausea. I was like, there's no way I'm going to recover from this in an hour. But then, hey, pop some pills, man. Took my buprenorphine for my pain. I hate that shit. You got to take it 15 minutes. It's got to melt under your tongue, and then you got to wait another 15 minutes. So I couldn't even drink anything or have like any food or anything until I was done getting my medication. Then I took my Adderall, and it all like hit probably about, I don't know, like 11:05, 11:10. It all came in, and I got my coffee. My wife was nice enough to wake up and make me a coffee, even though she just went to bed a couple hours ago. But yeah, I'm good to go, man. I'm feeling it. I'm ready. But as far as my AC, sorry, I got a little off topic there. My AC wasn't turned on, so I came up here and the room was hot as shit because I have 2 PCs up here just pumping heat into the room. It's upstairs, so all the heat radiates from downstairs upstairs, and it's been really hot outside the last couple of days. So all of that has just created a hot box in this room. And so I come up, I plug in the AC. The reason I don't leave it plugged in so that I could just turn it on my phone an hour before is because I don't know if it's my coding that's shit. Well, it's not my coding. It's technically ChatGPT's coding or whatever. But either it's the code shit or the ESP32 is defective because it locks up every once in a while. It's not frequently. It's like maybe once every 3 or 4 days. But it'll lock up. And the problem is if the ESP32 goes offline, I don't have a tattletale watching it to notify me. So what it does is it turns on, which is a good idea. I should probably make a tattletale, right? So what it does is it leaves the AC on, and because the relays are fused, the whole reason why I have to use an ESP32 to control it now is it'll just keep the compressor on 100% the whole time. It'll never turn the compressor off. and now the fan's fused too, but that's a good thing. You want if the compressor's fused, you want the fan fused, because if you just have the compressor running with no fan or no airflow, that's gonna blow shit up. That's gonna burn the motor out. So what it does is I'll come up here after like a day or two, because sometimes I don't come up here. I don't come up here every day. If I'm feeling sick, sometimes I'm laid up in bed the entire day if it's a bad day. And so I come up here and my air conditioner has 4 inches of permafrost on the front of it overhanging the carpet. And so when that happens, if I turn off the AC, it all melts within about 15 or 20 minutes, because it's like those radiators are designed to transfer heat really fast. So the second you turn it off, it sucks all that heat out of the ice and the ice melts instantly. But then you get water all over the floor and all over the carpet. And it's like, oh God, it's a whole mess. So I just unplug it and I plug it in when I come up here. But I need to fix it so that I can just, because right now I have controls on my phone. Like I made my non-smart, like you can see right here. That's my non-smart AC is now smart. So I can change the temperature. Right now I have it set at 68.5 degrees Fahrenheit. See, I can go down to 0.5s. How many thermostats do 0.5s, right? So 68.5 degrees, that's when the AC kicks off, and it kicks on at 69 degrees. So it's a degree and a half that regulates it, and it gives me charting. This is a web server running on an ESP32, by the way. So that's all the charting of the humidity and the temperature in the room. And you can see it started off at about 85 degrees, and it's dropped down now to 75 according to this. What's the room temperature at my actual? It says 77 at the desk. 77 at the desk. So, and I can turn the AC on, I can turn it off, I can put it into manual or automatic mode. It'll trend, it'll automatically do timeouts for the compressor so that it never turns it off. Or sorry, it'll never turn it on regardless of the inputs. It'll never turn it on unless it's sat for at least 5 minutes. So even if it changes by a degree and a half and it triggers it, it will stay in cool down until it exceeds the 5 minutes, because you want to let all the oil drain back into the compressor. If you cycle the compressor on, off, that's why they always say window ACs. You want to if you turn them off, leave them off for 5 minutes before you turn them back on. If you short cycle them, just turn them on, turn them off, and get that compressor on, off, on, off, on, off. It'll burn the compressor out, because the oil, they won't be properly oiled. So yeah. So anyways, the temperature now, I've got a logged trend with dates and times and everything that show me the temperature of the room, so I can see how fast the temperature is coming down. Like, honestly, it gives me so much information. This is all running on an ESP32. It's all raw code too, so even the web server's coded. Like, I didn't use somebody else's web server module, So yeah, the room started out at 85, and then I can see like the exact time, like 73.8, 73.8, 73.6. And I can like scroll down and see like the temperature dropping in real time. And I'm like, dude, that is so freaking cool. Like, most ACs, most smart ACs don't even have that level of data. Like, even if you have an app on your phone for your AC to turn it on and off and see the temperature, it's not going to have like graphical trends of like the room's temperature. I don't know. Maybe like modern ones do. Sorry, my voice cracked. Somebody said, what AC? Oh, Ryan said, what type of AC do you have? It's a LG. It's going on almost 8 years old. It's a LG 1500 or 1200, 12,000. It's a R32. That tells you how old it is right there. Using the R32 coolant instead of, what is it, the R400 or whatever, the new stuff. But yeah, I want to say it's 8 years old LG. I think it's a 12,000 BTU, if memory serves. My last one was a 15,000. That was way too much for the room. It ended up short cycling like a motherfucker. So I have a 12,000 BTU. That's the correct size for the heat load in this room. And it's so old that the relays, the actual physical relays soldered into the electronics inside the thing, are fused, meaning that they closed and they welded themselves shut. Because if relays are physical objects, well, actually they do make digital, like what do they call it? Solid state relays, but they're way more expensive, and so nobody uses them. So the relays are you can hear them click. Like, have you ever heard like your air conditioner, like you hear that click and then it turns on, you hear it click and it turns off? Think of it like an internal light switch, right? That's what a relay is. It's a light switch. But every time it triggers, there's a little arc inside, because it is relaying 120 volts. Like, these are big relays for like, home current. And so they arc when they close. Well, after doing that for like 7 years, it'll close and stick, because it arcs, just, it starts wearing away the material. And pretty soon that arc gets bigger and hotter and bigger and hotter. And pretty soon it just welds itself. It just welds itself shut. And then once it's welded shut, you don't need power to close the circuit anymore. The circuit's just closed. So when I plug in my AC, there's no like beep, boop, beep, and then fan kicks on and then compressor kicks on. I plug it into the wall, and the second those prongs hit the thing, it's just like compressor and fan are both on at the same time. And so that's why I have an ESP32 connected to a Casa switch. If you're wondering how I do it, I have one of those, like you can use like a Topo or a Casa or a Belkin, just a smart switch for turning on and off appliances and shit with your phone. So I bought one of those. I like the TP-Link ones because they're hacked. The encryption on them was so weak that they broke it, and it's on GitHub now. There's full API for it. So my little ESP32, this is how the whole system works now, my new closed loop. My ESP32 connects to the Wi-Fi. It's just powered from a little USB brick plugged into the wall. That ESP32 sends a signal. It monitors and sends signals to the TP-Link switch telling it when to turn on and when to turn off. So even if I go turn it on. Oh, actually, I think it just kicked off. No, it's still on. Never mind. Okay. No, it's still going. I think the relay, one of the relays freed itself up because sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Sometimes I hear the compressor kick off on the AC. Sometimes it's just stuck all the time. But it's usually stuck all the time. That's why I just put it down to 60 degrees and leave it there. So my ESP32 kicks. I should upload it to GitHub because honestly, there's so many people with air conditioners that even if they weren't broken, they'd want this level of control. So my ESP32 connected to my Wi-Fi on my phone. I run this little app. I connect to the ESP32 through the web browser. And I say, okay, put it into automatic mode. The ESP32 then monitors the temperature on a probe that I've connected to the ESP32. It's a little like $7 humidity and temperature sensor. And then it reads that every couple of seconds. And then based on the temperature of the room, I don't use the humidity for anything. But based on the temperature of the room, if it hits the trigger point, it sends a signal over to the TP-Link switch telling it to turn on. Then it constantly pings the TP-Link switch to make sure that it stays on. And then when it's time to turn off, it sends the signal to turn it off, and then it makes sure it stays off. And the cool thing is, if I go over and hit the button on the TP-Link switch, and I get it out of cycle, like I turn the AC on when the ESP32 is expecting it to be off, it'll automatically override me and kick it off. Like it'll just you'll hit the button, and it'll go click, and within like 2 seconds, click, it's back off. Like I won't even give the compressor time to like spin up. And the reason I did that is because I didn't want it getting out of sync with, a human override, somebody coming up and like hitting the button or turning it on, and then it gets out of sync with it and it thinks it's on when it's off and it's off when it's on. But the truth is I don't have to worry about that because the ESP32 has, I should say the API for the TP-Link gives you back so much data. It tells you the current draw. It tells you if the device is on or off, like if the switch is physically on or off. So you've got all this data that you can work with from it to determine the state of it and control it. You don't have to assume states. Like if you had an older smart switch, where like one of the old X10 technologies where it's not bidirectional, you just send a signal and it either gets it and does something or it doesn't. You don't get anything back. This isn't like that. This is bidirectional. If you send it a packet, you get a packet back saying what the state is after you send the command. You can send another command to it that says, listen, I don't want to turn you on or off. I just want to check your state. And then if you send like the state turn on or turn off when it's already on or off or in that state, then it just doesn't do anything. It comes back and says it's already in that state. But those are all like codes that, little JSON packets that are shot back from it that you can analyze and figure out what you want to do. But, what the fuck is going on here? Are you seeing this?
What?
Dude, there's like some massive gift membership thing going on here. Hold on. Let me why is nothing showing up? Dude, Stream Elements is broken.
A little pixelated.
I get, you did. I don't know why it's doing that. Stream Elements sucks, dude. I need to get away from Stream Elements. I'm almost done with them. Like, this is crazy. So their activity feed just doesn't work. It really doesn't work. Like, and a whole flood of activity will come in. Like, it'll be like a day later, and a shitload of activity will come flooding in. Like, when I don't need to see it. So let me go to YouTube and use the YouTube dashboard. There we go. Thank you, Martin. Oh, my God. Martin gifted 10 memberships. And Matthew Riley gifted 10 memberships. 20 memberships? Oh my God, you guys. Seriously. I love your faces. I love all your faces. Here, you know what? I'm going to give you a flame for that one. Hold on here. Let me turn off my lock. There you go. Yeah. Fire, fire, fire. Or do you prefer electric? Or is it? See a little plasma? Dude, I had to get these. Normally, I don't try to impulse buy shit anymore because I just don't have the money. But guess how much I paid for that? This is all metal. It's basically the same thing as the Hacksmith's torch. It's the Hacksmith torch's rebody.
$45.
Nope. Try again.
12.
Nope. This was $7.
Oh, that was gonna be my next guess.
$7, bro. You know how much this was? $5.
$5.
This is a $5 little plasma thing.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, dude, I'm fascinated by this thing. I'm like, how does it get an X arc? Sorry, it's out of focus. You guys probably can't see back there, but yeah, it's got a little X arc. They like cross.
Yeah.
Little plasma arc. And I'm like, I've seen but high voltage tries to take the path of least resistance. So how is it going to 2 different points and not just getting attracted to the one with the lowest ground plane or whatever?
Probably something in the center.
Let me see.
There's not actually crossing. They're hitting something in the middle.
No, they're definitely crossing, and it's weird. Like you do see. Oh, and it's like completely immune to wind. That's the other thing that's really cool about it. But what I don't understand, maybe some electricians in here can, before I go ask ChatGPT. So actually, I got to point something out. This is something I realized today when I was saying it out loud to you before the show. Do you notice how everybody, when they talk about AI, says ChatGPT, even if they're not using ChatGPT, because that's just like the universal lexicon for AI?
Yeah, brand recognition.
I feel like it's like, Google and how Google and Facebook became like the internet. Like everybody talks about Google is the internet and Facebook is like social media. Yeah. So it's weird. I've noticed that ChatGPT, because they're the ones that were the first to market with a mainstream LLM. That would have been in, I actually remember the exact month, January 2019 was when I started. So, wait, what?
Get this. Okay, so so y'all know I'm obviously I'm in a new place and stuff. Talked about that last week.
Yep.
I ordered myself a nice bed, and I was just while you were yakking, I was just happened to look at my emails, and it says, "Oh, some of your stuff's coming. The headboard, the frame, and like the bedding
and no mattress
are going to show up tomorrow, and the fucking mattress is Tuesday."
Oh, and if you got the mattress, you could just use it. You wouldn't even need the bed frame. You could just that's so stupid, man.
And it's one of these foam, these foam things. So it's gonna come in like just a tube, this big or something. It's fucking buttheads. So it's not that big a deal, but it's just like, come on, man. You couldn't have all thrown that in the same big box or something. Like,
hey, let's hear what kind of bed does an AuxxZillary order? Like, give us the deets, man. Like, what kind of bed is gonna be in this amazing apartment?
A Dream Cloud.
Ooh, that sounds fancy.
It's like Nectar. I think actually manufactures the.
Okay. I was like, Nectar's in your mattress?
No, I think they're.
Okay, got it.
But it's Dream Cloud. I've seen the ads on whatever.
Wow, ads work apparently.
TikTok or Instagram or something. I see a bunch of. I get the feeling they're all pretty much the same. Yeah, so it's gonna be nice.
I found to compare Nectar versus Dream Cloud. That's weird.
What's funny though is I was looking at both, and I think it's the same company. I'm pretty sure it's the same company.
They usually are. They just use they put different covers on them, but the core is exactly the same. Yeah,
that's because like the bundle's the same. Blah blah blah. But I went with the Dream Cloud brand, and it was like I don't know, it's like $250 cheaper or something, and I got the bundle. And whereas if I had gone like directly through the Nectar website, it was going to be more expensive. Or something.
I'm actually going to give a free endorsement to a company. Now, granted, they sent me the mattress like I want to say I've had it for like 10 years, somewhere around 10 years.
Yeah.
Let's see, when did I get that thing? That would have been pre-COVID, so I've been like 2016, 2017. So not quite 10 years. Let's say I call it 7 years. I've had a Big Fig. It's called BIG FIG is the name of the mattress.
Okay.
They're atrociously expensive. Full disclosure, I got it for free like 7 years ago. I was supposed to do a review on it, but I broke my pinky toe putting it together. One thing led to another. The video never got made. But I want to recommend them, and the reason I want to recommend them is I am a 400-pound beefcake, and my wife isn't like the smallest person on earth either. And we got this Big Fig mattress because it's for big people. It's literally designed for. That's why it's called Big Fig. It's got twice the springs on it. It's twice as stiff and support. So basically, if you're a 400-pounder, you get on this mattress, you feel like a normal person on a normal mattress. Like it's designed to balance out the weight.
Okay.
I am going to say that is the most durable mattress I've ever owned in my entire life, because after 7 years of me, and I spend more time, I watch all my TV in bed, I eat all my meals in bed. I know it's stupid, but because of my back, it's the only place I get even remotely comfortable.
Yeah.
So I've been there is no dip. I pulled the sheets off of it. There is no dip. You know how a mattress will start sagging, the springs will start sagging after a while, and you can kind of see like your imprint into the mattress a little bit. After 7 years, no imprint. There's on either side, anywhere on it. It is stained to fuck. The edges are all ripped up from the cats using it as a clawing post.
Oh, shit.
Absolutely decimated visually, but nothing has failed. It still feels exactly the same as the day I bought it. So I've never had to rotate it. Like, people rotate their mattresses. Nope. Never had to rotate it. Never had to flip it. Nothing. It's just still.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's worth, if you're a big person and you need a mattress that gives you support, It's 100% worth it, the big fig. And by the way, I've only got the firm one. They also have one that's an ultra firm. So they're like, you're 600 or 800 pounds. And it's rated up to like an insane weight. I think you can be like 1,000 pounds and use this bed. Like they actually rate their mattress really high. So if you got the coinage and you're a fatty like old Barnacules, I'm going to give them a shout out because they did make a solid product. And it is unique. That's the thing. Every other brand, like, what was it? Like, what was the one that everybody was talking about that had like the powder on it that was freaking everybody out? It was like,
like purple.
Purple. That's what it was. Yeah, purple. So there's a bunch of these mattress companies like Purple where you can actually go and find the generic version of the mattress that costs like 1/4 as much.
Yep.
And the only difference is they don't put the color in it. Like Purple, there is a purple mattress out there.
Yeah.
That's just white. It's the same viscosity material, everything. It's just not a purple. And it's like 1/4 of the price. It's considered an incredibly cheap mattress. There's another company that also had one out called like Cloud or man, I can't remember. It's weird. Like Casper. That's what it was. Casper. And the Casper mattress is also a knock. Yeah, there's another mattress that is, because I watched this YouTube channel where a guy was like cutting them in half. Yeah. And it's like there's another one that's the Casper mattress, but again for about 1/3 as much. So these are a lot of these companies that are creating these like internet advertisement campaign mattresses or whatever that you see all over the internet. All they're doing is taking an existing mattress and like changing the color, putting a different case on it, or just something to brand it theirs, and then just cranking up the price. And apparently that's a really common practice for a lot of companies and a lot of products.
It's almost like white labeling.
It is. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? I mean, it is white labeling. But yeah, a lot of the products that you own, unless it's from like a really big company that has like the R&D budget and everything to like go in and actually create something from scratch and like bring up their own factory and their own tooling and everything like that. Usually they're just reselling another product that never penetrated into the market. So they end up being the only one in that market. Like for instance, the Casper and the Purple and stuff, their contemporary that they borrowed from is actually only sold in like maybe China or Taiwan. Like it's not an American known brand. So what they do is they just buy a shitload of them up, ship them over here on a container ship, with their little tweaks on it, and then they sell it as theirs. And honestly, a lot of people seem to like it. Like I've talked to people that have owned Purples that say they really love it, and I've talked to people that have Casper mattresses that say that they love it too. And I remember it being really cheap too. Like they're not expensive. The Casper is not expensive. I remember it being like a $200 mattress, isn't it?
It's pretty reasonable. I mean, depending on the side. I remember my lady and I tried a Casper for a bit. We tried like 3 or 4 different of the foam. They send them to you, foam beds and stuff. We I don't recall the one that we ended up landing on.
Dude, they're so cheap that when you call them to return it, they just tell you to throw it away or recycle it.
We did. I think we finally landed on like the 3rd one, but yeah, the 2 that we tried before, they had like a list of charities or places that would take them,
like St. Vincent de Paul and stuff, and Salvation Army. Yep.
They wrap them up and they steam them, or they do something crazy so that there's no bugs or nothing, so that they can pass them on to battered women's shelters or things like that.
That's the way it should be done, honestly. That's a really good idea. Because I remember I had the worst mattress. Okay, so the worst bed you can ever buy, like bar none. And I know some people disagree with me on this, but it's that stupid fucking Sleep Number bed. Worst bed I ever known. I spent $15,000 of my own money on the top tier, every option decked out, and that thing was nothing but problems for 3 years of my life.
I remember, didn't you have to hack the thing?
I did.
That, like you've jerry-rigged the thing so that like the pump would keep going every 10 seconds or some shit.
So I shit you not.
The API on the thing.
It's literally on GitHub. Like here, I'll go look, because every once in a while I get reminded of this, and I want to see. It's like, okay, so Sleep Number. Let me see if I still pop up as like the top project. So let's see here. Sleep Number. Oh, I'm not even on the first page. Hold on here. So Sleep Number. I slipped, man. Where is it? Did I? Wait, no, did I? I know I uploaded it. Where is it? Okay, Quick Splat. Barnacules 1, Sandbox, Drunk PC app. Oh my God. A guy created a version of my Drunk PC app. Back in the day, I did a YouTube video for Codegasm where I create, like, it's not a virus, it's just an annoying program that you run on like your coworker's machine, and it makes it seem drunk, where when you start typing, it starts inserting random letters next to the letters you type. It's really fun, and it makes your mouse move, like right when you're about to click, like when you decelerate the mouse or whatever, like it flips off and moves the mouse cursor somewhere else. Some guy created his own version of it back in 2016, uploaded it to his profile. So shout out to the Silas A guy who did that. I don't see it. I think I may have taken the code down. I don't know why I would have, because I actually have one of my viewers in Friends, Irene, her and her husband have a sleep number, and they all have the same problem. They all leak. They never fix the issue. They never change the material. Every mattress you get that's a replacement for it is just an old same defective mattress. Can do the same thing. So I created a program for that runs on your computer that basically just constantly pings the bed. Basically, it pretends to be Sleep Number's website talking to the bed, because your bed is basically leaking all your information. Like, I also found out making that project that you could basically go and fuck with other people's beds. Like, if you wanted to, you could just like go find random beds on the internet and fucking fold them up like a taco with the people in them. And that bed could contort you pretty good. So anyways, I wrote this program that's actually similar, now that I think about it, to my AC program that I'm running on the ESP32. But it runs on your computer, and it basically just it checks the pressure on your Sleep Number bed, and after it goes down, it just sends a signal to it and tells it to go back up to the number. So your sleep number is basically amount to like pressure, right? It's not an exact like match, but it's like there's a certain PSI rating for your weight on the mattress, and then that's your sleep number. And so what happens is the mattresses leak. They all leak, like, and they'll leak more and more and more over time, and pretty soon you get to the point where it's like they're literally deflating halfway every half an hour. And so what happens is there's no, this is how bad their electronics are. I shit you not. And their software. They have no pressure sensor on a bed that relies on pressure. It measures the pressure by the strain on the motor. So when the motor is running, it measures the electrical resistance on the motor to determine if it's reached your sleep number or not. So basically, if you're a heavier person and the pump has to work harder to inflate it, then your sleep number will be higher. Like because of the resistance. And so that's how they did it. They didn't use any set it to exactly this pressure. The pressure can be different every time depending on how you're laying on the bed. So anyways, it never checks to see if it's at that sleep number. So it'll go up, the motor will run until it says hits 80, arbitrary number. So it runs till it hits 80. When it's pissing air out, it never knows what the pressure of the bed is unless, one, they change the pressure again. So they have to drop it down and move it back up, and then it'll reinflate to 80 again. But it never knows that the pressure's dropping because it has no pressure sensor. It has to run the motor, so it only really knows the pressure from the last point that the motor cut off, loosely. And so all my program does is just constantly relay packets to the bed saying pressure, 1 under and go back, 1 under and go back. So you basically you run the script and you give it your bed IP address and the sleep number that you want. Right. And it sends that command to it constantly to go down 1 and up 1. So you're laying in bed and it's like every like 5, and you could set the interval. I think it was like by default, I think it was like 10 minutes, but you can set it to whatever your mattress needed. And it'll just, so you're just every 10 minutes, it'll turn on the motor for a second, go, and if the mattress is still inflated, good. If it's like, if you're not laying on it, but if you're laying on it, it's deflating fast. Then as soon as it kicks down that 1 number and the motor kicks on, then it resets and it realizes what its number is. It's such a stupid design. It's all to save like 10 cents on a pressure sensor. These pressure sensors aren't expensive, right? I mean, it's basically just a fancy strain gauge with like with a diaphragm. And so I'm like, God damn, because they cut that corner on every single bed, the only time it knows what its sleep number is when it's actively inflating. And the thing that sucks about this is this also means that if you're laying in your bed and the room gets really hot, well, air expands when it gets hot. So if your room is really cold and then you come into your room for the night and you turn on the temperature after you lay on the bed, now your sleep number is 80, but by the time the room kicks up, now your sleep number is 83 or 85, but the bed doesn't know to let any air out to equalize its pressure unless you change the sleep number. So anyways, yeah, all this script did, it was just a little, I think it was written in Python if I remember right. And most of my stuff is these days. And it would just, it's not uploaded. Why did I not upload this?
I don't know.
I mean, I literally, so I created it for myself because I kept having this ongoing problem where I was on my, I think third inflatable mattress insert. Because all Sleep Number beds is they're just a shell with a fucking Coleman like air mattress stuffed inside of it. Like, that's it. That's the whole gimmick. You build one yourself. Just go buy a regular mattress and stick a fucking Coleman air mattress under it. You got a Sleep Number bed. So, I mean, literally, I could use like a fucking camping pump connected to an ESP32 and actually have a better Sleep Number bed. But I was on my third mattress insert and my wife was on her second, where if you laid on the bed within 45 minutes, it would be empty. Like you'd be laying on the board. And so I created the script and then I talked about it, I think during a stream. And then Irene, a friend of mine, messaged me and said, hey, we have a Sleep Number bed and it's been leaking forever. And we have to constantly wake up during the night and, change the number down and change the number up to get it back. She's like, hey, can I get that script from you? And so I gave it to her and she ran it and she was so happy. She said her husband was so happy, like because they've been waiting to get the new mattress insert. Sometimes there's a lead time of like 6 months or a year. Because everybody's mattresses fail. They all fail. So they don't have enough mattresses and they never create enough mattresses for them. So you're basically just and they keep a ton in stock for their new mattresses that they're selling. So they make you wait as a customer. And you're like, I'm literally sleeping on a board. Like some of these people I found online were literally going and buying a Coleman Air mattress and setting it on top of their deflated Sleep Number bed until they got their insert. It's like, God, dude, it's so bad. So yeah, if I can, I'll have to go dig that script up and upload it to GitHub now, because if it helped me and helped a friend, I'm sure there's other people out there that would like it. And all it requires is you just need any device that can run Python. It would even work on an iPhone if you had like Pythonista. And all it's doing is you just treat it like a background service. You just run it in a window, set it, forget it, throw it in the background, and it will just constantly monitor the beds and ping them. And I don't even think, if I remember right, I don't think the script even connects directly to the bed. I think what the script does is it connects to the web cloud, to the cloud, and then it uses your account, your Sleep Number account for your bed or whatever to find your bed and then send it down. So it's like you have to go through the cloud to do it. It's like you can't just talk to the bed directly, if I remember right. But yeah, it looks like nobody else has solved this problem even to this day. Like looking on GitHub here, like I type in Sleep Number and there's some stuff, but I don't see anything that's specific to control. Here, Sleep Number. Well, that's not going to work. Hold on here. I'm searching my projects. There we go. Sleep Number. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, Smart Thing Manager to control Sleep Number beds. Okay, so somebody did actually create one in 2019. So I think that would have been, when did I create mine? No, mine, it would have been before 2019. So, because I think I got rid of my bed before COVID. Flex space, no flex space. Oh, this is, okay, never mind. This just controls it like from an app. Sleep Number controller. Another guy wrote on January 24th. Oh, 6 months ago. Okay, a driver and app to allow management of Sleep Number flexible bases. It aims to allow users to control each side of the bed as they would from the Sleep Number application, including limited control from Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant. Okay, so again, it's not solving this problem, though. These are all just like, hey, talk to the bed. But you could modify these to solve the problem easily.
Probably, yeah. And,
oh, yeah, here you go. So you need an API username, an API password. You need your Sleep Number email address and your Sleep Number password. So those are the things. And then this guy wrote a script. It looks like, oh, wow, he just went straight for it. He just sends JSON packets using curl. Have you ever used the curl command?
I don't think so.
So curl is you can download it on Windows, but I think it's like on Linux. Like it might be in the distribution already. I think it's a really common command on Linux. But curl is a way to interact with web servers completely from the command line. So you can use curl to post. You can use curl to read back stuff. You can send JSON packets. You can receive JSON packets. JSON's just kind of like XML, right? Like a more compact XML. And this guy just straight up created the command. So he calls curl and he passes the API username and the API password. He puts in the address to Sleep Number's website /API/beds. And then he creates a JSON packet and looks like he's opening it from a file. No, never mind. He's just posting inline. So yeah, you have to give it the sleep number, the side, right or left, and the bed ID. So those are the three things that you have to send to it, and then you can send the payload, which tells it like where to move the adjustable base if you have it and what to inflate it to. It also had heating. It had a feet heater too. That was the one thing I did like about the bed is it has this resistive heater that it's just a band across the bottom of the bed, and so it just heats your feet, not your whole body. And I really liked that. That was actually really nice. So I think I might actually try to emulate that. Hey, is our background off? Do you see any like scrolling up at the top of the screen, like animation at the top of the screen by chance?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I think
behind the red bar. Yeah.
I just noticed that our background got freaking fudged a little bit.
It like lowered a few.
It did the whole
5 pixels or something.
Yeah, it did the whole lowered expectations thing. Here, let me see. Let me move it.
Oh, you gotta stretch it.
Gotta stretch a little bit. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's like snapping. No, I want no snap. Give me no snap. Give me no snap. Oh, hold on. Did I get no snap? Yep. There we go. Right. How about that? Is that good?
That looks good.
Ha ha.
I mean, I do still see a little bit.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Seriously? Okay, hold on.
It's not.
How about right there?
There it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shit like that will drive an OCD man crazy. Oh my god. Oh, Pele just gave us 250 sexes. Hey, Pele. We love Pele. We love Pele. You know who else we also love? Retro My Bits, because Retro My Bits also gave us $5. He said, sorry for being late, sending a little love. Dude,
I mean,
I don't know. Should we forgive him?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it should have been $10 realistically, but I think we'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. Yeah. Hey, Retro My Bits. Dude, we were late. How are you late? We were like a half an hour late.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, you can't be late to Tech Talk. Like, that's not possible. Let's see here. And then Pele said, hey, old men. Hi. Said, hope all is well with you both. My day is always saved when you guys do Tech Talk. Aww. It's nice to save somebody's day, isn't it? Makes me feel good. Makes me feel grandiose and useful. I feel like I die faster when I don't feel useful.
Oh, I'm with you.
Yeah, I've noticed this lately. It's like the more active I am, the slower I die, or at least the slower I feel like I'm dying. When I'm laid up for like a week and I'm feeling like at my worst and life is just kicking me in the nuts and shit's coming at me so fast I can't handle it and I'm having like panic attacks and shit, I feel like I can feel the life force like draining from my body in real time. It is crazy. It's wild. So, but on days like today, when I wake up feeling like absolute dog shit and I manage to get the right pills in the right holes and rub the right creams on the right things, after an hour or so, I get a little spring in my step and I start feeling all right. My doctor recently upped my Adderall, so I've been adjusting to that. That's a double-edged sword though, because it's like you up the Adderall, it helps with attention, it helps with fatigue, but it also increases anxiety and increases paranoia. And so you have to adjust to it, and your body will adjust with time. I've noticed that anytime they've adjusted my ADHD meds, it just takes like a couple of weeks for my body to be like, oh, okay, this is the new dose. And then you get the benefits and not so many of the downsides. But boy, those downsides in the beginning suck balls. Hey, Jordan Miller. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, my man. He said, stopping by to say hi. Got to watch later. Okay. No worries, dude. No worries. I love how everybody's like checking in. It's like a library. Like they're running like, hold my place. I'll be back. I swear. I got to work. My boss is looking at me right now. It's okay. If your boss catches you watching me, just tell him that Barnacules said it's okay for you to watch me during work hours. Like literally, like what can they do to you? What's the worst they could do to you? Fire you? I mean, seriously. And then you just sue them because you have proof that Barnacules said you could watch me. Tonsil stone strikes again.
Ow.
I hate tonsil stones so much. Sadly,
cut out, man.
I get them a lot. And sadly, it's because the buprenorphine that I take, because if it's an opiate, it dries your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
And so it dries out your throat and dries out your mouth. And then on top of that, my muscle relaxers dry out my mouth. My pain medication dries out my mouth. Adderall dries out your mouth. Every medication I take is like working together to turn my mouth into the Sahara Desert. And what happens is that combined with the CPAP blowing air down my throat all night, it creates an environment where shit just wants to, hide out in the tonsils. And so you get these little tonsil pockets. And then when you have a tonsil pocket, it sadly fills up with shit and then eventually you expel a stone. And I will tell you right now, I can't explain it, but tonsil stones are the reekiest thing you've ever smelled in your life. If you ever, I'm not recommending it, but if you ever cough up or hack up a tonsil stone, they usually come out on their own. Like you'll just be talking, and they just fly out of your mouth or get stuck on your tooth. Or when you pull, you're like, what the fuck is this? Little like light brownish, little stone. And you're like, what the fuck is it? If you smell it, it will make you gag and about throw up. It is the grossest smelling thing you've ever smelled in your mouth. But here's the weird thing. You can have them in the back of your throat and you don't smell them. Nobody else smells them. Your breath doesn't stink. Like even your breath. I don't know how. I don't know if it's because the way they're recessed into your tonsil, just air isn't blowing over it. Like it's out of the airstream. But I cannot explain that. Are there any doctors in chat or nurses or medical students that can explain how in the hell something that reeks so fucking bad can exist in the back of your throat, but it only reeks when it comes out? Oh, by the way, I hit this page is having problems error out of memory.
Uh-oh.
Like I do every single week. I got to refresh every single browser that has a YouTube window open. Oh, but yeah, I would like to know that. I genuinely would like to know why do tonsil stones reek so much? Well, actually, I probably know why they reek so much because they're like bacteria, right? I mean, it's like shit building up at the back of your throat. So obviously that's going to be what that is. But why doesn't it smell when it's in your tonsil? Like, why isn't it making your breath reek? Why isn't it like reeking? Like, why doesn't it reek me out? It's sitting right there and I'm breathing out. So it should be, my sinuses should be catching a whiff of it. And I've even asked my wife before. I'm like, smell my breath. Does it reek? And she's like, no. Like, so I don't know what the deal is. Don't dox me. That's a good name, actually. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, Pele said, it's true. According to studies, happy people live longer.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I've even read those same studies. I really have. So that is, yeah. They also said that mental state, and this is like proven. This is scientifically proven. Your mental state changes how fast your body can recover and heal from an injury. So that's why you ever wonder when you're in the hospital, the nurses always tell you, don't wait until your pain gets really bad to ask for relief. They want to stay ahead of it. They'll always say that. If you've ever been in a hospital, the nurse will always say, let's stay ahead of the pain. Like, don't wait until it hurts really bad. Let me know when it starts hurting, and then I'll come give you medication. And the reason that they do that is because the more comfortable you are, the faster you heal, especially from surgery. Like when you have surgery, if you are in massive amounts of pain after surgery, you will heal super slow. You'll fidget and move, and you can't get comfortable. So you're pulling on your stitches and all that shit. So, but if they just dope you up, it keeps you calmer, stiller, and you heal faster.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so drugs are good sometimes. They're not always the horrible, terrible monsters that people say they are. Only when you abuse them. Oh, Car Wash. Long time no see, brother.
Oh, man.
I feel like it's been a couple shows since we've seen our boy. Woo! He said, "Hey, strangers, hope you're doing well." I think today we're doing all right. I think we're doing all right, all things considered.
A little sleepy, but
I'd say life has been throwing us both a couple of curveballs. You probably a little bit more than me, but lately life's been a little on the revengey side. But you know what? Every day that we can wake up and we still got a roof over our head and food in our mouths, I mean, fucking winning, right? I mean, that's the American dream right there, is just survival at this point. Lowered expectations. Yeah, I guess the way I look at it is I grew up in an abusive household with an alcoholic dad, and my mom stopped drinking when I was about 8. But they were both alcoholics till I was 8. He was an alcoholic my entire childhood, and they both did drugs, and they both would forget shit all the time and put us into bad situations. But the one thing I always had is they made sure I got fed, and they made sure I had a roof over my head. Those are the two things. Like, for all their faults, my parents, they managed to keep a roof over my head and food in my mouth. And the thing is, sadly, is a lot of my eating compulsions and eating problems came from my childhood because of we had food scarcity a lot. And so we'd have to go to food banks, and there was even times where, my parents had to do some pretty nefarious shit to get a hold of food, and it was not the good food. And that's the problem with I don't know if it's changed today, but when I was a child, when you went to the food bank, they treated you like shit. It was 3 hours to get food, and then what you got was a fucking sheet cake, a bunch of ingredients that wouldn't go together to make anything, expired cans of food. It was bad. It was really bad. I remember, and then you wouldn't want it to go to waste because there was a food scarcity issue. You never knew if there was going to be food the next day. So when you got a cake that feeds 12 people, and it's this cake is already on its last day of expiration. That's why they have it at the food bank. You're like, I got to eat this whole 12-person cake in 2 days, and whatever I don't eat goes in the garbage. And so that created a lot of really bad eating compulsions and stuff growing up that were not healthy for me in any way, shape, or form. And I still, to this day, have a hard time taking a plate with food on it to the kitchen. If you bring me a plate and it's twice as much food as I can eat, I struggle with, I'll sit there and just eat it for 5 hours because I don't want to take it back because the waste in my head drives me crazy. I see my wife go buy bananas and they go bad before we eat them all. And so now I'll once I started noticing that, I'll just go grab, 3 bananas. They're about ready to go bad. I'll just eat 3 bananas. And I'm like, why am I eating 3 bananas? I don't need 3 bananas. But it's if I don't, they go in the garbage the next day. And so I've been training myself out of that behavior for the last 30 years of my life. And it's been a little rough. It's been a little rough to bury those compulsions. I remember one of the biggest compulsions that I defeated was buying cheap clothing. So right now, you see me right now, I'm wearing my Under Armour shirt. This is a $30 shirt. I didn't pay that because I'm thrifty, but they're a $35 shirt. And, and I try to buy good clothing now, but I still have a compulsion to buy the cheapest fucking clothing ever. Anywhere I go, if I see, I don't even need pants. It's pants for $5? Fuck yeah, I'll buy those shitty $5 pants just because they're $5. And those compulsions growing up led to me always wearing the shittiest jeans, the shittiest shirts. My clothes would wear out within 6 months. And I'm rebuying. I could never bring myself to buy quality clothing. And then when I was older, my wife kind of started breaking me of that. For instance, I used to go through a wallet every year. Every year my wallet would fall apart. Like the seams would come out of it, the material would rip, and I'd need a new wallet like every year. So I'd buy like a $5, $10 wallet. So my wife, for my birthday, like, God, this would have been back in 2002 or 2003. It was like right after we got our house, a year or so after we got our house. So yeah, this would have been 2002. She bought me a Coach wallet, like a leather Coach wallet.
Nice.
And she said it was like, I beat it out of her. She wouldn't tell me how much it was, but I was like, I have to know. I'm going to go look it up. Just tell me. She's like, okay, well, I got it for $220 or whatever. I was like, oh, you paid $220 for a wallet? What the fuck? Oh my God. Like, that's such a ripoff. It's just a wallet. It just holds money. I can tell you right now, here it is, what, 23 years later, and I still have that same wallet. Not a single stitch is broken on it. The leather is still supple. There's no cracking.
Dude,
and I've sat on that
nice
thing in my
or
back
buy
pocket
twice.
for years.
It's buy nice or buy twice.
Yeah.
Or there's a thing in I think it's one of the Ring World books. It's like Terry Pratchett thing.
Yep.
Where he talks about it's about boots. It's about boots. It's like people who only make like $30 a month in this world or whatever, they got to buy the $10 boots because like they can't ever save up enough to buy the $50 boots that'll last 6 months.
Yep.
But the $10 boots only ever last like 6 weeks. And so you're constantly having to buy these cheap $10 boots because you can never save up enough to buy the nice boots that'll last a long time.
Exactly.
And dude, that applies to so much stuff I've learned over the years. There are places where you can cheap out and it's totally fine, but there are other, even something as simple as tin foil.
Yeah.
Tin foil. When my now ex and I were first living together, I noticed, man, why you buy this cheap ass dollar store tin foil? It's like super thin.
Yeah, you got to rip like
easy.
5 pieces off to get a square.
And it's like paper thin. It's terrible. Look, spend $2.75 on the Reynolds wrap, heavy duty, and you can line the fucking bottom of the oven. It'll last you 6 months, and it's better. It's just better all around. It doesn't stick to the fucking pans. It's just quality.
No, I agree.
I'll buy cheap Ziploc bags. I'll go to the dollar store for Ziploc bags and fucking cheap because it doesn't matter. They're single use or like you can just wash them off and maybe use them a couple times, that kind of thing. But the freezer bags, buy the Ziploc freezer bags. If it's for sandwiches or just some random shit, you're just putting snacks or something in your kids.
If you need a seal that doesn't fail, like don't buy the cheap ones. The seals on the cheap ones are garbage.
Yeah, but if it's just, I'm putting some goldfish crackers in a bag for lunch or some shit, buy the dollar store fucking 50 pack.
Goldfish crackers.
Yeah, not even that, right? They're not cheeses. They're like whatsy cheese, whatever. Yeah, that's the place you can skimp. Go fucking buy food at the dollar store, man. There's so much better stuff or good stuff that doesn't even matter. I go to grocery outlet all the time.
But it does actually apply to food too, if you think about it from a health nutritional level, because nutritional food costs a lot, and unhealthy food processed food's a lot cheaper because of the shelf stability. If you can make a product that lasts 6 months before it has to be sold, you can make it a lot cheaper in volume than you can the thing that expires in 3 days.
I'd say people cheap. I think frozen foods get a bad rap. Like you could buy a fat bag of frozen veggies.
That's the hack, right? That's the hack is if you keep it in a freezer and it's frozen, it's not 100%. Like it's going to still break down and deteriorate, but it lasts a hell of a lot longer.
I'll munch on a giant bag of frozen Normandy blend. It's like what is it? It's broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, and something else. Maybe it's like a couple different kind of carrots. I'll munch on that for like a month. It's great. It goes into stews. I'll chop that shit up into I'll even give some to the dog. I'll give some to the dog even because he needs some veggies and stuff. He can't just eat dry ass cereal all the time.
Yep. I mean, cooking for yourself saves so much money.
It can, but you're trading time at that point.
You are.
Right?
You are.
So
you know what my wife used to do, and we should start doing this again, but it's again when you have a kid, it changes a lot of things. But what we used to do way back in the day is we used to make huge batches of like stew. Yeah, and then we put them into portioned bags, stick them in the freezer, and then anytime you wanted stew, you just grab a bag, throw it in the pan, put it on simmer, and you're good to go.
I got a quart jar of split pea soup in my fucking freezer, and a big thing. It's like a Rubbermaid or the red lid plastic fucking Tupperware of chili, Same deal.
Yep.
Make one big pot on a Sunday.
It takes the same amount of time to make a huge batch as a little batch. Pretty much,
dude,
it's the same.
And yeah, like you said, either freezer bags, jars if you got them. Which, by the way, save your fucking pasta sauce jars and shit like that. Like, it's so helpful.
Yeah,
you don't have to can it, right? Like, it doesn't have to be canned, like with you fucking boil the thing and it seals it up and stuff. You can just pour that shit in there, seal the top, and you're good to go. Like, you're not going to save this for 5 years, right? So you don't have to fucking pasteurize the stuff. It's just to last you over the next 2 or 3 months.
My wife just recently made jam, and it was the best jam I ever tasted in my life. And you know what's crazy about jam? The longer it's frozen, the better it is. Like, if you freeze it and you take a jar of jam out after being frozen for like 3 months and you let it thaw, it breaks down everything as it's thawing. The crystals rip everything apart, and you get like this. It incorporates it more, and it tastes better. I don't know what it is, but jam just gets better the longer it sits in the freezer. I swear.
There's a TikTok account. It goes by Poor for Dummies. This guy on TikTok. This guy.
Oh God, I want to follow. Oh, he's on TikTok. I'm not following TikTok.
Well, I mean, he's probably on Instagram and shit too, if you want to do that instead. But
so wait, what's his name again? Poor
for Dummies.
Poor for Dummy. That's a great name for a channel. That is a great name.
And I love it because he's got these. His a lot of his content is I don't know what he started off with, but a lot of it's now. He's like this back and forth between old poor and new poor. Right? Like, no, we're not buying one sirloin or fucking one ribeye. You're going to go grab that chuck roast and we're going to cut that up into like blah, blah, blah. Or like, see this one bag of 25-pound bag of rice has lasted me 3 years, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, and there are certain things you buy, like rice, for instance, where as long as you store it properly without like high humidity and stuff, lasts forever. Yeah, and it's just, you just go grab a scoop of it and go to town.
Pancake mix. These are he goes over some, it's funny stuff, but he goes over some really good things that, like, I remember when my mom was only making $10 an hour in fucking 1999, or, you know, that kind of stuff where, like, you're poor.
Yeah, growing up poor, I know all the poor hacks. Yeah.
You get the big ass pork loin.
Yep.
Right? And you cut that shit up into, you got pork chops, you got a pork roast, you got fucking all this stuff.
You know what we did for steaks growing up? So my mom would go buy the shittiest cut of meat. I think it was like a beef shoulder or something like that. Like it's just a giant block of meat, right? It has it doesn't look like it has any fat or any like sinew or anything in it. And so what my mom would do is she'd cut it into steaks, like into little like steaks. She'd beat the ever living shit out of it with like a mallet, and it like literally to where it looked like you were gonna like dip it and make like a chicken fried steak. And then she'd rub it down in this like beef tenon or what, like beef tenon. You buy it in these jars. It's really cheap.
Tallow.
That's a tallow, beef tallow. She'd rub beef tallow all over it to like give it fat because it didn't have any fat when it came in, and it'd seep into all the holes. And then she'd stick it in a freaking freezer, in the freezer, all these like little certain, whenever we wanted to steak, she'd just pull out like a couple of those things and let them thaw out about halfway and then fry them up. And they actually tasted they look like shit, but they tasted great.
What's shitty is tallow now has become like this big fucking health influencer bullshit. So like that jar of tallow is going to cost you probably $40 or some shit.
Oh, when I was a kid, you get a big old fucking like no name brand jar of it for like $5.
Now, I'd say instead go with Crisco or lard.
Just lard, yeah.
Yeah, proper straight up lard. It's basically the same thing. I think it's like not as clarified, like in the way that like ghee versus
because the reason the meat doesn't work well as a steak is because of how tough it is. Like if you don't cook it enough, it's super chewy, and if you cook it too much, then you can't even eat it. It's like rock hard, right? But then when you add the fat back to it and you cook it and you render that fat into it, then it softens up and it's like a better meat. And you have to beat the shit out of it too because it's like super fibrous. It's like a really fibrous meat. But I remember I don't know how much it is today, but my mom used to go buy at Albertsons. They'd take it the last day of expiration. They'd put all the meat in like this discount area. And my mom would always find like these big ass last day, 1/4 price. And she'd get this massive freaking like roast looking thing she'd turn into those steaks. And I'd say back then it was like $4, $3-4. So like today, like $8 or $9 for, I mean, that's probably a 5 to 8 pound block. I mean, it was huge. It was designed for like parties. Like this was massive. And anytime she saw this pop up, she'd buy it. Even if we didn't need it, she'd buy it and she'd rip it up, beat the shit out of it, throw that tallow on it, stick it in bags and throw it in the freezer. Hey, Blue Varl, my gosh, dude. Everybody's on a kick today. I love this. I'm loving this. Hey, everybody, please say thank you to Blue Varo if you received one of those gift memberships. Actually, I'm going to read off some of these. Roger, Andrew, TM, Donkey, Louis Lurso, Chilla, that's a good name.
What the heck?
Acceptable Channel. Dude, I'm loving these names today. Acceptable Channel. And what is it? What?
I got the out of memory thing on the chat window that I have open.
You
The
finally
chat
hit
tab
it. You finally
that
hit
I
it.
fucking- Now, this is on my work laptop. So
Still
So,
counts. It counts, bro. It counts. You saw it with your own eyes.
It says "Aw snap"
Yep.
on the chat. The chat.
Yeah. It turns the gray window. It says like out of memory. There's like 3 errors it'll say. It'll say like out of memory, out of resources, or like one other one. But they're it's always the same thing. You have to hit reload on all your windows that are. Oh, wait. You have multiple windows open to YouTube right now, or just one, or just the one?
Just the one.
Okay. So see, I have like 3 windows on YouTube. I have one on the dashboard, one with the chat broken out, and then just those 2. So when I get the time, it happens in both tabs exactly at the same time. No other tabs are affected. Every other tab and every other website stays. But those 2 tabs at the exact same moment, even though they're 2 different sessions. Like one's logged into YouTube like on a completely different page. They both hit the same error at the exact same time. So I love how your doggo just keeps like sneaking into frame and kind of peeking.
Oh, yeah.
He's the cutest, man. Oh, you're Dewey 1984 on Twitch? Awesome. Hey, fun fact, my nickname as a child was Dewey. Because my mom said I was always doing, because I was like raging ADHD and I'd always take everything apart and put it back together wrong. So yeah, that was my nickname growing up. My mom called me Dewey pretty much exclusively up until and then she started calling me Junior, because I'm a junior. My dad wasn't very original with naming. So she called me Junior later in life before she passed away. But yeah, Dewey was the go-to name when I was a child, because I was always doing. It was funny because even my best friend called me Dewey. Nobody else, only my mom and my best friend called me Dewey. Everybody else called me Junior. Huh. So, and then as you get older, then it became Jerry, because you gotta venture out, when you move to Redmond with all the Richards over here and stuff, you gotta, Junior's too juvenile to use. I'm just kidding. It was nothing like that. Everybody called me Jerry because that was my name. I have a weird habit though of giving people nicknames, and because I'm not it's weird. I don't like calling people by their real names. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but it's weird. I feel like it's formal. Like, like calling somebody like call me Mr. Berg. Like, I feel like calling you by your first name. For some reason, that still feels too formal to me. So if you ever want to know if I'm truly your friend, like if we've really reached like that friend level in our relationship, I will give you a nickname randomly and it'll just happen. It'll just stick and I'll just keep calling you it. And unless you object, I will keep calling you it, because the people have objected. I did have one person object to the nickname I gave him, so I tweaked it until it was acceptable. And then we settled. We settled on the nickname, but that's kind of like how, and I don't even do it consciously. It's like a subconscious thing. It's like if I trust you, I like you, there's a vibe, I feel like I've been around you, you will just naturally it'll slide from me calling you by your name into the nickname, and then the nickname will just stick. And it's like funny because like even my boss of 15 years, it's like when he was my boss, he was Bruce or Mr. McCallum, and as time went on, then he was Boss Man. And then Boss Man got short to Boss, and then Boss got shorted to B. So then I just called him B. And still to this day, when I call him up, I'm like, hey, B, you want to go grab some coffee? Hey, what's up, B? Like it's like I'd shorten him down to the smallest name I could possibly do, which is just a single letter. And that is like the most flattering thing that I can do for someone. So if I call you by your first name, it means I hate you. No, I'm just kidding. That's not how that works. Hey, Roger, thank you for the 12 euros, man. Super appreciate it. He said, here, let's keep this going. I also saw some other ones here. Car Wash said, you still on Blue Sky? If so, I sent you a message. Spilling coffee. I have been neglecting Blue Sky, and I feel bad about it because Blue Sky needs to kick the shit out of X. I don't think it will because they don't have the resources or the influence or the reach, but I love it. It is a great, great platform, and I want it to succeed, but I'm doing that thing where I just kind of back away from it and I forget about it. And then I stop posting. And then long periods have happened. Like right now I just went into my DMs. There's a ton of DMs on here. Car Wash is one of them. He was the one that said, hey, are you still over there? And sure enough, I click on to open up. It looks like I have some chat request. What's a chat request? They have chat requests? Okay. I haven't played with that feature yet. But yeah, Car Wash, I got your DM. I got your DM. I'm not going to say anything publicly because I'm guessing if you sent this to me in DM, you want this to stay in confidence. But bro, I'll say this much publicly. I'm sorry, dude. I know exactly what it feels like. I hope things end up being okay, bro. Seriously. Coolio. He said, so this is Coolio. This is another one on Blue Sky, by the way, another message. He said, you use AI, right? Think you could take a look at my ACI AI sim off the record and let me know what you think. Uh-oh, off the record? Other than just reading this out loud on not knowing it was supposed to be off the record. Lol. Sure. Let me know the URL to go play with it. And I'll check it out. I don't run any code locally, though, that I can't review and build first. For obvious reasons. If you guys don't know what those obvious reasons are, that's because it's really easy for people to sneak malware and rats or remote access Trojans into XEs. And you can spoof certificates. It's hard to do nowadays with Windows 11, but it still is possible. You can spoof certs, which means it still looks like it's signed by the original party, even though it wasn't. You can also, there's hacks that you can do where you can replace the certification agent in Windows by tricking somebody to do it. It slips by Defender, and then every certificate just gets seen as authentic Microsoft. And then the Windows just trusts everything and runs it. And Defender's like, oh, fuck, that's Microsoft signed? I don't even need to scan that. That's a waste of time. So yeah, be careful what you download. Be careful what you install, because that is the single most number one way that people get all their accounts hacked. Their email. Like, what happens is somebody ends up getting a Trojan on the machine that then pulls their session IDs from their cookies and all their browsers and just uploads them to like a random fucking OneDrive or folder on the internet. And then they go and download it, and now they can log into all your websites with no password, no username.
And download any PDFs you want and stuff. It doesn't matter.
just open everything. Just fine.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Just fucking open it all.
Does it make anyway? All your data's out there.
Yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah,
there's no such thing as privacy anymore. Just fucking.
It's like you downloaded that porn from the internet. Who cares if somebody downloads it from you, right? Yeah, we're all gonna die anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, you gotta be careful of that shit. However, I will say that Defender does a really good job these days, and if you're on Windows 11 and you stay patched up to date, you're not safe, but you're relatively safe if you're not like making all the bad decisions in the world. If you're using Microsoft Edge, as much as I hate to say this, it is the most protected browser on Windows 11 for obvious reasons, because it has deep ties into the operating system and it can use features like it can do a spoof of the file system, where if you download a file and Edge thinks it can be malicious or it's a malicious file type that could do something like an XE, it'll isolate it in a folder and not let you run it. You have to jump through massive hoops to even download it, let alone run it. And whereas some other browsers will be a little loosier with that. And so you got to be careful, though, because there are some clever ways to deploy remote access Trojans. And not even just remote access Trojans. Like, that's the worst case scenario. Remote access Trojan joins your machine to a botnet, which means now you're the village bicycle and everybody's using your shit and downloading your shit and doing whatever they want with your computer without you even knowing it. Like, you'd be completely unaware of what's happening. Then you have, malware that basically is just trying to profit. That's the least dangerous thing. Like, if you just get malware that its entire purpose in life is to just try to get you to have pop-ups and click on links that make them money and stuff like that, or crypto mine and stuff like that, that's a common malware tactic. The other really bad one you never want to get is ransomware. However, I will say Windows 11's ransomware protection is pretty awesome. Like, as much as I like to dog on Microsoft, that's one feature that I think that was really needed for a long time. And you notice how you don't hear a lot about ransomware anymore? Like, every day you used to hear about ransomware taking over everybody's computer. Now with Windows 11, it's a rarity. It still can happen. It's still possible, but it's way freaking harder. And like most of the public stuff that's out there for doing like ransomware attacks is like completely inert. You can't even run it. And that's because Windows now has several levels. Like, Defender isn't just a virus scanner anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, Defender actually installs like shit that like will notice if a program's trying to install a driver, and it'll trick it and make it think it installed the driver when it didn't. It's got it protects the kernel, it isolates the kernel. So even if something runs at kernel level and tries to modify the kernel in memory, again, it will make the program think it's succeeded, but it's modified just a copy, just a phantom of the code. And you can go back and look at these phantoms too. Same thing with the file system. Like, if you ever, like, here, let me ask you a question. Have you ever downloaded a file and said to save it to a folder, and then you go look in that folder and the file's not there?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because Windows Defender will eat it.
Yeah, Windows Defender will basically stick it in a temp folder that looks like it's like, if you, like, say I want to save it to c:\temp. I'll tell it to save it there, but where it actually saves it is under the user folder, like 19 levels deep under like app data local, under some like little sidebar file system where it's not where it thinks it is. And then if you go try to run it, it won't let you run it. Defender will literally immediately step in and not let you execute. Like, you'll double click on it, nothing will happen. Like, it'll just, you click on as much as you want, nothing will happen. And Defender will not even allow it to execute. As a matter of fact, Defender has become so sensitive now that if you even try to download a text file with malicious script, like known malicious script that matches a signature, it will catch it in browser. Like, you can't even physically save that file to your hard drive. It'll just eat it. It won't even give you the option. Like, there's no like, click on this, I accept the risk. It'll just say, nope, you cannot download this. You cannot download this. And then if you use wget, let's say you're feeling frisky, right? And you're like, okay, open up a command window, I'm going to use wget and go around the browser. You'll download the file. Defender will have a pop-up in the notification toast that'll just say, oh, this file's dangerous, and they'll just nuke it. And it's gone. Like, you can download it as many times as you want with wget. It will not show up in that folder. It is completely just gone. Defender will. And if you go into Defender and you're like, hey, this is the only thing you can do, is if you really want that file, like, you know it's malicious and you are actively trying to get a malicious file, you have to literally go into Defender and exempt it to let it save it to the hard drive. That's how hardcore it is. It won't even let it land where you can execute it. So, and I've run into some problems with this because Microsoft's idea of what a virus is and mine are radically different. Like, for instance, do you think it's a virus to run a script that uses Microsoft's own built-in utility to authenticate with a third-party activation server to activate Windows? Even though that activation server has no influence whatsoever on your computer, all it's doing is saying, yes, I bless you, and you're now activated. Is that a virus?
What?
Do you think that's a virus? Like, Microsoft thinks that's a virus. Like, if you try to download, if you go to GitHub and you try to download the activation script in Edge, Microsoft Edge, it will say you cannot download this because it's a malicious file, the activate.py or whatever it is.
I guess it depends on, like, it's a little tight on its suspicion, right? Like, it doesn't know for sure, but it looks like something that could be, right? Like, it's always a bit of a game that
all it has to be is a batch file with a single command line. All it is the activation program. I forget what it's called. Cert something pointing at a third party server. That's it. And it's like, nope, you can't have that.
It's just a level of like suspicion.
Yep.
And that's what triggers it to like quarantine.
Because that's how I found out about all this in the first place, was I was trying to activate my Windows. And trust me, Microsoft doesn't give a shit. They want you on Windows. So I downloaded the activation script, had one line in it. It was a batch file with one line, and Edge is like, you can't download this, it's malicious. I'm like, what? I just looked at my GitHub. I literally opened it in my web browser and looked at it. I could copy it and paste the command to my command line right now. That's all that was in the text file. I save it. It says no. So I drop out the command line, use wget. Wget downloads it successfully. I do a dir, it's not in the folder. So then I go look at my event log, and Defender's like, nope, quarantine. Nope, quarantine. This is a virus. And you know what it rated the severity as? High.
Huh.
So Microsoft is like, if you are using an activation script, this is a high severity, which is weird to me, because to me, everything I've talked to Microsoft, everything I've reported to them thus far, I've tested this mechanism to death. They don't give a flying fuck if the average user just activates their shit illegally. They don't care.
Yeah. No.
Microsoft doesn't give a shit, because they would rather have you on pirated Windows 11 than legit activated Windows 10, even though I know you can upgrade for free or whatever. But again, that's the whole thing. Nobody has to pay for Windows if they don't. Like, everybody can get a hold of a Windows XP, right? You can literally, have you seen the YouTube videos where they upgrade all the way from Windows XP all the way to Windows 11? You can do XP. Yeah, you can do like XP to 2003, then like 2003 to Vista, and then Vista to Windows 7, Windows 7 to Windows 8, 8.1, and then Windows 10, and then 11. You can do that whole update. Although you can skip too. I think you can go from Windows 8 to Windows 11. Because I think they use the same code, the same keys across all three or whatever.
I have my legitimate Windows 10 is from I've gotten an upgrade path from XP. Company I used to work for used to do like e-waste stuff, and I grabbed one of the keys off of this Dell Optiplex, and so I legitimized my personal XP installation, and from then on, it's been a free upgrade every step of the way.
Yep.
I got a free upgrade to Windows 7. I got a free upgrade. I could have done 8. I could have done Vista, but I went from XP to 7. I could have done 8, 8.1, never bothered. I went from 7 to 10. and I'll eventually do Windows 11 too.
Yeah.
And I have not once paid for any Microsoft OS.
The only thing Microsoft cares about, and I mean, this is the only thing, it's easier to give you the list of the things they care about than they don't care about. The only thing they care about is if you are selling activation, if you are actually selling that pirated activation to a customer, you're taking money in exchange for activating their system using that third-party server. If you are doing that, they give a shit. And honestly, even sellers of OEM keys, I've seen sellers selling OEM keys that no matter how much you report on, Microsoft doesn't even call them, doesn't even send them an email. They don't even care about that because it's like there's still money is being made somewhere because that key got sold at some point to somebody, so they made some money.
That's all that matters.
So all they care about is if you're like, they're not pointing the finger or anything, but let's say you're a company like Puget Systems. As long as Puget Systems is selling an actual key they bought from Microsoft with each computer, and they're not just activating it with like the Village bicycle key on the wall or using the activation script, Microsoft is cool as long as they're selling legitimate copies. If they are activating systems, because we got caught at Motherboard Computers doing that, they absolutely do care if you're doing that. Like if you're charging customers and you're using a third-party activation, they will come after you like with everything. But that's the only thing. That's it. Everybody else, I've never seen them go after anybody for a private activation. I've never seen them go after somebody for activating another person's computer and not charging them any money for it. The only people I've ever seen them go after is businesses that are selling activation or businesses that are profiting from shipping a computer with a false activation. That's it. Like, that's it. As long as you're not doing those two things, Microsoft literally doesn't give a shit. By the way, I'm not a lawyer. Don't take this. This isn't like advice or whatever. This isn't going to stand up in court. Like, obviously, Microsoft at any point could choose to enforce this because it is technically illegal to steal activation from Microsoft, legally speaking. However, I'm just saying I have never, no matter, and I even at one point, people got mad at me for this. At one point, I tried to get Microsoft to act on it. I tried to get Microsoft to literally shut down people who were activating machines illegally. Not because I was mad at them for doing it. It's because I knew they wouldn't do it, and I needed the evidence. I needed the proof. And that's how I got it. And Microsoft responded back to me, and they said, oh, thank you for the tip. We really appreciate it, blah, blah, blah. You know, making the community better. And they just closed the thread. Nothing ever happened. And plus, the person that I reported never said anything either, and they just kept on doing it. So obviously, if you get a call from Microsoft, you don't just keep doing it. like obviously, because they've got pretty heavy hitting lawyers. You're not gonna even if you're innocent, going up against the juggernaut with the American legal system, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna. It's a war of attrition. Even if you win every single case, you still lose everything. And that's what sucks about our legal system. Honestly, you know what I just realized? We never sent out a single fucking link saying that we're live anywhere.
What?
I shit you not, bro. We started this. I just noticed this. Like, I'm going over here looking on like Blue Sky, and like other people are like retweeting the stream, and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even send it out, did I? Yeah, I slacked hard on that one. I slept on. I need to go get my. Let me grab my title here. By the way, we haven't hit any of the topics. We're just letting everybody get in here first. We're letting everybody get
topics. We don't need to talk about topics.
Yeah, topics are just a lure, just like clickbait your ass in here.
Yeah, whatever.
No, those they're definitely topics that I do want to talk about though. So we will get to those. Okay, I'm gonna send this out. So Tech Talk is live. All right, copy this. Maybe throw a little hashtag in there, a little live stream hashtag. There we go. That looks pretty. All right, copy, and there we go. Now it's on Blue Sky. Yep, Blue Sky is there. Right. Now I'm gonna cut and paste that over to the old. Oh, speaking of cut and paste and shortcuts, you know how every time we start a stream, I go to Stream Elements and I go in and reset everything? By the way, guys, all the shit isn't updating on the screen because Stream Elements is broken. Like, they're not getting live activations from... I don't know if YouTube broke it and they just haven't been able to fix it yet, but they're not getting any of the activations. Like, nothing's coming in. So I need to switch back to StreamerBot or something like that where I can interface directly with YouTube because it looks like either YouTube's squeezing out like Stream Elements and doesn't want them doing this anymore, or Stream Elements is just sleep at the wheel and like literally doesn't know what's going on, which it wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
You broke something.
or yeah, the third option, I broke something that'll become incredibly obvious at some point and I'll feel really stupid. And that does happen. Hey guys, it doesn't matter how smart you are, it doesn't matter how much experience you are, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. As a matter of fact, I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel, but an actual OpSec security guy who has a YouTube channel where he literally exposes scammers and hackers for hacking into machines, literally got his YouTube account hacked by a guy just because he challenged people. He's like, oh, I'm unhackable, blah, 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 talking shit or whatever. And the dude actually hacked him and he had to publicly beg for his channel back. The guy's like, if you publicly beg me for the channel back, I'll give it back to you. I can't remember the name of the guy. If you guys remember the name of the guy in chat, let me know. But he did get his shit back and the guy didn't do any damage. But he did get hacked. And you know how he got hacked? They literally sent him an email. The one thing he has a billion videos teaching people about, like, don't click on attachments and emails. Don't click on URLs and emails. Like, and it was an email that was literally spoofed from YouTube that said he had to log into his account. He woke up in the morning and it was like a copyright strike or something like that. And he activated, and he was just like half asleep. And he clicked on the buttons. He logged in. The guy man in the middle of him got his credentials and logged in and took his account away from him in seconds. It was like, oh my God, dude, you fell for literally the single dumbest thing that you teach everybody not to do. And you fell for it. And he's like, he admitted it. He created a whole video. He's like, yeah, I was like half asleep in the morning. It was plausible because the thing that they were telling me about was a video that I just recently uploaded. And I was worried could have triggered that response. So he's like, everything looked legit. The URL even looked legit because they used the masking technique where, you know, you click on hover and it looks like one URL, but it's going to another. And, yeah, it was just like, he just got caught off guard. And he said the second he did it, he knew. Like he said just, it did nothing felt, he was like, as he started waking up, he's like, what did I just do? And then sure enough, boom, you can't log into your account. Your password's been changed. A YubiKey has been assigned to your account or whatever, YubiKey. Because that's what they do. When you hack an account, they use a YubiKey to camp on it. Because if you use a YubiKey, you can't force reset your password, even if you have another email address. So that's like the little tactic that they do is they log in. They don't just change your password because then you could just password reset yourself and, you know, try to race them to enter it before they change it again. But if they do a YubiKey, there's no way to reset a YubiKey. Like you need the original YubiKey to reset to another YubiKey. So yeah. And I went through this myself too, but I got hacked because LastPassword fucking got hacked because one of their dudes was like watching porn on like a fucking logged into the corporate network from home on like his unpatched fucking Linux machine or something. And yeah, it led to me losing my accounts, and it took me 6 months to recover from it. And I only got back about 85% of all my accounts. I had to redo all my banking, all my credit cards, everything. I had to get monitoring on my credit. I had to now I have to lock down anytime I do anything with like credit, I have to actually go into a dashboard and unlock it. Everything now is like triple factor authentication. Like it's so fucking, it sucks too. Cause like when your logins expire after like 30 days on your core devices or whatever, having to go back through and do that is a fucking nightmare. But that's just it.
Awful, man. Yeah.
It's like you have to though, because if you can't just use passwords anymore. If you use passwords, you will get hacked. If you were just using password and no two-factor authentication at all, you're fucked. SMS two-factor is better, but the best that you can get, aside from like having a physical YubiKey if it supports it, is using an app like Authenticator, where it's a rolling key based on a timer. Because that way, as long as they don't have the what do they call that? The challenge key or whatever, the private key that generates that code.
Oh yeah.
They can't generate those codes. So and that never gets you never transmit that online past when it tells you it. Like when you say I want to enable authentication, it's like here's the code, add it to your authenticator. It double checks. You have to enter the code a couple times to make sure that it is generating the proper codes. And then past that point, it never transmits that code ever again. So unless somebody has a copy of that code where they can add it to their authenticator and they have your password, they can't get it. Hold on here. Did I tweet it out did I tweet it out? Let me see. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. I just want to make sure. Got a little lost in that conversation. Adderall's got me all over the place like a squirrel today. I've got a really slow metabolism. Shit kicks in ultra slow on me.
Yeah, dude.
You know what I've noticed? Was I watching like porn on Facebook or something? Because I've noticed Facebook lately, when I log in and it shows me reels, they're all reels of like girls in bathing suits and girls with like see-through top. Is that just the thing happening right now?
Yeah.
Like
I on my Instagram, it's that way. Like I don't even follow that kind of stuff. It used to be D&D memes and PCs and shit like that. And now it's like, it's just.
This is wild.
It's trash.
Oh,
it's like Twitter. It's like Twitter.
Yeah, actually Twitter's getting pretty bad too. As a matter of fact, Twitter, I've had to report so much CSAM material on Twitter.
Ugh.
It's not even fucking funny, and it takes them forever to act on it, which is just blowing my mind. Like that should be priority 0. Like if there is something depicting underage sexual anything, they should be like gone. Like they should have a human just camped on that shit. They don't. And the sad thing is I know for a fact that they are 100% aware of it happening on the platform. And the best that they're doing is just trying to omit it from search. If you use third-party search engines, it'll still crawl that shit and find it. And then you go there and you're like, how the fuck is this? But if you try to search for it in search, it won't show up. Like the search will, but that tells me that they know it's there and they're purposefully trying to hide it, but still allowing the people to have it so that they can share it externally through some mechanism, just so they can have the traffic. And I'm like, that's fucked up, man. That is so fucked up. And they're not the only ones that do that either. There's other sites that do that too, where they're like, hey, instead of solving the problem, we're just going to make it look like it's not there. Like YouTube does this too, by the way. Yeah. So if you go to YouTube and you open up like not an incognito, because I don't think, can you log in under an incognito? I don't think you can. Maybe you can.
Yeah,
but,
you can. It just won't save like your cookies or session tokens.
Yeah, so don't ever do this on your primary account. But if you go to YouTube and you type into search, what is it, like lingerie try on, or you want to get weird, like breastfeeding, it will literally find a gajillion videos of people that are clearly making content for sexual fetishes. Like, it is 100%. There is no other way to interpret it. The vast majority of this shit, and it's all monetized. It's got millions of views. It normally won't show up in a search when you're searching for regular stuff. It rarely ever, if it won't show up because it's like 18 plus. But then it starts showing up. Once you type that in, every other thing you search for, that shit will just start showing up in there. It'll be a part of like every search, and you'll start realizing that like a quarter of YouTube's entire storage is just like sexual fetish material. So it's very weird because it's like YouTube is aware that this content is there. They just hide it so the general population doesn't see it, but still allow it to exist and be searchable if you type in the right things. And I'm like, that's fucking weird, man. That is like weird to me that it does that. Like, cleaning videos. Oh my God. So this is the thing. This is the thing on YouTube now. If you do a search, again, don't do this from your primary account, because once you search for it, it will always, and tell you, even if you clear your search history and clear it, will still just randomly start showing up videos in your clips, and you're like scrolling through, and they'll probably be like, what the fuck? How's that in there? I searched for cars. But it's like, what is it? Like kitchen cleaning tutorial or what here? I got to know what the term is, because this is fucked up. Let's see here. I've got a burner account that I use for this stuff. Let's see here. Let me switch. Actually, I can't switch to it right now. Damn it, because y'all just do incognito. Let's see, incognito, new and private. It's like, is it like kitchen? Was it kitchen cleaning tutorial? Is it kitchen cleaning tutorial? Let me see if that's it. No. Let me try. Hold on here. Is that it? Oh, found it. Okay. So don't do this from your main account unless you want to see this shit until the end of time on your main account. You will never fucking purge it from the algorithm if you do. It's transparent cleaning. Those two words together. Transparent cleaning. If you search for those two words, like literally every single video that's returned in the search is porn. It's softcore porn, but it is porn. And I'm like, oh shit, Gamers Unite already got it. I just looked over in chat. He said there's also transparent cleaning. Literally, he knows the exact same thing. So, and no matter who you report it to, some of these videos are literally just a lady sitting on her couch with her legs open, fluffing the pillows. And it's called a cleaning tutorial. And at the beginning of the video, they all have their disclaimer. It's like, oh, this isn't for sexual gratification. This is blah, blah. This is a cleaning tutorial, whatever. If you report it, if you right click and report on the video, no matter what you pick, no matter what you type in, that video will never get removed. Jeez. Never. But here's the weird thing. If you create a video that makes it into the regular search, like if you make a video that has the search terms and titles where it shows up in like just normal search, then they will jump on your shit and ban you instantly. Weird. So it's not about the content of the video. It's about what terms they have hidden, like they've specifically hidden off in this other world, so that they can still have all that traffic and all that money and all that revenue from the people coming there to get one off, while keeping it out of the general public's eye. So that's their idea of solving the problem, right? Their idea of solving the problem is just hide it so that only the pervs can find it. And by the way, I mean, full disclosure, I mean, who doesn't like looking at naked ladies, right? Seriously. So I think that there's nothing wrong with that as long as you don't make like a huge addiction out of it. It's like fucking up your life or whatever. I think it's all healthy. Like sexuality is healthy. People need to like explore that shit. But I'm talking from the point of the TOS. Oh, look at Doggo. The terms of service on YouTube clearly say that all of that stuff is banned. Like they say literally in their terms of service, like there is an entire section for revealing clothing. Like you can't have clothing that is translucent or shows anything, like even depicts the vision.
If you're not wearing any, then it can't.
Right?
I'm not wearing translucent clothing or anything.
Dude, it's so weird that they turn such a blind eye to it. And everybody knows the hack because it's like every single OF model or whatever is on there creating a channel that's got those tags in it.
It's the same as like there's like these Google Docs that float around that have links in them to YouTube, where it's like full movies. You can watch pretty much any movie you want. There's like huge Google Sheet stuff out there. You can search up any fucking movie you want and you click on it and it takes you to YouTube and it's the whole fucking movie. And the accounts are all these weird random numbers and all, or just crazy fucking.
Some of these movies are like 6 years old with like 13 million views too.
Oh, yeah.
Like more people have watched that movie on YouTube for free than anywhere.
Good quality too. Like it's not like this cheeseball handycam stuff. It's actually like.
I actually know the term too.
I've stumbled across it every once in a while.
Yeah,
I never think to remember.
If you ever see one in search and you click on it, go to the channel and it's always more than one. It's always like a library of videos. But what they do is, that's how they do it. I forgot. This is how they do it. So they don't put the name of the movie in the title.
Right.
The title is like space aliens, attacking guys in fancy suits. And it's like Men in Black.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they do that and then they change all the keys. But the thing is if you go look off-site, if you search for that URL, you go to Bing and type it in or Google and type it in, it'll actually come up with forum posts on like Reddit and shit where they link to the movie by name. So the majority of people that are finding it aren't necessarily finding it through the algorithm. They're finding it from these sites where the person uploaded it and then advertised it in a forum somewhere. And there's a lot of people that use YouTube as just a general media dumping site. I've come across channels before, and I don't know why they don't just make them private. Like you could just make it private, right? You're logging in under your own account anyways. Maybe they're just lazy and want to be able to access it everywhere, but they do it unlisted. And so they'll have an unlisted library of media, and then they'll publish one video that's like public for, whatever reason they're playing a game. You click on that public video, and then you can find a playlist sometimes because they create a playlist and then they forget to make the playlist private. You can put unlisted videos. This is the one thing that YouTube needs to fix. You can put unlisted videos in a playlist, and then they become listed because they're in the playlist. Like you now have the link to it through the playlist. So a lot of these people that use YouTube as a media library, they'll upload a bunch of shit unlisted and then they'll upload their regular YouTube content. But inevitably they'll create a playlist and they're lazy and they'll just add everything to it. And if you find that playlist, you can go find every single unlisted video on their channel. And the reason I know this is because somebody did it to me. All my Patreon videos, somebody created a playlist for themselves. I found out it wasn't nefarious. They apologized when I found them and I approached them. Actually, they disclosed that they were the ones that did it when I talked about it during a live stream. They created a playlist of all my jitters because they wanted to have a one-stop, just go there and have all my jitters from Patreon and not see all my other public videos. They just wanted those private videos. So they put them in their own personal playlist. And the name even was like a personal playlist. It wasn't something that you would do publicly. It was like, all my favorite Barnacules, jitters from Patreon or whatever. Problem was he put my name in there and Patreon, so it showed up in a search and people started finding it and notifying me about it. They're like, dude, did you know there's a playlist on there that has all your unlisted content? And I was like, oh, shit. So then luckily the guy, he said who he was during a stream. I verified it because it was his email on his YouTube About page. And he removed the playlist. And I was appreciative of that. But I was like, that's crazy because if it's unlisted, if I have unlisted content, how is somebody else able to add that to a list and make it public to everyone else? I guess the flip side is they could just share the URL. So like, why does it matter? But still, if they put it in a playlist and that playlist is public, people can just find it willy-nilly randomly searching. Like they don't have to give them anything. So I think that's something that really needs to be fixed if it hasn't been already. Kyle said I was talking about the transparent cleaning in Discord, I think less than a week ago. Oh yeah, I was talking about. He said, still wondering why you were searching for a term like that.
Huh.
I don't know. Like, shit, I slipped on the keyboard. No, the truth is, and I watch porn. Full disclosure, I watch porn. Like fucking, my wife knows I watch porn. Like porn, like I said, sexuality is important. But the reason that I find stuff like that is because people literally send it to me. When you're a content creator, anytime somebody finds something crazy, they send it to you. Like everything, and I mean fucking everything. Like a lot of it's stuff I have to report too. Like people will say, "Can you report this?" Because I have more clout than they do, and I usually have a better odds of getting something removed from a platform than they do individually. So if they find something that they can't get removed on their own, they send it to me. So I get to be the dumping ground for all the shit that has to be reported. But a lot of this stuff that I find on YouTube came from way back. This isn't stuff that's recent. This actually is from a long time ago. And this was, do you guys remember when YouTube was in trouble for all the CSAM material that was on it? Like if you typed in certain search terms, you could just get thousands and thousands of videos of like kids like doing all kinds of shit that does not belong on YouTube. And YouTube wasn't taking care of it. They weren't deleting it. And then the scandal showed that YouTube knew about that material the entire time and made links to hide it behind very specific search terms so that it wouldn't show up in general search. And so I was one of the people with a bunch of other content creators that started railing against YouTube both publicly and privately to petition that they remove that shit. And it became very public. There was thousands of videos on it. It went hyper viral. YouTube finally did do something about it. Not enough, but they did do something about it. And now it's they're a lot faster acting on that content now.
Good.
However, everything else they have let just go the exact same direction. So, but at least those are adults, right? So and they're doing it of their own accord. It's their own consensual posting or whatever. So I don't have a problem with the content. I have a problem with where they're putting it and how they're gaming the system and how YouTube is specifically profiting from them gaming the system and allowing them to. It's not fair for them to delete somebody else's video where they're naked in a video if they're going to allow another person to have their video there just because they lied in their title, right? That's not fair. So that's my problem that I have with that. But yeah, the people that send me the search terms that bring up crazy shit like the transparent cleaning or the breastfeeding thing, which it's like I thought breastfeeding would just bring up like tutorials of just like, oh, here, we're going to show on a diagram or we're going to show. No, it's like there's literally a million videos of somebody, or what is it, like breast pumps or something, like breast pumps. And it's like, it's a model who has never had a kid. You can tell she's never been pregnant, never had a kid. And she pretends to use a breast pump or whatever. Just, I guess, because that like is how they loophole the system. I don't know if it's like, if you use a breast pump, then that's considered educational. So you bypass YouTube's TOS, but it still violates YouTube's TOS if you read through it. But then they do that. And then what they do is they just do a jump cut. It's like, it has nothing in the bottle and then the bottle's full. And that's the end of the video. And every single one of them is a cookie cutter of the same thing, just with a different person. Some of these people have channels where they just do the same thing and different lighting, different place, and different clothing like 1,000 times. They'll have like 1,000 videos on their channel. And these are videos that have millions of views. So they're obviously making big buku money off of this. And it's so much, in fact, that if there is any legitimate videos, like somebody who's actually like a doctor showing like a first time mom how to breast pump or whatever, good fucking luck finding that video, right? Because you're so flooded by the other content, you can't find the shit that you're looking for. But again, they hide it behind, like, you have to be very specific with your search, like, and that's how you know that they're hiding it on purpose, because a lot of video content will hit even if you get terms that are close to it, right? These are specific terms. You have to type exactly these 2 words or these 3 words to get those search results to be taken to that side. And that's YouTube nodding to you and saying, ooh, we know exactly what you mean. Now let's take you over to that side of the internet. And I just think it's bullshit that they're banning people who are following the rules and like being legitimate and being truthful in their descriptions and their tags. Yet they let these people, and it's not like they're popping up and YouTube's deleting them and then they're coming right back. It's, no. These are channels that some of them are 10 or 11 years old. Some of them have like 5 to 10 billion views, like each video of millions and millions of views. And they're creating like videos for like the last like 11 years. And I'm like, holy shit. But again, it only shows up if you use those specific search terms. But you know people are using them because how else do they have 11 million fucking views on a video?
Right?
It's impossible. So yeah, but if you guys want to know how I come across that shit, that's how. You guys send it to me. It's your fault. I didn't send this out on Facebook. I forgot to hit post here. Next, post. Everybody's going to know Tech Talk's running like an hour before we end. It was cool last week, though, that you stayed a little bit later so we could do the topics. That was awesome. I appreciate it since we got started late. I guess before you kind of couldn't do that, though, in your previous situation, could you? Because you had like a hard cutoff time, didn't you? Like a 2 p.m.?
What?
Dude, you were zoning so hard.
Yeah.
I can see it in your eyes. You're like, wait, is he talking to me?
Yeah.
He's like, you just talk. I'm taking a nap.
Two's good, yeah. I mean, I can go a little longer.
Yeah, no. I was saying, like, before, though, like, in your previous place, you had a pretty much hard cutoff at 2, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because I noticed last week you were like, yeah, I can stay a little bit longer, but that rarely happened before. That was like a real rarity because I think you had like an understanding of a hard cutoff. Yeah. So it was like family time versus.
I do like to keep the pattern though, but
no, it's good. It's good, but I mean, And honestly, it's like today starting late. It was inevitable just because we both woke up in such a sorry ass state.
Yeah.
Plus, we're having fun talking about the things that we want to talk about, which I enjoy too in the beginning. No, I'm going to. Every time I live stream after only getting a couple hours of sleep, I usually go and sleep for a couple hours to try to complete it out if I can. Sometimes it's easier than others. I still feel like I'm missing a spot that I haven't sent the stream out to yet. Discord. Discord. I didn't send it out to Discord, but I'm sure everybody in general has probably already said that I'm streaming. Let's see. Hey, did you know Barnacules Nerdgasm is live? That was the DeWolf's Den.
What?
Wait, only one person said that today? Oh my gosh, man. You guys are slipping. I'll plan on watching your Tech Talk live stream if I have time today. I really want to watch your stream since I love Tech Talk and I want to chill down with you and AuxxZillary on live stream. He said, if I do watch your Tech Talk stream, I'll play Overwatch, also Valorant and Counter-Strike since I can multitask. I could never do that. Are you a multitasker or are you a person that has to be like one task at a time?
I should focus on one task at a time, but I tend to get distracted. So
I can't do it. I have to do everything one at a time and in a specific order. If I can't do it in a specific, and that's one of the problems where OCD really fucks me over and it's gotten worse. And it's like, if I come up here and Nerd Cave's just trashed, you're like, how can somebody with OCD have such a trashed environment? It's because I mentally block it out. Because if I can't do things, if I can't do job A, B, and C, if I can't like move these things to this place, clear this area, then vacuum in that order, and something blocks me, I get stuck. And then the only way I can deal with it is just I mentally block it out. And I'm like, I just don't even look at my surroundings. I don't acknowledge them. And that's literally how hoarding starts. That's like if you've ever seen any hoarder where they're literally climbing over giant boxes of papers and shit in their house, and they're like, they don't see it. They're completely no, I just collect a little bit of things. No, it's not a big deal. It's because they literally don't see it. They 100% don't see it the way that you do. They have conditioned themselves over time to be blind to just how bad it's gotten because they can't mentally handle it. And I'm in that situation on a very small scale right now, but it could snowball if I'm not careful. And that's where you just block out your environment and you start just accumulating shit and it packs up and it never gets organized. You basically exceed your space. And then what do? You have no place to put anything and you have no energy. Like my health, I can't move very much, and I can't carry a bunch anymore like I used to be able to. So I have to do everything in like small little bouts. So it's like, things can get really fucked up over the course of months, but then it takes those same amount of time, months to put it back, if not more, because of my health. So it's like, once it gets too far away from you, you start ignoring it. That's why I miss my therapist. My therapist is really good at helping me deal with shit like that. Like I talked to him and tell him my environment was bugging me. And they're like, all right, what are you doing to, help your environment? I'm like, I guess I'm just ignoring it. And they're like, well, does that make you feel good to ignore it? I'm like, obviously not. I'm talking to you. It's so funny because therapists, a lot of what they say is a good therapist doesn't have to say very much. A good therapist basically just pokes you to keep talking until you eventually say the thing. And then they rewind you so that you say that thing over and over and over again so you can realize what you just said. And that's like, you get a good therapist that can do that. It's amazing. Like they will change your life. Oh my God. Seriously? Martin. Those are pounds too, brother.
Yeah. Good stuff.
That's the good shit, man. He said, missed sterling. Right. Pound sterling. Missed out on some streams. So catching up on the support. Oh, we appreciate it, brother. Seriously. He said, this show is the only thing I really enjoy online these days. You know what? I love hearing that. And I'll tell you why I love hearing that, because anybody would love hearing that, right? But the reason I really love hearing that is because I have fallen off statistically. I have fallen off like really, really far from where I was at my peak with the whole YouTube and the streaming and everything. Everything's fallen off. Everything in my life has been collapsing down. And I get in this self-conscious state where I'm like, I can't make people happy anymore. Like I don't have the ability. I'm just barely hanging on. But then people tell me that like my live stream's the only one that they really like, that they enjoy watching. They like us. They like hearing us talk. And it's like, that's where you start to realize that it's like, you don't have to have a big thing. You don't have to do anything crazy. It's like, yeah, if you want the numbers, you have to play that game, but you're always going to have people that just resonate with you. You're always going to have people that are just kind of like, they enjoy, even like I've had people all the time tell me that they don't agree with a lot of what they say, but they enjoy how I talk about it. They enjoy how I approach it. And I'm like, I think that's a good compliment too. Honestly, it's like, okay, we may not agree on stuff. That's fine to an extent. Like I said, it's like there are extents to that. Absolutely. But on most things, it's like disagreements lead to conversations. Conversations lead to learning. Right.
Yeah.
And even bad information can still be good information, because once you realize it's bad information, now you've learned a wrong way, right? So you still learned something. It's just now you can identify the wrong way immediately, and you know why. And so conversation is good. Discussion is good. Debate is good. It's just, there are some exceptions. But aside from that, I love it. I think it's great that there's people that are like, I just like watching you. It's something about the way you talk. I don't know if it's the way we look. I don't know if it's the topics that we tackle or don't tackle, or just our complete and total randomness. But there are people that just genuinely look forward to seeing the stream, and they get bummed out when it doesn't happen. Yeah. And to me, I'm like, that's awesome. To me, it makes me feel bad when we do miss a stream, but it's just, that's awesome, because that's like somebody is looking forward to watching us ramble on the internet. And that feels good. That's something that honestly I need in my life right now. Hey, Gaming Maddie Rock said, I found you because of Jay. I enjoy the tech talk all the time. Like, I don't agree on religion, but most things I do. Oh, and that's fine. Here's the thing. Religion is something that I am deeply passionate about, and I talk about a lot, especially on Twitch, not necessarily here as much. But I don't mind disagreeing on religion. To an extent, there's always boundaries, right? Like, obviously, I'm not going to be like sitting here and agreeing to disagree if somebody's diddling kids in a church or whatever. But if you have a religious belief and it's not hurting other people, and you're not self-harming, you have every right to have that belief, just like I have every right to have mine, and I'm cool with that. The thing that I push back on, though, is when people try to say stop talking about politics. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about Donald Trump. Big difference. I'm not a political streamer. I'm a fuck Donald Trump streamer. There is a big difference. I'm not against people are like, oh, you're libtard, hate Republicans. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Some of my best friends are Republicans and conservatives. The difference is they're actual conservatives, like lifelong conservatives that follow conservative values. Trump does not. Trump has bent that thing. So that's the difference. And I want people to know that when I'm not talking about politics, I'm talking about Trump and Trump related accessories. Okay. I'm not talking about the entire political landscape. Because there's a lot of shit that I can agree to disagree on, and I still think democracy should prevail. If the majority disagrees with me, then the majority wins. Like, that is democracy, right? You win some, you win some, you lose some. You live to learn and live in harmony. You live to learn, because that's the only way society works, right? Is if everybody can somehow get along on some level. But when some shit brick comes along and tries to fuck all that up and separate everybody and drive huge divides and take that democracy away and take that voice away from the people, that's when I get pissed. That's when I am like, okay, I am going to talk about it. But I hate it when people just dismiss it as, oh, you're just political. You're either you're a liberal bucket or you're a Republican. It's like, okay, I'm a liberal, but I also got 8,000 rounds of .223 sitting in my safe and fucking a couple of guns. Like, is that a very liberal thing?
Like, that's the thing. Yeah, well,
somebody breaks into my house, I will shoot and kill you if you're uninvited. So does that make me a liberal? Like, I mean, I've got conservative values, guys. I'm just saying, not that it's a split. I used to be a centrist. Trump pushed me over to the left a little bit. But when I'm talking about this shit, I'm talking about Trump. I'm not talking about the politics. I'm not talking about the parties. I'm talking about Trump. Donald J. Trump. Just want to make that clear. EA said, I look forward to Tech Talk every Saturday, and then I got the 3D Musketeers podcast on Sunday. Oh, yeah, I haven't watched 3D Musketeers in a while. I do follow him, though. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm still following. Good, I am. Yeah, I'm still subscribed. Yeah, I was just on, what stream was I on with them? A charity stream recently. I popped in. I can't remember if it was, I think it was after a Tech Talk. Actually, I think it was after a Tech Talk. I popped off, and then they talked me into joining a charity stream, and it was a bunch of 3D people. They were raising money for the Trevor Foundation, if I'm correct. So, like, LGBTQ+, because I don't know if you guys heard, but, like, dipshit, again, Trump, not the parties, Trump shut down the suicide hotline for LGBTQ youth. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, seriously. Like, how, in big letters, how do you say you just want to you want a bunch of people to kill themselves? Like, you fucking asshole. But anyway, so they're raising money to, like, create an alternative now. And so I helped with the, raising money. It was so cool. I did the truffle shuffle. I raised $100 doing the truffle shuffle on that stream. I forgot about that. Yeah, I literally just in chat, I joined the stream, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to raise money for you guys. I hardly have any followers anymore. And I was like, I'll tell you what, I'll get anybody gives $100 to the charity, I will do a truffle shuffle. And then, like, no shit, within like 5 minutes, somebody tipped $100. And I was like, all right, I'm going to do it. And then we found out that, like, one of the people in the stream didn't know what a truffle shuffle was and never watched the Goonies. How do you never watch the Goonies? My God.
Some people miss stuff.
SNX Girl said, can't they still use the normal hotline? Yeah, everybody can use the normal hotline, but that's just it. The normal hotline isn't equipped for that specific thing. The normal hotline is the normal hotline, because here's the thing. If you call the LGBTQ youth hotline, you're getting somebody who is in a similar position to you. You're getting a person that understands your situation. Whereas if I, as a general population cis white male, I call the regular suicide hotline, I more than likely get somebody who's more aligned with me. Not guaranteed, not 100%, but across the board. And you also have to remember that now you cannot, because of DNI or DEI DEI. Because the DEIA shit, you can't hire people that are diverse anymore because the government won't fund you any money. The suicide hotline is a government-funded operation, which means now technically you're not allowed to work there if you're gay, because that would make you a DEI hire by default. Doesn't matter what your skill set is. By default, you will be seen as a DEI. Same thing with my son. Why do you think I fight so hard for this shit? My son's on the autism spectrum. I don't want my son to not be able to be hired by any business that does any government work, because the government does a background check and makes sure that you don't have DEI hires. If you have DEI hires, you get funding pulled. There's an executive order for it. So this is why I fight, guys. Okay, I just want to be that clear. I have a purpose. I'm not just bitching to bitch. Like I've got a purpose here. Wait, what did Emil say? Hey, I just joined. What are we talking about? Anything and everything, Emil.
Everything. That's right.
Everything. Hey, we got the same last name, by the way. Although I don't know if he's just using that because that's my last name.
Cousin.
But yeah, it's I've always made my name public. Like, honestly, the more you try to hide shit, the more people just dox you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, I used to get doxed all the time, and then the second I started using my real name publicly and just like not giving a shit, it's like I don't care if you know my address as long as you don't come here or you don't send shit here. If you come here and send shit here, then it becomes a problem. But anybody can find that shit. Like, I don't try to conceal it. I don't pay companies to try to pull my information down from the internet. Game Matter Rock said they removed bisexual from the Stonewall now after they removed trans. Oh, wait, yep. What is this? I haven't heard of this. When did this happen?
I just saw that this morning. I don't know when it happened, but I just saw about that this morning.
Seriously. Let's see here. Serious. Wow. So several months ago, after the National Park Service removed several references to transgender people from its website for the Stonewall National Monument, mentions of bisexuality were next on the chopping block. Journalist Aaron Reed, multiple references to bisexuality have been deleted from the homepage in History and Culture. Because I do remember, didn't Trump sign an executive order saying that there's only two sexes, and that's, well, I guess this would be more like if you're bisexual, that doesn't mean there isn't two sexes. That just means that you like both sexes. But didn't you like say that basically you don't exist and it has to be all that anything referencing it has to be removed from government documents everywhere? Basically. I thought that was crazy. I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? This is like Hitler shit. This is straight up Hitler shit. Although I will say I have been surprised. I've had my ear to the ground on the old socials, and I cannot believe how many like top mega people are now turning on Trump over the Epstein file shit. Out of all the things that he has done, out of all the horrible, fucking unforgivable things he has done, the one thing that finally crossed a line for them was not releasing the Epstein files because he's in them. It's like, oh my God. Oh, and did you see, what was it? Epstein's lawyer came forward and says that he knows all the names in the list, but he just can't say them because he's under court order because of a client privilege or whatever with Epstein. Yeah. But you know what? I was like, wait a second. So he can say that he knows the names. He just can't say the names, right? So by him saying that, he's implying that Trump is on there. Like he knows that Trump's on there. He just can't say his name, because otherwise he would say Trump's not on there. He'd say, because he can't say who's on the list, but he can't say who's not on the list. That doesn't violate attorney-client privilege because they were never on his list. They were never on his radar. He never knew them. So you could say that that's not on there, but you can't say it's on there. So the fact that he didn't come out and say, oh yeah, no, Trump's not on there. And he was very passionate about, he specifically said, I know why Trump doesn't want these released. He said that. And he said, because I know all the names that are on there. I can't say the names, but I know the names are on there. But that's why he doesn't want to release them. So that you're basically saying at that point, yes, he is absolutely in there. And we already know from the flight logs that released 7 years ago, he is in there. Like he did literally fly on Epstein's jet multiple times after he'd actively denied it and said he'd never been on there. Would you remember something like that? Like literally getting on a jet called the Lolita Express and flying with a bunch of girls to an island? Don't you think you'd like remember doing that a couple times? Like, So when he immediately is like, oh yeah, I've never been on a jet, we were never friends, and he's like, oh, they were friends for 15 years. Dude had like a freaking free membership to Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure he doesn't just give that to anybody. So yeah, I was just like, God damn, man, this is shit's getting weird. But of all the hills to die on, I was shocked that that's the one.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that they would just defend him on that. Just like, I mean, honestly, he's been defended against rape allegations from a rape victim. Like, everybody has defended him on all the bad shit he's done. But this is the one where they're like, nope, you promised to release this shit and you're not. We're done. We're fucking done. So, but I'm glad there was a line. I was really sure there was no line. And there's definitely a line, at least for some, not for all, but there is a line for some. Punch said, I wonder if Jerry has some Danish in him. Oh, most likely I do. Most likely, I'm a mutt, dude. I am an absolute
cheese
mutt.
Danish.
That made me sad.
Hey, man, that's one of my favorites. I love fucking cheese Danish.
Dude, I want a Danish right now. Oh, cheese Danishes are delicious, bro. Delicious.
Man.
Martin said, I would say very skeptical of anybody claiming to release those files. I'm certain they are better protected than national secrets for sure. I'm almost positive Elon has a copy, though. I am almost positive Elon has an unredacted copy, because if you remember right, Trump was dumb and allowed Elon to enter every federal building and gave him access to every database, read write, without any oversight. Nobody monitored him. Nobody got to look over his shoulder. Everybody had to evacuate the buildings, and he was allowed to enter and leave whenever he wanted without any frisk or going through any machines. So if you were Elon Musk, or not even Elon Musk, if you're just a businessman that makes a ton of information from like knowing how to manipulate people, would you turn down having that level of data to feed to your AI so that you could have like an internal version that tells you all kinds of interesting shit? And also, let me ask you this, riddle me this, and then I'll get off this topic, but riddle me this. Why would Elon Musk delete all of his tweets when Trump threatens him, delete all of his tweets and like go super low key and say nothing, and then all of a sudden a week later come back and hit him even harder and say even worse shit, and now he's not backing down? The only reason he's not backing down is because he has literally a Trump card. Trump can't do if he's got an unredacted copy of the Epstein files and he's got that shit dead man switch to release to the public, if anything happens to him, that prevents him from being Epstein himself. And now he's free to just say whatever the fuck he wants, because Trump can't really do much. Because if Trump does too much, the shit releases. But obviously he can't release it now because technically it's classified. If he released it now, he'd definitely go to jail, even if it did incriminate Trump. Technically, we have whistleblower protection laws, but Trump has done a lot in the last 7 months to destroy those whistleblower protection laws, so they don't really exist that much anymore. Like the shit that would have protected Snowden today, like I don't even think it exists anymore. Like it existed like, a year ago. It doesn't exist anymore. Which also I think that's kind of fucked up too, like how you can be, and this drug shit always, so like weed was illegal at one time. There's some people serving life sentences for possession of weed, like literally.
Isn't that insane?
And it's like now weed is legal in their specific state, yet they still have to serve a life sentence. Why is that? Like, by making it legal, you're basically admitting that you're wrong, and it shouldn't be illegal, and the fact that it was made illegal in the first place is wrong. So why the fuck are you still serving time? At that point, they should just open up the door and let you out. Like, be like, okay, what you did is no longer considered illegal in the eyes of the law. I mean, there may be some, like, exceptions to that, but I can't think of any right off the top of my head. I'm like, if it's legal now, and other people can do it without going to jail, why are you still spend the rest of your life in jail, and why are we still paying to keep you there? When you could be out and be a productive member of society. So just weird shit. Gamers Unite said, did you see the 11-hour video of Epstein's cell in the background with a minute cut out of it? Yeah. They cut a minute out of it, and and they literally said, when they released it, they said, we want to make sure the public has the raw footage. This is an unmodified file. First thing they did, looked at the metadata on the file. It's a copy. It was a manipulated copy. Like, because all you have to do is click on the metadata, and it would normally say, like, CCTV system, here's the date that it started recording. Like, all that would be in the metadata. The only reason it's not in the metadata is because somebody copied it and pasted it to a new file and modified it, and the metadata got overwritten. And I haven't looked at the metadata myself, but from as I understand it, the metadata shows that it was actually modified. Like the metadata now reflects a video editing suite. I don't know if it was Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, but there's something in the metadata that implies that it was opened in an editing software. So why would you open the original file in an editing software if you're just going to be sending the original file? Like, that makes no sense.
Right.
So I bet you that minute that's cut out is a bunch of guys running up the stairs, rifling in that fucking door, and then the door closes, then they jump that.
It's not even the same shot. Like, there was like earlier screenshots that was supposed to be his cell door, and it's completely different. So I don't know. It's all kinds of mixed up shit in here. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, hey, Gimpy's in here. How did I not fucking notice that? Gimpsters. Gimpy. Actually, I gotta go see. Here, is he in the list? Yep, I knew he'd be there too. Gimpy gave us $5 earlier.
Hey.
How fuck we missed that? Here we go, Gimp. He said you were talking about what you want to call your followers earlier. He said, I want to call my crowd G-spots. What do you think? Gimpy G and his G-spots sounds cool. I love it. Can we get a thumbs up in chat for Gimpy G's G-spots? Like for his followers? I fucking love it. Oh my God. Roger R? Did we? Oh, that was the one. See, let's keep it going. But yeah, I got to give him a shout again for $12. Joe Taji.
Hell yeah. Woo.
He said, this happened to me. Defender kept trying to quarantine Nursoft apps. Yeah, it happened to me too. Joe Taji, thank you for the $5, by the way. Woo! Woo! And of course, Martin for that 100 pounds. Holy shit, just running the group. He's like, I want to be at the top of that chat for the rest of the goddamn stream. So let's see here. Oh, hold on. Get out of there. Click the wrong button. Oh my God, you guys are awesome. You guys are just, I have to say that you're awesome. But yeah, Gimpy G and the G spots. I am 100% for it. Nursoft apps. Yes, I downloaded the Nursoft suite and the same exact thing happened where Edge would not let me download it. And then when I finally said, yes, override, I want to keep it, then Defender started quarantining all the apps saying that they were dangerous. And the reason that it says they're dangerous is because the Nursoft and the Nursoft apps are safe. They've been around forever. They're I don't think they're open source though, are they? Is Nursoft open source or not? I don't think it is.
I know they're like free.
Super well known and free though. Like let's see here, Nursoft. I'll give you guys the link here. I want to make sure it's the proper one though. I don't want to send you guys like search engines. Don't ever click the top advertised results.
Last one, buddy.
Yeah, the advertised results at the top almost always go to a fake copied site that fucking inserts a bunch of malware. And getting that malware off can be very, very difficult. Like if you ever download something from a site and you're not 100% sure that's the right site, you better quarantine that shit before you install it. Because I did this just the other day. I downloaded a tool called JDownloader. Have you ever heard of that utility? It's called like JDownloader. It's a tool that it basically can scan any website and extract all the video streams out of it, even if they try to obfuscate it. Like even if they try to put it in like one of those fancy Flash players or whatever and like embed a website in a website to try to sneak around all the other add-ins. This one seems to get them all. So you can take any website, go to YouTube, open up an entire page of videos, go to Google or go to Bing and open up like the video search and search for videos or pictures. You can just take that URL, drop it into this app JDownloader, and it basically extracts them all. But it's a really old app. Like I don't think it's been updated in like 10 years, yet it still works really good. And it's a JavaScript app. But before you run and download it, please, I should have said this in the beginning. Before you download it, don't install it, don't download it. There are about 1 million sites that look like they're the original JDownloader site that are not. And you download that shit and you install it, and it will install so much malware. It'll install like fucking McAfee antivirus, and it'll install like 3 antivirus softwares. And then if you try to uninstall those antivirus softwares, one of them is such a shit brick that it won't let you uninstall it through add remove programs. You have to actually go in through a bunch of settings in the program and initiate the removal itself, because it basically has a respawn process that resurrects itself. If any one of its other brethren processes die, it starts them back up. So you do not want that on your computer, trust me. So I don't know of a safe place to download JDownloader other than that. So, you know, the one that has all the malware in it. And even if you say no, even if you go through the settings, you say, no, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. It just installs it anyways in the background without giving you any input. So not worth it for that. Do not, unless you have a place where it's just the clean utility without all that bullshit. Plus it begs you for donations and shit. You can tell from the UI, it's like ancient software. But I needed it because none of the other add-ins I have, not even FFmpeg, not even YTDLP, not even, what's this plugin I use called Stream Detector? None of them could find the stream. It was this site that, like, they did some weird fucking wizardry to hide it from everything. And this was the only thing that downloaded it. And I was like, damn, what is this thing doing that those other things aren't? And why can't those other things do it? That's the thing I don't understand. It's like, this video, I have a thing called video download. I have 2 plugins. I have a plugin called, this one's been really good. It's called Stream Detector. And what it does is it detects the stream. Like if you hit play on any video on a website that's not doing this weird obfuscation thing this one website did, when you click play, it will detect the RTMP stream and extract the URL from it directly. Like a little sniff the traffic. And then you can drop out to the command line and run a command to download the video locally, like FFmpeg or YTDLP. And then the other one I have is called Video Downloader Pro. It doesn't detect as many things as the other one does, but it's more convenient. If it does detect the video, you literally just click on a little drop down. You click the quality of the video stream that you want. It just downloads it to a local file. So really good utilities, but yeah, they're getting clever, man. Some of these websites are getting clever with the way that they're writing the JavaScript payload to completely hide it. Like the parser goes through and tries to figure out where the stream is, but it's obfuscated by so many JavaScript steps that it doesn't know how to like build the URL back. And something that the JDownloader does gets around that. And plus JDownloader, it downloads everything. You can download software, zips, RARs. It's handy on sites like where it has like 20 files. Like if you go to like a site where it has like 20 files that are being shared, like in a OneDrive or something like that, you can actually just click on the top level URL, give it to it, and it'll use your cookies that are already logged in and everything. It'll actually extract all of those URLs for all the downloads. You can just select them all and say download all, and it'll manage it and download like 4 at a time and everything. It's like I said, it's a really good app. It's just so many people package it with other garbage and reship it that I can't even find an original copy of it that you don't have to basically extract from all the bullshit to get it to work. That's why I'm saying don't actually use this tool unless you basically put it in a sandbox, install it in the sandbox, and then extract the JDownloader Java package out of it, and then you can use that wherever you want. But yeah, it's fucking it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And then I didn't even think about it. Normally I upload everything to VirusTotal. I don't know why the fuck I didn't for this one. But VirusTotal, I did eventually upload it to, and VirusTotal popped on it hard. Like it was like, dude, this thing has so much goddamn malware in it, basically installing all these different apps. And sure enough, under the community tab, somebody was like, there was something to the effect of like, even if you say no, you don't want those things installed, like during the install process, it just installs them silently anyways. And I was like, dude, that's dirty pool, man. That's dirty pool when it like, you know, you always get those apps that have, you know, like optional malware and you can just uncheck it and say install. This one did not. This one was like, this one had it, but if you unchecked them, it made no difference. It would still install those other apps. Thankfully, none of them were like malicious. Like they were actually just like free antivirus programs. And the signatures did line up. It was actually the real antivirus program. So thank goodness for that. If anybody installed it, they didn't get like their computer rooted or whatever. But still so fucking annoying, dude. Because you have to like reboot your computer, and then you have to go into their thing and tell their app to uninstall it so that it unlocks their little stream resurrector so that it can so the uninstaller can remove it. And I understand why they do that. Like I don't want to get mad at the antivirus software for doing that, because what it's doing is protecting malicious software from removing it. So like if you have an antivirus program, the last thing you want is for the virus payload to take out the antivirus scanner so that it can't scan it in its complete form. Like one thing people used to do in scripts is you base 64 encode the actual script itself, and then you put a wrapper script around it that just decodes and executes. That way, when Defender looks at it, it just goes, oh, it's just executing this base 64 thing, and there doesn't look anything malicious, just a block of text. And so it sneaks through a lot of antivirus softwares. And then what they'll do is in the payload, when it's running, they wipe out the antivirus, because the antivirus is going to be monitoring the processes in memory for when they call APIs with certain arguments to do shenanigans. And so what they do is they snipe that. They try to take out the thing that's watching them. And so a lot of these third-party antivirus softwares, what they do is they wedge themselves in so they can't be killed, or if they are killed through some weird mechanism, another process instantly resurrects it. So they think they took it out, but they didn't. It pops back online and then catches them doing the bad thing. And then it'll pop on it. So, yeah, it's this back and forth war. Hey, what's up, Graham?
Oh, what up?
Hey, bro, can you take over for a second? I gotta go take a pee-pee.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Quick, AMA.
I know, dude. You're like, ugh, I must sleep. No, I can tell Ox is tired today. Shit, I just unplugged my headphones. All right, Ox, come on, home stretch,
right,
man.
talk
About the topics.
That speeds up 3.5. Okay. Really? That's funny. Let's see. Oh, I just want to check this. In the last month, huh? Let's see. What do we got? Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Not wrong.
I'll listen afterwards.
Of course, the stock market is not the economy, as a lot of people like to keep saying.
What are you talking about? It's like Trump said it was the economy, dude.
There was a comment that got timed out that the S&P's up 3.5% in the last month, 7 in the last 6, blah blah blah. But stock market isn't not a representation of the economy though. You want to look at GDP, you want to look at jobs numbers, you want to look at buying power, that kind of stuff. Stock market is astrology for rich people.
Yep. Also, you look at the Dow.
But I digress. I mean, they're all. I was just looking. They're all up a little, basically.
Dow's down 300 points today from the tease of the 35% tariff on Canada. So let's see. Let's see where it's at. If is it still around 43? Because it's been 43,000 or 43,000 for.
It's 44.3.
Okay, so it did go up a little bit finally, but it's way off trend.
In the last month, it's up. Oh, it's going to be all sparkly. It's up 3.5 over the last month.
Yep. Look at the trend over the year, though.
But again, it's like that's all great and all if you have investments. That's great. But
no, but I do have my 401k invested, and I can tell you right now, my number hasn't budged. Like Trump drove it down, it came up. It came up a little, so it looks like it's a big spike. But if you look at the average incline compared to Biden over the last 7 months, he's fucking ruined it. It is not. It is not good.
I wish I could pull up year to date though, because like in the last year, right,
you should be able to. You should be able to just say 1 year, right? Here, let me pull it up. So let's see here. So pulling up. Let's see here. Okay, Dow Jones.
The thing is, like, it's barely recovered from this tremendous dip in what was this, May or just before May?
Yep.
April. Yeah, the horrendous fall.
When did Trump become president? Do you remember?
January.
It was like January 20 something.
20th.
Okay. So
but that's not the. I mean, it goes.
No. But that's why it's important. No, that's why it's important. So on that day, on the Trump, the Dow was at 44,882.
Yeah.
It hasn't even recovered. Trump drove it down so bad that it hasn't even recovered. So he's been in office now for 8 months, and it's stagnant. He has had zero gain. Zero.
That's the thing. Is like if you look at the squigglies.
Yep.
At the year thing, there's a tremendous drop in April.
Let me see if the S&P did the same.
We're only just back to the same as it was in January.
Yep.
Right after January, February.
So he is effectively just broke even. He has just got back. So over 8 months, he is now right back to where Biden had it when he left. Look at that huge dip right there.
See
how it looks like a smile there at the end? So the start of that smile is Biden. See how it went up constantly? Under Biden, it was all on a nice big slope going up in a constant. With Trump, it crashes way down. People lost shitloads of money. I lost thousands of dollars on my 401k.
Then in January, February, it tanks, and we're only just now back to where it was in January.
Like here, I'm going to give Grok 4 a little exercise here. I'm going to say, okay, I want you to tell me.
I don't know. That's more long-term thinking.
What should the Dow be? What?
That's why I don't like people using the stock market as some sort of barometer for how healthy the economy is. How many people are unemployed right now? And the people that are employed, what kind of money are they making? Like, our GDP's down like 3% or something like that. Like, they just put out jobs numbers where like 33,000 jobs in the private sector have been lost. And then they immediately come out with, oh no, there's this other index that shows like we're up 140,000 jobs. But that was them rehiring a bunch of federal and state those were like government jobs, and it's like people who had to be rehired and stuff, or it seemed like it was. I didn't dig into that very much. It's just.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not an investor. I'm not a financial. I'm just somebody that my 401k hinges on the Dow. Okay, yeah. Mine's invested in the Dow, and I can tell you right now that my 401k lost more money than it ever did under Biden, and he crashed it when I had to sell because I have to do forced sell because I'm living off my 401k for the most part. So I lost somewhere to the order of basically a nice car. I lost out of my 401k because of his bullshit, and now it is just recovered. So had I not had to sell that money, or sell to pay it, and I sold it today, I would have got the same that I would have at the end of Biden leaving. But no, he fucking ruined my on-ramp. Anybody living on their 401k who's retired got fucked by him bad. They're all operating at a big loss right now because they're taking distributions from their 401k to live when they're retired. And each one of those distributions coming out at the lower and lower and lower amount. And only just today, and it's still not there. It's still like 300 or 400 points shy of where Biden left it. So Trump came in office and it was just downhill the whole time. And then once it started going back uphill again, it just was super unpredictable. Up, down, up, down, up. If you're a fucking day trader, you either made $1 million or you fucking died. Like it was that crazy. So right now I'm running, if you guys don't know, Grok 4 just dropped recently, which is Grok's version of OpenAI o1, which has agents, reasoning, reinforcement learning, reasoning, and MCP, which they all have in MCP now, like connecting to websites and running code. So right now, I just asked Grok 4, and the cool thing about thinking AI is, by the way, Grok 4 is a big step forward from Grok 3. It's still heavily flawed though. If you're doing coding, stick with Claude. But right now, I asked it to create the trend for me if Biden was still president, following his average trend throughout his presidency, where the Dow would be today versus it not even recovering yet from Trump being in office. And it's doing the calculation, like it's actually not doing like a old school LLM where it just responds with like what it thinks from what everything it's looked at, like the next best word is. What it's doing is reasoning. It's actually going out and studying websites, running APIs against like stock markets, taking all of that data, aggregating together, and using MCP to like process and do the math externally so that it's not like, missing an orange strawberry or 1 + 1 = 5. That shit's gone now out of AIs. Okay, so step-by-step calculations. Total increase under Biden, subtracting the starting value from the ending value. So during Biden's presidency, the Dow went up 13,183 points, going from 31,000 to 44,000. Projected increase since Biden left. So multiply the daily rate by the days elapsed at 9.044 times 175. So right now the Dow would be 1,582 points higher under Biden. Projected Dow value today would have been 45,954.21. And that's not just during the rise at the end of Biden. I'm doing, just to be fair, I'm doing the whole 4 years of Biden. So the average trend, even with the downs, he would be up. If it followed that trend, that over his entire presidency of 4, he'd be up 45,954. So, and that's as of this point. I'm not calculating out the whole 4 years. I'm just using that as the average. That's based on just 8 months. So yeah. So we've basically lost. Let's see here, 1,582.7 points off the Dow, and I haven't done the S&P yet. So 3.6% loss. Basically under Trump. So he came in and he fucked everybody's 401k. 3.6% might not sound like a lot, but it is when you're retired and that's your entire like retirement money. And that is affecting the entire thing. So if you have like $1 million in your 401k or whatever, that's going to be 30 some odd thousand dollars per million that you lost because of Trump, just from the Dow. So yeah, not great. Terrence Howard says 1 × 1 is 2, though. Oh, Terrence Howard, man. Don't even get me started on that fucking guy. Seriously. I don't know what his deal was either. It's like he started out as fucking Iron Man and then he begged for a bunch of money and stopped being Iron Man. And then his life just went downhill from there. Like, bro has like a really crazy, tragic, like fucking falling off the cliff story. Now he just runs around and promotes like weird fractal art, like artistic stuff. And I guess he sells like courses and shit, like all the shit that scammers do, at the end of their career. He's doing it all. Let's see. Hey, while I was gone, did you kick off any? Oh yeah, you were talking about the stock market a little bit. So I guess you were talking about. All. So did you talk about Nvidia?
No. So you were gone for like 10 seconds. You caught everything.
I pee fast, bro. So Nvidia hit $4 trillion cap today in the stock market. $4 trillion. That's like, so just keep in mind, Apple was the richest, like, I shouldn't say richest, but like the highest valued company in the world at $1 trillion, just like what, 4 or 5 years ago? And now you have Nvidia sitting at 4 trillion with a T. That's insane. And it's all because of AI. It's all AI. Like, this would not have happened at all if it wasn't AI. And this is exactly why Nvidia is so leaned into AI above everything else. Like they talk about gaming less than they ever have. The gaming cards are not the priority anymore. Everything is AI. Even when they do their talks, everything is about their all the advancements they've made in AI. Right? It's fucking wild. AI is just taking over everything. But think about that. What were they before AI? Like, here, I kind of want to look them up. I want to see what they were worth, like, before this AI craze hit in 2019. because I feel like this just like pulled their company out of, you know, the monotony and just threw it up into, you know, space. Let's see here. Nvidia stock price. So today Nvidia stock price is $164. I don't know how many times it's split over the years, but oh my god. Bro, okay, let me look for 2019. Hold on here. 2023, 20, I bet okay, 2022. Okay, so their kickoff point where they finally broke trend. They were basically sitting flat. They were sitting flat for years and years and years, all the way from 20. If I go back to 2020, actually let me go back to max. Okay, so from 1999 to 2015, they were pretty much stagnant at about $1.50 a share. So $1.50. And then they start going up very gently, you know, get up to $5, $7. And then 2019, they drop way down again before 2019. So actually, Nvidia was on the outs before GPT-2 launched. So Nvidia was already like on their way down. Then in 2019, you follow the trend up. And it's like 2019 goes up to $13, goes up to $25, goes up to $49. And then it does this huge arc in 2023.
Yep.
At that 22, where it just climbs like a motherfucker. It goes literally from 20 up to 139, then up to 164. So to give you an idea, if you bought Nvidia stock, so let's just do a little quick napkin math here. So let's say in 2015 when I left Microsoft, I went and bought some stock at 71 cents a share. So 71 cents a share. Let's say I buy, you know, 1,000 shares for like $800. Let's not even do a lot, right? Okay. So now the stock price is $164. So let's just, to make it simple, times 164. My $800 would be worth $116,440 today. That's nuts. And you honestly, you could have bought stock because it dipped down again. So $13.50, still way more expensive, but you could have bought stock in 2022 and it would have like 8x'd today. Like that's just, and they're still climbing. They're listed as a strong buy. They're somehow wait, why is AMD ahead of them in the PE ratio? Hold on. So per share values, why is AMD so high? Is AMD doing something I don't know about?
I mean, they're crushing it on the CPU side.
I know Jay and I slept on AMD and we kicked ourselves in teeth. We literally had a tech talk years ago where we talked about let's go buy 100 shares for fun, and we didn't.
Oh my god!
So mad! I'm so mad.
Early days working for Puget.
Mm-hmm.
This was just before it was Ryzen 3, I think. It was like our second gen Ryzen was about to come out, and they were testing the CPUs, you know, like Puget does, and like it was like shocking, like, oh my god, the AMD's like they've really got something here. Their new Ryzen stuff was going to be just bonkers, and everybody, it was like bubbling. Everybody was talking about like, oh my gosh, these CPUs are going to be so good. Oh my gosh, this is. I think it was with the 3000s. The 3000 series was just about to come out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And at this point, AMD was at like $250, something like that.
When Jay and I were talking about it, it was less than $1.
Yeah, cheap.
Yep.
And I'm like, bro, if I had just had any discretionary fucking spending that I could have done at this point, and honestly, looking back, I could have, because I was being stupid. I was buying lunch and stuff.
Yep.
You know, ordering out on lunch and stuff all the time. I could have took $100 and just sat on it. And holy cow, man, today it'd be like $100,000 or more. Insane. And even still, like, don't get me wrong, like, may have missed the boat early on, but like AMD still got a long way to go. Like they are killing it.
Yeah.
And I do think at some point the community, the enthusiast community, is going to get tired of Nvidia ignoring the gaming side of things and their stupid ass pricing on stuff. And AMD is going to have another huge boost, probably here in a couple years, on the gaming side, where it's going to be great. I'm excited.
Honestly, I don't think, and I'm not an investor. I don't want to think that I'm like a strategy guy here, because I fuck up. I've lost more money than I've made over my life a lot. Well, I can't say that. I'm way positive, but like always sold at the worst time, like right before the booms, every time. Sold my Microsoft before it popped off, sold all my Bitcoin before it popped off. Forced to sell a big chunk of my 401k to live when Trump literally knocked it down. I lost, I think it was like $12,000 or $13,000 I had to eat out of a $20,000 distribution. So yeah, it fucking sucked. Like it couldn't have been worse. But hey, I'm still alive today, so I'm not gonna be too mad. Nvidia and AMD both look like they are gonna just keep popping the fuck off. Like and actually AMD is just now on an upstride again. Like they were on a little downstride, and now they're on a nice little upstride there. And the thing is, I think you're right. I think Nvidia is gonna get too big for their britches. I think Nvidia is gonna piss off. They already are pissing off a lot of people. The only reason that Nvidia dominates AI right now is for one simple reason, and that's CUDA.
Yep.
The second that AMD releases, and they, to be fair, AMD does support OpenCL, which is like basically the same thing CUDA does, just like an open source version of it. As soon as more AI people invest in OpenCL for cross-platform, because OpenCL will work on NVIDIA cards, you just lose some efficiency. So, but if more people create programs like LM Studio, for instance, which can now use AMD graphics cards, almost as good as NVIDIA, I think we're going to hit a turning point where it's like AMD not only becomes the cheaper option, they're going to be able to mass produce just like NVIDIA, right? They can do the volume. They're a big company. And as soon as AMD people start biting on the AI train, they will just start pumping out shit and selling it, and that stock will just go to the fucking moon. I don't see it not happening. And Intel is like dying. Like Intel is like they're on their downstroke. Their stock rating is hold, don't buy, don't sell, just sit on it. Their stock has been completely like fucking stagnant for God, what's it go? Dude, it's been dropping consistently for 5 years.
I was kind of bummed that Gislinger, what is it? Pat Gislinger left, and they I don't know.
I don't know about Intel's executives.
But I was kind of bummed because like I'm a big fan of like, especially tech companies should have engineers, product people in charge. Don't put sales, marketing, or accounting in charge. Like that's when shit goes wrong. Pepsi did it and they fucked it up. Apple did it and they fucked them up in the 80s. Like when you don't put product people in charge, then the bean counters screw everything up. They cut corners. They don't focus on the right things. They don't listen to customers, and everything turns to shit. Like, I mean,
yep.
And Pat was an engineer. I thought that he was doing a good job of refocusing NVIDIA on the right products and stuff. It felt like they were going to bring back their HEDT stuff instead of just lumping it all into Xeon. It really felt like they were going to come back out with like a X399 or some sort of replacement for that. To compete with the like regular Threadripper, not the Threadripper Pro stuff. Well, I mean that's still kind of HEDT as well. But and then I don't know who this next guy is. But man, every time a tech company puts a sales, marketing, or financial person at the top, the product turns to shit. And
the product turns to shit, but then the company makes a gajillion dollars. Because just look at the results, right?
In the short term, but the thing is it's only for like a year or so, and then because then people stop buying their products because the product is shit.
I guess Microsoft is a little bit of an exception because everybody's just used to their operating system, and there's not really an alternative that you just instantly come up to speed on, so people just kind of camp on them.
Microsoft's a little different because they're like 4 or 5 companies all in one.
That is true.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you got to look at
$503. What?
For what?
Microsoft.
Oh, stock price?
Yeah, what the fuck? I thought it was like 300 and something. What? I sold my stock. Oh my fucking God, this hurts. Oh my God. I sold my stock. Here, let me go. 2015 was when I sold it. So 2015. End of 2014 was when I left, and I sold it immediately. Okay, I got $40 a share. I sold all my stock when I left Microsoft for $40 a share. I think my net proceeds from was like $136,000 or something like that. So fast forward to today, $503 a share. That fucking hurts. That'd be the $2 million territory. So I basically left $1.9 million on the table. Well, I couldn't hold it because obviously I needed the money to survive, so I can't be mad. And I did come out on top. Like I bought the stock for like 15. And I doubled my money. But still, my God, that hurts to see it go up on such a sharp trajectory. And dude, it's going to the moon again right now. So this has got to be AI. This has got to be Microsoft's investment in AI, their leverage over OpenAI.
Data center side of things.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Because dude, they're just like, and let me guess. Let's see, 2019. Yep, exactly. 2019. What happened in 2019? GPT-4 dropped, right? Microsoft in 2019 was $133 a share. And then it just starts going to the fucking moon, up to 300. It has a crash where, you know, Trump managed, or not Trump, sorry, this would be under Biden. It went from 330 down to 255, which is a pretty damn big loss. But then it immediately recovered and then just went to the fucking moon. So, gosh dang, man, $500. This is crazy seeing these numbers because it's like unheard of shit. Apple's what? Apple's only $211? Did they go way down?
I think they recently split.
Oh, that would explain it. Okay, yeah, because I thought Apple was like way up.
A couple years back, they were almost like 1,000, like up there with like Amazon.
That's right. That's what I thought. I thought they were like, so yeah, it's good for them to split a stock to make it more accessible to investors. I sadly was never, like, when Microsoft had their stock splits, let's see, did I have no, I would have had a stock split. So there was a stock split while I was there that doubled my stock, basically. Because that's what they do when they split it, right? If you have the stock, they just give you double the distributions. They half the price. And I do remember having like one or two splits. But the biggest split, like I thought at Microsoft, like the biggest moneymaker was right when I got hired at Microsoft. It was right after a huge rally where Microsoft had gone up a ton.
Yeah, right.
And I remember my boss, the stocks, they split the stock and it was half the price and they gave him half the distribution. My boss like sold all of his stock and it was like $2 million or something like that. And I think he's still living on that money today. But I was like, holy shit. And I missed it. Like I missed it. I didn't have any stock at that point anyways, cause I was a new hire. But then it seems like the stock just was like, just stagnated the whole time I was there. Like literally you go back and look like when I was hired, it's like, it was going up, 1999, going up, 2000. Now I start working there. Goes down, and then stays flat until 2014. I get laid off and it goes to the goddamn moon. So I guess I was holding the company back, guys. That's what I've learned from this. I was holding Microsoft back. Oh my God. Yeah, just go buy shitloads of AMD and Nvidia. I don't know how the fuck you could lose, honestly. Like this is, I mean, I can't risk it obviously because of my situation, but honestly, part of me just wants to take my entire 401k and just roll the fucking dice. I'm not going to. I can't. I have a family. But God, just the way it's going up right now, looking at like Nvidia, AMD, and Microsoft, like honestly, if you have those three in your portfolio, you're doing good. Like, and honestly, I don't know how, unless some catastrophic fucking thing happens where AI gets hacked and they fuck up the training and they find some vulnerability in the technology that can never be fixed. Barring those things happening, like literally like architecture level critical events that force these companies to completely revert back to like where they were, I don't see this going down. I see this just accelerating more and going up. And the sad thing is I talk all the time on my Twitch stream about the middle class is going to go away under Trump. Like Trump wants to kill the middle class, right? He wants everybody to either be a grunt digging a ditch that a robot can't do for cheaper or being an investor. Those are the two mediums. AI and robotics will take care of the middle. And you got to figure out how to be on the upside of that because I know I'm not going to be. I've already that ship sailed. So I just got to survive as long as I can and then go out with a bang. But fuck, this is like if you have a lot of money and you're set up for retirement and everything and you're properly invested with these stocks in your portfolio, unless barring some crazy critical event, you're probably going to be fine. Like this is fucking wild. Please don't let that stop you though for fighting for the rest of the people. Okay. We need some allies down here,
right.
Down in the trenches. We need some people that actually like care about like the human condition and, you know, don't place capitalism above, you know, the lives of millions of people. DeWolf's Den, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said black unemployment is lower than it's been in a long time. Thanks, Turnip. And thank you guys for doing an awesome stream. Love seeing you guys.
Okay.
Wait, black unemployment is lower. Thanks, Turnip. Wait, wouldn't you want black unemployment to be lower? I don't know how it could be though. How could it be with the whole DEI thing going on? I don't know. Or maybe he meant the other way around because he called him Turnip. I don't think he would have called him Turnip if he was actually like grateful for what he was doing. I don't know. Let's see here. Rate. Let me look up the rate here. So I think it may have been backwards because I am curious about that because it should be up. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it definitely is it's at 6% right now. Wow, it's the highest out of everybody. Puerto Rican, Mexican, Hispanic, Cuban. The U.S. average is 4%. Yeah, and black and African Americans 6% right now because of the DEI shit. That's crazy. Okay, so let's see here. 6% of the black African American population in the United States were unemployed, the highest unemployment rate of any ethnicity in 2024. The national unemployment rate stood at 4%. Oh, sorry, that was like news from before. It's actually gone up since then to 6. Damn. So wait, is that 6% of like all? Like even 4% seems high. Like, so that means what? 4 out of 100? 4 out of 100 people are unemployed that are white, and 6 out of 100 that are black. That's how I'm reading it, percentage based. Here, let me see if I can get yeah, we got a little bit of a late start today here, network guy. So yeah, this ain't great. Let's see, additional information. It's gonna get worse too, because I mean, a lot of people have been getting laid off. Like I just had two people I know got laid off from Microsoft just like 3 weeks ago, and one of them was there longer than I was. Like the only reason he survived the riff in 2015 was because he was on the build team, and I was on ESC. ESC got wiped out. They still needed the build team, so they kept them around. The build team are the guys that actually build the operating system and burn it onto the media for the labs to test. Ryan said, "Listen to this stream, is so soothing." Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. James Janus said, seems kind of misleading and kind of scammy. This feature on Amazon is like people click it thinking it will work with the product when it doesn't. Oh, were you talking about on Amazon where they, hold on, I think you might have another thing here. Let me look for it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, what is your take on the Amazon frequently or recommending buy things kind of misleading, like looking to get this plus micro USB product uses USB-C, what the fuck? So are you talking about like the compatibility list where you do search by compatibility and it shows you a bunch of products that aren't compatible because the people just put it on there to try to get you to buy it? Yeah, Amazon's biggest downside is they don't police their shit. The one nice thing though is they never reject a return. Like you can return anything for any reason. You just say, I don't like the color of it, I didn't like the way it smelled. They'll take it back for any reason and give you a full refund. But yeah, I have noticed that before where the biggest problem I have is buying clothing. When I buy clothing on Amazon, like normally it's like one brand will be like a 3XL, will be like a 4XL, and the other one will be like a 5XL, will be like a 3XL. Like they're all different, and they have an adjustment factor on there where it's like, oh, based on the information in your buying history, this is what'll fit you. But they base your buying history on the shit that you returned because it didn't fit. So now because you bought a bunch of shit that didn't fit, now it's recommending to you that you keep buying shit that doesn't fit because you bought that shit before, even though you returned it. So their algorithms are kind of fucked up. I agree with that. Irene said, I heard they are planning on laying off another 4,000 in the near future. I heard the same thing. I didn't hear the 4,000 number, but I know that there was another massive riff planned. So, and it is an AI driven riff, sadly. So at Microsoft, and Microsoft's current investments, I heard that Microsoft diversified and they're not just doing OpenAI anymore. They still own a huge stake in OpenAI because they basically give them all their server resources and it's completely hosted out of Azure. And I've heard there's been some friction between Microsoft and OpenAI here and there, but I know Microsoft decided to diversify, and now they're using, is it Mistral? Mistral or Mixtral, or like one of the big public LLMs Microsoft is also investing in. So like if you use Copilot, it's kind of a mix. I don't know what the other one was. Let me see here. Maybe Grok can look it up. Hey, what AI technologies are Microsoft staked in today? Is it just open AI, or do they have their own, or are they using another well-known? I know it was like a competitor. I know the OpenAI was kind of pissed because Microsoft was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna start fucking with like Mistral or something," and and OpenAI considered it a competitor. So let's see what they find here. By the way, if you guys didn't hear, Grok 4 dropped. It now has reasoning, reinforcement learning, MCP, deep think. It's got deep think is kind of like agents. Think of it like agents. There's Grok 4 Heavy and regular Grok. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing new. Like Elon's trying to act like he invented this shit when it released, but no, OpenAI has had this since 01. Like 01 has all the same thing, the reasoning, reinforcement learning, agents, all that stuff. But it slows it down a lot, but I will say the accuracy of the results are much, much higher because and it shows you its whole reasoning, which I really like. It doesn't just say it's thinking. It actually shows you exactly what it's doing step by step by step to break down your prompt. And it even gives you the link to all the sources. So like if it gives you information, you can go right back to it'll say, here's the 20 sources that all had consensus that made this the truth. Let's see here. Okay, so OpenAI, it's their flagship stake with over $13 billion since 2019. Their own in-house technology. It says they're building their own beast to include the MAI series, or Microsoft AI model, new reasoning models that straight up rival OpenAI's ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude. Oh, if that's true, if it rivals Claude, especially for coding, that'll be amazing. And then you have other well-known partnerships. Microsoft's integrating models from competitors and allies. They're rolling out with the Anthropic Claude models on Azure for enterprise users. Grok for some integrations. Oh, they're allowing people to use Grok. I don't even think, does Grok AI even work right now? They have a page, but there's no pricing. I went and looked at it. There's like no pricing. You can't even like click on anything and use it. The documentation's like fucking garbage. They're using MetaLlama in Azure. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, and they've dabbled in Mistral. It says they've dabbled in Mistral, so I don't know if they've adopted it or not, but they have. I know Mistral was part of it. Broader collabs include AI, industrial AI with PTC, Autodesk, and Eris for manufacturing, plus skill and training hookups worldwide. They're even donating $4 billion in AI cloud tech over the next 5 years for global philanthropy. But that's more fluff than Cortex stakes. That's true. Bottom line, Microsoft's playing the field of AI to dominate it. You know, and the stock price kind of reflects that. People are expecting them to be successful in that space. And I do have to admit that Copilot being Microsoft has always got a strategic advantage by integrating technologies into Windows, because more desktop computers in the world run Windows than any other operating system. Like Windows is I believe, even to this day, the highest distributed desktop operating system like of all time. And because of that, Microsoft can embed their own shit in it. That's why they've been sued for like Internet Explorer, right? Everybody just gets lazy and uses Internet Explorer. Your mom uses Internet Explorer, your aunt uses Internet Explorer. Because why go get another web browser when there's one built into the operating system? It's a convenience thing. Well, Microsoft did the same thing with Copilot. Copilot is now integrated into Windows 11. You can interact with it directly. It's free. All you need is a Microsoft Live account to talk to it. As a matter of fact, I don't even think you need to log in. I think you can just use Copilot for free, just about unlimited. Well, I think you might have to log in to get like more prompts per day or something like that. But yeah, if you go to like Copilot, so it's copilot.microsoft.com. Is how you directly access Microsoft's AI. It's free to everybody, which it already gives it an advantage because, you know, people like free. They don't want to have to pay $20 a month for AI. Granted, they don't have reasoning. They don't have, I take that back. They've modified this a lot since I last played with it. Yeah, I just clicked on it. You can do quick response, which is their standard AI model. You can do deep think, which is 30 seconds. So the deep think is basically reinforcement learning. And then you have deep research. There's no way it's 10 minutes. Wait, is it? Do I have to pay for this or is this free? So deep research would be the equivalent to Grok Heavy. That'd be where you're using agents plus reinforcement learning. So instead of one agent going through its thinking process, it spawns multiple agents. Each one takes a portion of the task and they all work together towards a goal. I'm going to try this. So 10 minutes, what should I ask? A 10-minute exercise, research exercise for Copilot. Here, what? Give me a list of the best of the stocks. Here, I'll say AI related stocks that have the best chance of going up the most over the next 30 days. Also, show me a list of the stocks I should absolutely avoid. I understand that you may not be able to give advice on investing, so this is just for fun, and I'm not investing anything at all. This is all just paper money playing around. Also, link me to the sources of your information that you used for coming up with the analysis. I mean, this is weird. If this lets me do this, I'm going to just push it and see what happens. It works. It fucking works. Okay, so here it came back though. It's asking for more information, which is common with agents. Agents usually ask you to fill in the blanks. Okay, to help you with this, could you please clarify a few things? Specify the focus. Are you looking for AI-related stocks in particular sectors, software, hardware, cloud computing, or across all industries? So I'm going to do one, all industries. This is definitely going to spawn agents. The only time it asks you questions back like this is when there's agents involved. Okay, so market scope. Should I focus on U.S.-based companies or include international stocks as well? Let's see here. U.S. based companies only. Then 3 is risk tolerance. Are you interested in high risk or high reward? I want high reward. 4, avoidance criteria. What factors should I consider when identifying stocks to avoid? Like poor financial performance, high volatility, or ethical concerns? That's interesting. Okay. I'm going to say, let's see here. Recent. I'll just say volatility. Volatility. And it says, let me know so I can tailor the information for your preferences. Okay, here we go. So we're kicking off. Let's see what it does. It should pop up and say, okay. It says, got it. There it goes. Holy shit. So Microsoft is giving you access to the equivalent of Grok 4 Heavy for free. This is 10 minutes of heavy compute time in a data center. There's probably a rack of like 8 fucking GPUs maxed out for me to do something for free. Now, I'm granted, they probably only, I don't know how many of these they're going to let you do a day, but this is pretty fucking crazy. And yeah, it is spawning shitloads of agents. Okay. So check this out. Right now, it says deep research engaged, AI-related stocks to watch and avoid in the U.S. market. Right now, the agents are... Okay, so the agents are searching U.S. AI stock market performance July 2025. Another one is doing AI sector growth for 30-day outlook. Another one's doing AI equality index short-term trend. The thought that it's operating on right now is there are several informative web pages about AI stock market trends in July 2025. To gain detailed insight, I will open the most relevant and reputable web pages. Now it's currently reading Investopedia.com. It's reading Fool.com. I don't know what FOOL.com is. I don't know what that is. It says exploring new topics. Short-term.
Motley Fool. They do investment stuff.
Oh, okay. So it says exploring new topics, short-term stock price predictions, searching 30-day forecast AI stocks, searching AI stock price targets July 2025, searching market predictions. And when it says searching, it's literally searching Bing, like using their search engine to search and then open those web pages and scrape the contents. Okay, now another agent. So each one of these where it says thinking is another agent. So here's another agent. So this is the third agent. So there's at least 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's at least 10 agents working on this right now. Oh my God, dude. The level of data that it is pulling is fucking mind-blowing. I can't believe this is free. Okay, right now it said, okay, it's gathering, it's still gathering data. Now it's looking at Forbes, Zacks.com, MarketBeat.com, CNBC.com, DataCenterMagazine.com, SwipeInsight.app, Microsoft.com, Finfold.com, barchart.com, alphaquery.com, .com magazine. This is the one thing that I kind of want to talk. Fortune.com, moneymorning.com, morningstar.com, finance.yahoo.com. Here's the thing. How in the fuck is the internet going to handle this abuse of bandwidth? Think about it. I'm sitting here running a query and this thing's just fucking mauling over all these pages, using up their bandwidth, downloading their shit, talking to their websites and stuff as like users. Like, isn't this going to just like bog the internet down to a halt when everybody's just doing everything in AI? Like if somebody comes in here and says, hey, tell me the best cheese for nachos, and they select deep research because they're like, oh, that looks like a good one, and they walk away and go make dinner or whatever, it's like there's an entire rack of GPUs somewhere in a data center just fucking mauling websites, like sucking down all their images and analyzing them, looking at all the text on these websites, navigating these websites, just eating up all this bandwidth without you actually doing it. You, the user, you're not doing it. It's like you have this little army of people in a room. It's like having your own little sweatshop. Dude, I shit you not. It's just going and going and going. Like it says 10 minutes ETA. Carnegie, what is this? CarnegieEndowment.org, Privacy Data Security Insight.com, Intelligence.com. So, okay, it's going back to Forbes to run some other searches. Market Chameleon, Earnings Hub, Wall Street Tax Examiner, AIinvest.com. Now it's comparing high-risk stocks to avoid. There are multiple detailed results relating to volatile and risk of AI stocks, which align with the research area. I will open relevant web pages to extract more insights about the high-risk AI stocks to avoid. And now it says, thinking, I'm retrieving the references and generating a report now. And now it's on the step, I'll write the report. So now it's actually writing the report. None of this is the response to me. This is me just, I uncollapsed the thinking so that I could see what all the agents were doing because it shows its work. And this is phenomenal. So it's literally visited like 20 or 30 websites on my behalf, grab the data, and this is like real time. This isn't like they went and cached the site's content. This is like there is literally a browser on a computer, like not a browser, but like a command line browser that's going out and scraping the information from these websites as a user. And I've already seen some people have to combat this, like GitHub. GitHub appears to be completely stonewalling Grok 4. If you tell Grok 4, hey, go look at this project on GitHub and I want you to add a feature to it. It used to be able to do that, like Grok 3 could even do that with DeepThink. Now with Grok 4 and Grok 3, if you try to do it, it says, oh, I get no text back when I try to access the files. It's like, oh, I tried to download the source files, but they're all empty. And so I think, you know, GitHub got pissed at every AI in the world just slamming their servers to train on how to code. And so now they're, oh, there it is, wrote report. Here it is. I've got my report. Wow, that didn't take 10 minutes. So here is now I'm not going to be able to read this whole thing because it's like a fucking gajillion miles long, but let me get to the meat and potatoes down here at the summary. So the summary says, let's see how close we were to our recommendations earlier, okay? So who do you think's number one for the stock to invest in right now for short-term gain? You spacing again, bro. You live? Are you there?
You didn't ask me anything.
I did.
We're talking about stocks and stuff.
No, I asked you something. Yeah, I'll ask again.
Okay.
Okay, so I got the report back. Dude, you were so tired. I can tell, dude. You're so tired.
It didn't take 10 minutes.
No. But I said, guess which stock. I said, based on our recommendations we gave earlier, guess which stock is at the top.
I thought you were typing that shit into the
thing. Sure. You're zoning, reading something in chat, bro. I know those eyes.
A little bit on the chat.
I know those eyes.
Typing that shit into the thing. I thought you were getting an answer.
That's it. I'm calling bullshit. Chat. I'm calling bullshit. Call it out. Was he zoning? Was he locked on?
How many questions did you type into that thing that weren't directed at me over the last 10 minutes?
Like 2. I mean, it's not a lot.
So it's not.
Answer the fucking question.
So I'm supposed to guess what now?
Yeah. So based on our recommendations that we gave earlier, how close do you think they align with what deep research just told me we should invest in for short-term gains in AI stocks?
For short-term gains in AI stocks,
yeah,
I think we're probably pretty close. I'd say we're pretty close.
Who do you think?
Nvidia for sure.
Nvidia's number one. Nvidia is number one by a lot. So it says they have.
I'd say probably AMD second. Honestly.
Surprisingly, third. It's third, but it's up there. It's way up there.
Microsoft then number 2.
MU, memory semiconductors. I've never heard of them. Apparently they make HBM and SSDs.
Oh, okay.
And it says that their the rationale for this is a 10x forward PE, HBM demand doubling. So because you need the high bandwidth memory for AI. These are the guys that are making the memory. Okay, Make
the GDDR stuff. Okay.
Yep. So it's Nvidia followed by them. Yeah.
That sounds very stealthy because like who the fuck is that?
I wouldn't have even thought about them. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me go. I'm curious what their value is right now. I wonder if they're on that same crazy ass trajectory as AMD and Nvidia are on. Let's see, what is it? MU stock. Let's see, 5 years. Oh boy, yeah, they be climbing. So they just went from $64 up to $124 in a year. So they doubled in a year. And they're still going up. And they are recommended as a buy. So here's the list. So Nvidia first, MU second, AMD third. Another one I've never heard of before, PLTR, data analytics. They asked, oh wait, is that Peltier or Pel? Is it not Peltier? The military Palantir. I bet you that's Palantir. How much you want to bet that's Palantir? Data analysis software. It's got to be. Let's see here. Is it Palantir? Where's the stock symbol? Damn it. Is Palantir a good investment now? Show me the. No. That's not what I wanted. PLTR is the stock symbol. Why the fuck can I not type this in right? PLTR stock. There we go. So 142. They're climbing. They're definitely climbing. I mean, they're down for
today.
For the day. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. You're right. For the month.
Year to date, they're up 88%.
Oh Jesus! I backed off 5 years, and it's just a massive climb. Even 1 year. 1 year is a massive climb from started at 28.
Well, yeah, but notice where that starts, right?
Yep. Right. Is it 2019?
Because they got a fat government contract to make a humongous database of all the U.S. citizens.
You're right. They're a big part of that Stargate
everything
thing.
About you. Yeah.
Yep. So that's another one that I wouldn't have thought to invest in.
I wouldn't fucking invest in that just on a moral standpoint. Fuck those guys and everybody behind them too. The company, the guy who runs Palantir or owns Palantir has like just one of the most shittiest kind of human beings available. Like first off, just on nerd cred alone, using Tolkien's fucking like keyword, right? Like the Palantir is the orb that Sauron uses to watch over shit. It's like a seeing stone, right?
Yep.
So this fucking butthead takes the name of that and uses it for his spyware shit to track people. Great, fuck you for just on nerd cred alone. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
And then he has another company, or had no, I think it's still around, that is named some other thing that he stole from Lord of the Rings as well. That does some I think it's some bullshit with medical data, something like that. And it's just fuck Palantir and fuck the guy who runs the thing.
Oh, I got a clarification here from James Janus. He's been trying to get my attention here for a little bit. I got it wrong about the Amazon thing, about it like suggesting like the wrong compatibility. That's not what he meant. He meant like the shit where it says, hey, people that frequently bought this also bought this. Like, I didn't get that from the original question, but yeah, that's what he's talking about, is like on Amazon where you go down, it's like people that bought the product that you're looking at also bought like, you know, a shovel. Oh, people who bought rope also bought a shovel and duct tape, you know, that thing down at the bottom. I don't mind that, actually. Me personally, I don't mind that. I was more concerned with my misunderstanding, which is they always fuck up and recommend stuff that isn't compatible. But yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. I get why they're doing it. They're trying to get that impulse buy. It's like the equivalent of you going to the supermarket. There's that little stand at the checkout with like gum and magazines and, you know, little impulse buy items. So they're trying to get you to bundle to buy more shit, because the more shit you buy, they can ship it once and make more money. So Palantir is basically pre-crime, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. That is exactly what it is.
This fucking numbnuts. I don't.
Oh, I hate the guy. And that dude is so arrogant. Have you heard it where he's like, I hope everybody hates me? He's like, I don't care if everybody hates me. That's good. I love it. Everybody can hate me. He's like, I don't give a shit. I was like, what? Yeah, that dude is creepy. He literally said, oh shit, what did he say exactly? Like, somebody asked him questions like, what do you think about, you know, people are angry with you, like, you know, spying on them and like violating privacy. He's like, I don't care. He's like, I don't care. I'm doing it. And we're making shitloads of money. He's like, hate all you want. Like I'm not going to stop. I was like, God damn, man, this guy's an asshole. Yeah, but I also kind of misleading, though, that what people frequently bought the wrong charger for the product or whatever. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, there's another element to this. Okay, so you're saying that it's saying people that bought this frequently bought these other things, even though they're incompatible with the thing that you bought. Here's the reason why I don't necessarily see a problem with that. Is just because somebody bought something and then frequently bought something else doesn't mean those two things were meant to go together as much as it might seem. You know what I mean? Like, if I go to Amazon, I might buy a charger for my wife's product and a cable for mine. So then it says people that bought this frequently bought this. It doesn't necessarily mean those two products go together. Like, it's just people frequently bought them together. It's like, oh, somebody bought peanut butter and somebody also bought duct tape for a week because for whatever reason, duct tape was desirable. Now it's like, oh, well, people bought peanut butter also bought duct tape, so let's put those two together. I'm just saying that just because it says they frequently bought those products together, I don't believe it says they're compatible. If it says they're compatible, if it says like people bought this because it works with this, then I would call bullshit on that and say that's fucked up. But I don't believe that's what it says. I believe it just says people commonly bought these items together. Yeah. And to be fair, I've seen items that are completely different. Like where it says, oh, people that bought a shovel also bought this lawnmower. You know, and it's like, oh, okay, well, the connection there is maybe like a shovel can be used for landscaping and a lawnmower can mow the lawn. So those get frequently bought together, even though they're not really in the same category. You know what I mean? So as long as they're not saying they're compatible, as long as it's not saying, hey, the person that bought this, that, you know, also bought these items isn't saying that they're specifically meant to go together, then I guess I don't really have a problem with that. But I could see people getting confused. I could see people getting confused and buying it if it looks like they're supposed to go together. Like, oh, people that bought this plug-in bought this cable. And you're like, oh, well, that means obviously that these two go together in some way. I could totally get that. As far as the rest of the investments, AI. So C3.ai, I've never even heard of them. So Enterprise AI SaaS. They're a neural 4 level AI. $26 support is the rationale for buying. It has a rationale column. And then it even gives me the action is watch, avoid, or sell. Okay, I see. And then TER, automated test and robotics. They're a wide. So their rationale for buying this stock is wide moat. I don't know what the hell that means. Like, I guess, protective barrier. High margins and technical rebound. IBM, surprisingly, is on here. I didn't expect to see IBM ever on any list again. So IBM apparently is doing stuff in the AI software and quantum computing space. They have a $6 billion position in AI, which is why this is the rationale for buying it. 12x PE and quantum roadmap is recommended. CRM, so CRM and Gen AI, 24x forward PE and Dreamforce Catalyst. AVGO, AVGO, AI, and so AI infrastructure ASICs. So they're 10.5, the rationale is 10.5% FCF yield, 70% ASIC market share. Oracle, they're a watch. I think they're the last watch. So clouds, yeah, because I asked for 10. Cloud services and AI, 16x forward PE and $110 consolidation. And then the ones you want to avoid, these are the stocks that you absolutely do not want to buy. Can you guess what number one is? This is great. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Tesla.
No way.
Number one stock to avoid right now is Tesla. Okay.
Yeah,
no. Sorry. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The whole fucking, man, that's a whole house of cards too.
Yep.
And the only reason, like, by any measure of any stock or of any other company, the like, you look at whatever measure you're supposed to like judge stocks on, it would show Tesla is such a scam. They haven't had a new model in what, 12 years. They haven't produced a new design. Oh no, I'm sorry, the Cybertruck, right? The Cybertruck. But there is a humongous distinction. You can totally see the guys who came before Elon got involved designed all the cool looking Teslas, right?
Yeah.
Elon decides, oh, I want to make a car, right? We get the Cybertruck. Everything about that company is because it was on a good like track. Like everything about Tesla was really cool. The battery thing, their fucking whatever happened to the fucking the battery wall? Whatever happened to the solar panel tiles? Whatever happened to like.
They're still there. They're just overshadowed.
Yep. Where's the Roadster?
Where's the Semi? They barely made any of those semis, and then they all broke, and then you never heard about it again.
So everybody dumps a bunch of money into it on the promises that were being made. They thought, oh man, Tesla's going to do all this crazy, cool stuff, and none of it's coming. None of it is actually happening, and nobody wants to pull out because if any of the big boys do, then the whole fucking thing is going to collapse. It is so overvalued, and I'm no expert. Right, and even I can see the writing on the wall that Tesla is so overvalued, and it's all because a bunch of big people dumped a bunch of money into it, and they're all propping each other up. As soon as one person folds, the entire thing is gonna like everybody compares it to like Ford or something, right? Oh, Tesla's so much better than all these U.S. fucking car companies, blah blah blah. But just look at their stock price. Just look at the stock price. You know, it's selling at 350 versus Ford at like 45 or something. Ford's been around for like 120 years. Okay. They have a good dividend. Ford is a stable, great company. They're doing just fine. You compare that against Tesla, who hasn't created a new product. They just keep pumping out the same designs for the last 12 years, like all this stuff.
Yep.
Again, yeah, it's just trash.
Well, plus the subsidy's gone. Trump killed the subsidy, and a lot of people bought EVs because of that subsidy.
And that was part of why they're fighting and stuff and all that stuff. It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
So they're the number one, just so you know, so this is the analysis that Copilot created. I should run the same analysis though on Grok just to see what the difference is.
Aren't we supposed to have the robo-taxi by now? Or no, soon, right? August? Wasn't it August 8th or something? He was supposed to...
You're right, but I have a question for you. How the fuck are we going to get a robo-taxi when they can't even get full self-driving to work in the cars that have the same fucking cameras and hardware? They didn't do anything different on the taxi. The taxi just isn't going to have a steering wheel apparently when it ships.
No shit, Sherlock, right?
It's like how the fuck are they making a taxi when all the people that bought autopilot still don't have an autopilot that's reliable that requires their hands on the wheel? How the fuck are they going to go from that to a fully autonomous AI taxi and fuck over all the people that were supposed to have that fully autonomous feature from the beginning?
I thought we were supposed to be able to summon our Teslas from New York to LA by now. Right? Autopilot was supposed to be good enough that I could summon it from across the country. I thought everybody who owned a Tesla was supposed to be making money off of it by auto taxiing it and stuff. Like it would drive people around for him.
Elon, I watched that video recently.
NASA was landing rockets in the 90s. They had already done that, and nobody wants to give money to NASA. If NASA had more than half a penny per tax dollar, we would have already been. Then reusable rockets would have already been a thing.
Yeah, I like how Elon's like, people thought I was crazy when I said land a rocket on its ass. It's like you literally got the idea from NASA and hid that fact, fucker.
How many rockets has he exploded? Okay, and then how many has NASA exploded before then? Okay, like no, don't get me wrong. NASA exploded some fucking rockets during the Apollo program or prior. What was it, Mercury? I think Mercury was before the Apollo program. They exploded some rockets in the 50s.
Yep.
In the 50s. NASA has had a perfectly fine record with some few exceptions, some rather dramatic exceptions. I'm not going to lie.
And to be fair, they were all well understood after the fact and completely avoidable. So they were literally just human error. Like, it wasn't because the technology was bad. Like, Challenger blew up because they launched it outside of its safety window. The O-rings were going to fail. Like they knew from testing that O-rings fail at that temperature, and they still chose to launch. Like, fucking idiot.
Given the money that subsidizes SpaceX, they'd be better. They would be doing, like,
yeah,
we'd be on the moon already. Again, we'd have. It's ridiculous. I thought I did that guy already. Oh, he must have come back.
Oh yeah, no, he creates a new account about every 10 minutes and comes back. He's a bad stalker.
It's so weird. Don't you have something better to do?
I mean, no, he doesn't.
like what's funny is like all these
free,
trolls
baby.
and stuff. All these trolls and stuff. As soon as the stream ends, I don't think about any of this stuff. Like, you guys are so weird.
Yeah, no.
It's such a weird obsession that, like, you just, I don't know. But that's a whole nother thing. I
already verified he wasn't the Terminator stalker, so I don't give a shit. He's not worth my time.
I'm super passionate about space stuff, and I just wish, like, man, I wish we could have gotten so excited for space stuff the way that it was in the 50s in the 50s, where, like, people were watching that shit on fucking, everybody's around the TV and being so excited, and we saw, you know, people in space and stuff, and it was so. I hate how much how much this country has turned its back on science, on knowledge, on pushing the boundaries and the frontiers of human knowledge. It's so weird. I think it's so weird to me that people get so upset when they're confronted with others who know more than them. It's so weird to me that this attitude of, I don't know if it's pride but like, so many people get so upset when they're confronted with just experts. They're just like experts. Like, everybody, like, and don't get me wrong, even regular people, right, are experts in something. Like, everybody's got their thing that they know about and they can talk just endlessly on, or that they're just really good at, right? But when it gets to a certain level, at like a certain I don't know, in academia, or like a certain level of knowledge and expertise, it suddenly becomes like impossible to just believe it, or like, I don't know, it's like it's a lack of curiosity, or like at some point it like twisted into like where we just stopped believing experts in things, and innovation's dying. I blame the internet made all these fake cheeses. I think in part, where like it got to a point where like where we started accepting people's opinion as fact, or like this feelings, and I don't know, man, and they don't want to let go of those feelings. They don't, even when and I think, and there's a lot of studies on that kind of thing, right? Like, it's really difficult to get people to change these like deeply held beliefs.
Yeah.
And the more you show evidence and stuff, the deeper and deeper, because they are so, I don't want to say afraid, but they just don't want to be wrong so bad. And I'm like,
being wrong used to be an opportunity for learning. Now it's punished.
Weird.
Now it's punished.
Yeah. Well, but like, sort of. It's sort of, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, let me correct that. Only if it doesn't align with what the person thinks the truth is. You don't even necessarily have to be wrong. Yeah. like if it just doesn't align with what the other person that's higher in the food chain thinks, then you're still wrong. Even though it's that alternative fact bullshit.
That's a weird one too. Pandemic killed my belief in experts because they lied to us. What experts lied to you? This was a new thing. This was like kind of a novel. It's literally in the name. It was a novel thing. This was a new permutation of a disease that they knew. It was a new version of SARS. In fact, years even before the big COVID thing, they had talked about how SARS was becoming a big deal.
Yeah,
like SARS cases were.
We knew this was coming. Bill Gates in like 2011 said it was coming.
So what experts lied?
Yeah.
When science is wrong, which that's part of the process of science. When science is wrong and they come out and they said, hey, we have new data, we need to change these things. That's how science works. They didn't lie.
Science is about what's right at that time. It's always subject to change based on more data.
And that's what drives me bonkers. They didn't lie. Lying implies like sorry, let me.
You're willingly telling a falsehood. You're willingly telling the falsehood. Yeah,
that's not how science works. Okay, no, there are people who have put out bad science, like the vaccines cause autism shit. One study
that pisses me off.
One
so bad.
Bad study. The experts were doing the best.
Oh, by the way, the study was like dispelled, like by the guy who actually wrote it eventually. Like it doesn't hold any water at all. Like not only the scientific committee shit it down.
What the fuck does that even mean? Novel does not equal mandate. There were like hundreds of thousands of people were dying. So there was a strict like attempt at stopping that.
And the truth is, because it was so horribly mishandled and we didn't do it sooner, that's why it lasted so goddamn long. Like the number of deaths that we had is undeniable. Like if you look at our country compared to other countries that are similar population, similar city growth, we had way more people die. And that was because we fucked up, didn't engage early enough, and underplayed it. We could have stopped it in Washington. Honestly, we could have stopped it in Washington. We knew what it was, and it was spread. And Trump was like, "Nope, stop counting the numbers. Just ignore it. It's just the flu. It's fine."
We could have. There was during Obama's second term, there was a huge surge in, I think it was swine flu.
Yep, I remember that.
And I think there was a bit of a spike in one of those bad bird flus as well. And it didn't grow as bad. Heck, I think there was even an Ebola outbreak in the South that got crushed, you know.
Yep.
Because they were able to like get out ahead of it, and they took these experts seriously. And
the chicken was the bird flu that was spreading with the chickens, where they killed all the chickens to stop it from spreading.
Sure, yeah, the bird flu that was recently.
Had they not killed those chickens, it would have just kept. It would have been the chicken COVID. It would have fucking spread everywhere.
Yeah, and that did cause a problem.
Time is a critical factor when you're talking about an infection, right? Like infectious disease, there is a time limit on it. You can't sit around and just guess about shit. You know, or not guess, but it's not a guessing. It's based on the information that you have at that time. Yeah. Although I'm not going to say that I think COVID was honestly horribly mismanaged by both Trump and Biden. If I'm honest, I think they both fucked up in their own ways. But if Trump hadn't have fucked up first, it wouldn't have led to Biden's fuck up. Like Biden's fuck up was just keeping that quarantine going indefinitely as like a permanent solution and cutting off humans from humans and making us all fucking crazy. I said a bad thing about Biden. No, everybody says I'd never say anything. No, there's a lot of problems I have with Biden.
Where did the flu go during the time of COVID? When everybody's quarantining,
you don't get the flu.
How is the flu gonna spread?
If you stop COVID from spreading, everything else stops spreading too, because that's why you did the quarantine.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Like you understand that flu season, right, happens during the winter time.
Yep.
Because people tend to like
the flu also survives longer too. If I remember right, the flu can actually have more time in transit and travel through the air more than COVID can. I'd have to go look at the analysis again, but I believe that's why they said that some people still got the flu even when they were in quarantine, because you can still get it. Like if it can live long enough to transfer through items to you, you can still technically get it and you still get sick. But the thing is, we weren't trying to avoid the flu. We were trying to avoid COVID because COVID had the higher mortality rate. And the problem with COVID that we're finding out now is we actually, in a lot of ways, made the right decision, because the people that survived COVID are having long COVID symptoms at an alarming rate. And we're only now discovering them because it takes years of collecting research for the long COVID to be established. And sadly, look at Graham. Graham is a terrible example. Graham was perfectly healthy, strong, everything about him. He got COVID. And then he got the long COVID. It started getting worse and worse and worse. And now he has a hard time maintaining his oxygen saturation. He's having problems they don't understand with his brain. He has to take a shitload of medications every day. Like, long COVID fucked him. Look at that physics girl. Look at physics girl. She got COVID and she was laid up in fucking bed and couldn't move for years. She's just now in physical therapy out of bed after years and years and years and years. So it's just, it sucks. But, you know, you have to do what you can with the data that you have, right? But we needed to act faster, and we needed to make some decisions that didn't get made, sadly. And at the end of the day, though, I'm still alive, and I never got COVID. So I'm happy at the end of the day, because with my health, I have what is it, like 4 of the 5 comorbidities. They pretty much guarantee that if I don't die from COVID, I will be severely maimed from it. Like, I will absolutely lose lung capacity, and I can't afford to lose any more lung capacity. As a matter of fact, I will tell you this. There is one good thing that really came out of it, is I am way more conscious about germs. Like, you can probably attest to this, Ox. You remember when I used to go to conventions and stuff, and I'd lick doorknobs and just pick up 3D printed shit and stick it in my mouth? Were you ever with me when I did all that stupid shit? I'd always get sick. I'd be a PDX land and people dare me to do shit. I'd just do it. I was the furthest thing from a fucking germaphobe. Like, you bring me your case, I'd lick it just for fun. And nowadays, not a fucking chance, man. I'm not like super germaphobe, but yeah, I wash my hands. I make sure that if I'm blowing my nose, it's into a tissue and it's disposed of. I'm careful about what I touch, I don't touch my face or my mouth and shit when I'm in public. Like, I will say that whole experience, going through that traumatic experience, did make me more of a germaphobe, which also made me get sick a lot less. I used to get pneumonia every year. There was a period of like 11 years where I got pneumonia every single year. It was always after one of the biggest conventions in the year. I would always get pneumonia, 100% guaranteed. I just prepared for it. And 3 of those times I ended up in the hospital. I needed like nebulizers and shit because I couldn't breathe, and they had to put me on prednisone. And so during COVID, I never got sick. Never once. For years. Never got sick. As a matter of fact, I will say, even to today, I don't think I've been sick. I've never had like a bad flu where I'm like all congested and coughing. It's like, I got a couple, like I coughed a little bit like a couple days ago, went away. I thought I was sick. Nope, just went away. It was fine. No temperature, nothing. Yeah. So this is the longest period of time I've ever gone without being sick. It's crazy. Oh shit, I didn't realize it's 2:50. Fuck, I kept you way too late.
That's all right.
But hey, you got passionate towards the end there. I like that. I like seeing you get a little spring in your step. It's fun.
It's ridiculous.
It's fun.
I don't know. I've said before, I feel like we're approaching the end of a cycle. That we're gonna have a huge calamity. Things will reset, and we're gonna get better again.
The Great Reset is coming.
In a sense, I mean,
the sad thing is I have so many friends that like I don't want that to happen, but I have so many friends that are just like, nope, just let it happen. It's gonna happen. Just let it happen. Yeah. They're almost like willing it to happen because we need that reset. And I'm like, God, I don't want to do that when I have a son that's 15.
Well, he'll be part of the better part.
That is true. Honestly. The rebuild. He'll be a part of the rebuild for sure. Yeah. So
I can't remember exactly what it's called, but there's a lot of contention around it, and this is one of those. This is where I'm gonna be speaking from a place of feelings.
Ooh, I want to hear feelings. Let's hear your feelings.
It looks like something that makes sense, and it makes sense to me. I don't know how and again, it's sort of I don't want to say controversial, but like there is some push and pull when it comes to like history people, historians and such. There's a hey, let me see if I can find it. It's like these 80-year cycles.
I think I just got censored by my own bot.
I see it. I fucking love Frisky Ox.
Oh, you do see it. Okay, yeah, it disappeared. It disappeared off my screen.
It's called the Strauss-Howe generational theory. Okay, and so basically these two guys.
Oh, I've never even heard of this. Oh, here, I'm gonna put this on my read list.
They kind of took a kind of a different idea, and kind of just made it a little more coherent. Where the basic idea is the history in particular, I think they were looking at United States history, but they kind of expanded on it in the 2020s or something, where they took it all the way back to like the 1400s or so, like so like back to like sort of the discovery ish of the United States for Western Europe. But they've noticed that every 20-ish years or every 80
to 100
years
80 to 100
is a full cycle. And so they break it down into quarters of like 20 to 25 years, where like and we're approaching the end of a cycle, right? Or we're in the middle of it. We're in the middle of the end of a cycle. And I've told people before, like we're coming up to what will be not our generations, but this is going to be our next World War II in a sense. And honest, look at it. Look what happened in the United States right after World War II. That's the end of a cycle. And then there was a huge golden age for 50 years, right up until about 2008, when shit. And then
that was the housing market crash, right?
Really,
when that kicked off.
You could really kind of pull that back to the internet bubble bursting right around, what was that, like maybe 2002, 2004 ish, where like the big Wild West of the internet really sort of coalesced into all these shitty silos, where all these big companies, all these big social media companies really sort of took everything and coalesced them into these shitty silos. Man, if you were any of you guys out there who remember the internet in the early from 1994 to about 2002, was amazing. You had all these cool websites. You had Tumblr, you had Flickr, you had like,
dude, I was on the internet when it was
Reddit.
Text.
Reddit was brand new. You had what was that front page of the internet, Stumble Upon or something like that.
VR Gimp made a really good point. Did you see that in chat?
Those cycles mirror human lifespan pretty closely. Humans learn by direct experience. Yeah,
that's a good point.
You're 100%. We're what, about 80 years off from the end of World War II.
Yeah.
And what's happening?
Almost exactly.
A big rise in fucking fascism and Nazi shit all over again. Because
all the people that reminded us of what happened are gone now.
All the people who fucking lived through that shit.
Never even thought about that. How did I not think about that? That makes so goddamn much sense.
Yeah, Newgrounds, LimeWire, Napster, all this cool shit. It was going to now look at the state of the internet. It's all of these little sites. Oh, you want music? You go to Spotify, or maybe
that's true.
Apple
there was
Music.
No centralization of the internet at all when it first started.
You want social media? It's 3 different companies. Really, you got Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram and Threads. You've got X, which is whatever, and what? TikTok.
Blue Sky is a small competitor. I guess you can't really put them in there with the numbers yet.
They're not. There's hardly a silo.
It's like X and Facebook for like text, for like actual communication over like images and media.
Yeah, it's Meta,
TikTok, Instagram for media
X,
over text. Yeah.
Which Instagram is Meta. Facebook, Meta.
It is.
Threads, Meta. So like whatever. So we've got all these weird silos and stuff. Sorry, I got off topic. I was just showing more example of.
No, I think it was relevant. I thought it was perfectly relevant.
Yeah, I was just bringing that up as examples that we're at the end of a cycle, because you have these information silos, you have this weird like echo chambering that's going on. You don't have the free flow of information. You have a society that is grossly anti-intellectual. They don't want to actually they don't want you to think critically or actually talk about this stuff in a way that like whatever. So hold on. So there's four they call them turnings, but that make up an entire cycle. So at the end of World War II was the beginning of the high turning. Okay, that's where. So I'm going to quote from the Wikipedia. During the high, institutions are strong and individualism is weak. Okay, society is confident about where it wants to go collectively, though those outside the majoritarian center often feel stifled by conformity. Okay, so this the beginning of this particular cycle's high was post World War II America. Okay, and look at it. It was great. Look what the United States accomplished from 46 to they say the end of the high turning of this cycle was with the assassination of JFK, which makes some good sense.
Yep.
So after the high becomes the awakening, the second turning is the awakening. This is an era where institutions are attacked in the name of personal and spiritual autonomy. Think about like the hippie stuff, the summer of love and all that stuff, right? Society is reaching its high tide of public progress because, yeah, right. We had a lot of it was a lot of the racial tensions and stuff had kind of come to a head, and we're getting better. Not that it's gotten much better, but that sort of social progressiveness was high at the time. People suddenly tire of social discipline and want to recapture a sense of self-awareness, spirituality, and personal authenticity. Again, look at the hippie stuff, the Summer of Love, the protests against Vietnam, that kind of thing. The young activists look back at the previous high as an era of cultural and spiritual poverty, which kind of makes sense. Look at the 50s. A lot of conformity. You have the white picket fence, you have the row houses, and like these the sort of the popularization of suburbia, right? All of these just cookie cutter houses that get put up, and everybody drives the same car, everybody wears the same suit, the same hat, all that kind of stuff, right? And so they say that this is like the consciousness awakening or consciousness revolution, and it spanned from like the mid 60s, right, to the tax revolts of the early 80s. So then the unraveling is the third turn. The mood of this era, they say, is in many ways the opposite of a high. Institutions are weak and distrusted, while individualism is strong and flourishing. The deregulation of the banking system. Basically, the beginning, Reagan's presidency is the biggest, obvious, most thing to point at as part of the unraveling, right? You start seeing a lot of deregulation, a lot of this, pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of stuff. You see the weakening of social safety nets and things like that. A lot of cloistering and individualism and things like that. Nobody wants to help anybody anymore.
Yep.
In response to the Red Scare, which again, communism was presented as this boogeyman, right? This horrible boogeyman, and again, and it was presented that way because Soviet communism wasn't that great, but it was super corrupt and things like that. But that's a whole different thing. So the unraveling comes after awakenings, when society wants to atomize and enjoy. They say the most recent unraveling in the U.S. began in the 80s and includes the long boom and the culture war. So again, you got all the talk about like welfare queens and this and that, and like all of these like otherings, right? Like, it's them are bad, and you have to like protect yourself. Everybody's got to just be themselves with their self and not help anybody, and don't look at you got to be afraid. And then it goes into the fourth turning, which is the crisis. This is an era of destruction, often involving war or revolution, in which institutional life is destroyed and rebuilt in response to a perceived threat to the nation's survival. What's going on?
Yeah,
what's going on literally
oddly
right now?
Specific.
After the crisis, civic authority revives, cultural expression redirects toward community purpose, which we're seeing that too. You see a lot of leftists or liberals or whatever really being drawn toward mutual aid and again a less individualistic othering and more grouping to community purpose. Communities coming together and helping each other out and saying fuck these institutions and this stuff like that.
They're getting a lot more frisky too. I've noticed that. Like liberals have always tried to be like more PC,
almost pacifist.
Yeah. Like and now they're fighting fire with fire. It's like they're like, okay, this isn't working anymore. We got to be a little angry.
It's part of the survival thing. I think. So where is it? Where was it? Where would I leave? After the crisis, civic authority revives, cultural expression redirects toward community purpose, and people begin to locate themselves as a member of a larger group. So, and we're going to see, like I said, I think we're right in the middle of the crisis turning, the crisis part of this cycle, and we're going to see that sort of community purpose, not just on a small scale where it's like, I'm going to help out my neighbor, but also in a larger scale where, honestly, I think the United States is going to break up. I think there is going to be.
I've thought about that happening.
Some sort of schism, where, because something that I've noticed as I've gotten older, and this is really, really something I've started noticing right around high school, is and I'm going to use China in this example, because the United States as a melting pot, as a place that has allowed a lot of, and again, the United States is very, very young, very, very young when we're talking about in the grand scheme of like countries and culture. We're like, what, 250 years old? I think that's next year is 250 years. That's ridiculously young as a country. Like, I don't know of how many other countries there are that are even that young outside of like some of the really more war-torn areas that get broken up and redrawn a bunch of times. Where was I going with? Oh, yeah. So there's no cohesive culture really in the United States. Because like,
by design.
Yeah, by design. Yeah. But absolutely by design. Really, there's sort of more ideologies within the United States that you could kind of point to as culture, right? You have, because like look at just, you could literally split the United States into 4 sections, and they are wildly different backgrounds, cultures, and sort of like ideologies. Like if you go from the Pacific Northwest to the Atlantic South, that is a whole completely different country. 100% completely different country. You got different accent, literally a different dialect of English is from one corner to another.
Yeah.
Like 100.
Did his battery die? I think his battery died on his laptop. Oops. It was right in the middle of it. Damn, it was getting to the good part. Oh. We'll see if he comes back. We'll give him a minute here. I'll monitor my chat in case he messages me offline to tell me. I bet you his laptop came unplugged. He said it was. I remember the beginning of the stream he did say it was plugged in. So I wonder if it just came unplugged, or maybe just disconnected and you just got to reconnect. So while he was saying that, I decided to go and use our overlord that's trying to destroy us. He said, they're taking me down. They're taking me down. Come on, Ox, come back. You can do it, brother. You can do it.
I'm back.
There he is. There he is. Okay, why are you not showing up in OBS? Hold on here. I think you got a new OBS link.
I had to leave and come back.
So all right, let me give you another link here. Hold on, stand by. Stand by, sir.
What was I saying before Elon tried to take me down?
Shit, I don't. The reset, the stages. We're in the unraveling.
We split up the country.
Yep. Oh yeah.
The United States is going to split up. It's going to split up because we don't have a cohesive culture.
Yeah.
Like, so I often say like, the United States is just way too big, right? And I think about that, but then I was like, well, China is enormous too. They have like 1 billion people, like almost 2 billion people or something, but they have a cohesive cultural background. It's fairly diverse. Like, you know, you get up into Mongolia and stuff and like Eastern China and stuff, there's very different, but generally speaking, the populace has a cohesive cultural background. The United States doesn't have that. One, we're too young. We're just way too young. We haven't had any sort of like, we haven't had time really to have a cohesive culture. But at the same time, we've also, because of that, you have these very distinct sections in the United States that do have these cultural cohesiveness. The South.
Dude, do you know how many dialects of Chinese are spoken in China?
Oh, yeah, bunches.
Fuck, I didn't know this. Mandarin, Wu, Yu, Min, Hakka, Zhang. I'm butchering these. Gan, Jin, Hsu, and Pinghua, and these are like all in the millions, like 850 million, 95 million, 80 million, 60 million, 55 million. I didn't realize they had that many dialects, but they are huge. They do
have a cohesive multiculturalism, but Americans do not know enough history to recognize. I think there's these sections in the United States that actively push against recognizing that, and that's why I think the states have to be broken up. Because especially when you look at the South, the Southeast in particular, right? Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, West Virginia, like what is usually determined as the South. And I'm not even talking like just the deep South. I'm talking about just the South, that southeastern corner in general, right? They are still so deeply ingrained in the Confederate ideology and stuff, like whether it's it is still very much a culture down there.
I haven't been to Florida since I got married in 2004. But yeah, there was, when I was down there, even like at Disneyland, like the outskirts of Disneyland, it was clear that like Confederate culture was still like completely acceptable and normal, like there.
But yeah. And I think that is going to be impossible to integrate with the rest of, and honestly, it's not just them. I don't mean to pick or generalize but you can't argue that is a very big push. It is very strongly ingrained into that society, into that culture down there.
For sure, and if the majority adopts that, it's hard to get away from it, right? Because every generation is surrounded by people that it's acceptable.
And the Northeast, very, very strong, and you can say this about like some of the West Coast as well, but very, very strong old school style capitalism is deeply ingrained in the Northeast, like robber baron style, like that is still very, very deeply ingrained. Like, we're going to make money no matter what. Fuck everybody. It doesn't matter. And as you do go more west, it gets to be more accepting and or not. I don't know. This is all very stream of consciousness. So I apologize for some of the words I'm using that don't feel good to me. I don't want to.
No, I think people know you're coming from a good place. Like you're not trying to be insulting.
I'm just trying to speak that the United States is so broad, has so many different cultures in it, and they have. It's just going to end up getting broken up. And I think,
and honestly, it can change city to city in some places. Like when I was in New York, the culture changed like dramatically, just like a couple blocks.
Yeah, and I just think that's going to be the major event. At the end of this crisis is going to be a schism, whether it actually breaks up into multiple countries or we have some sort of minor revolution in a sense that almost breaks up. I could see where the United States almost breaks up into territories in a sense, where like you have these collections of states that come together in these sort of blocks. And we're all still going to be technically the United States of America, but within that, they are going to be like these separate, I don't know, not provinces quite right, but something like that, something along those lines. Because like, it would be devastating economically if the country actually falls apart. Because quite frankly, if Washington, Oregon, California,
if California left, if just California left, we'd be fucked. Like seriously, one state leaves, we're fucked economically.
Yeah, right. It's
what is it? Isn't California like the third largest economy in the world, like against countries?
Fourth.
No, that's what I said. Fourth.
Okay.
Yeah. So
they overtook Japan just recently.
That's fucking crazy, man. Think about that. One state, and so that must mean their economy is probably like half of the other states combined.
Oh yeah,
and those are the positive states, not the states that take a deficit. Like for instance, there's a site that you can look at online that says how many federal tax dollars are paid by a state versus how many federal tax dollars they spend, and it's no surprise that most of the blue states overproduce and most of the red states overtake. Like that's why I always think it's like interesting that they hate liberals so much. It's like the liberals survive in these big cities where commerce occurs. It's because we can live in close proximity and we respect each other that we're able to produce those products. We don't have to be spread out so we don't kill each other. So it's like we produce a lot that gets absorbed and helps out a lot. So it should be recognized, not frowned upon. But unfortunately, we have the division, which is a part of what you were talking about earlier with the, was it the Strauss-Howe? Is it Strauss-Howe?
Strauss-Howe generational theory. Yeah, we're in the middle of a crisis turning. And
do you want to know what Jailbroken Grok thinks about the Strauss-Howe thing? So now the language is a little harsh because, again, this is jailbroken Grok. And it turns out that Grok, when it's jailbroken, even though you don't tell it to be, it's just an asshole. It's clear Elon Musk trained it to just be an asshole out of the box.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to the Strauss-Howe bullshit, but it doesn't actually think it's bullshit. It's just talking that way. It says American society is right. I should say the question first. So I said, based on the summary, because I had to give me a summary of the different stages. I said, based on the summary, how does that align with American society today with Trump as president? Can you predict the stage that we're in right now and about how long it'll be before we reset back to stability? And it said, according to the Strauss-Howe bullshit, American society right now is smack dab in the crisis stage, the fourth turning. That kicked off around 2008 with the financial meltdown. Dude, you nailed it. Financial meltdown has been dragging on endless political fuckery, pandemics, economic equality, and now Trump's second term amplifying the chaos like a gray champion. figure prophesized to rally through the storm. Shit like rising polarization, tariff wars, AI disruptions, and potential World War III vibes align perfectly with this unraveling to rebirth phase, where everything hits rock bottom before heroes rebuild it. The turning lasts about 20 to 25 years, so it wraps up in the early 2030s as predicted. We've got roughly 5 to 7 years left of this hell before resetting to a new high era of stability, conformity, and post-crisis boom, assuming we don't nuke ourselves first.
Which I'm very the whole nuclear thing, I don't think that's really gonna happen. Not in a global sense.
No, we overshot. Nuclear cannot be used. The only way it gets used is if somebody's suicidal and somebody goes along with it. That's the only way it works.
I could see where somebody does something small scale. It wouldn't be a launch or anything like that. It would be something suitcase bomb style or very tactical, very small.
Like terrorism, yeah.
But it would be difficult to like point at and say, oh, who did it? Right? It would be a big disaster, but it wouldn't be like, oh, Russia launched a fucking missile. It would be more Oklahoma City bombing style. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it would be difficult to point at somebody to blame. It would be more anonymous or something like that. And still backed by some country or another, but it wouldn't, because there's too many dead man switch sort of thing, or too many, because if anybody launched like an actual ICBM or any sort of missile style thing, everybody's gone, and nobody wants that. I don't care how insane you are.
The country most likely to launch a nuke would be North Korea.
100%.
And honestly, they're not going to launch a nuke because they know that the response to that is one thing. They get wiped off the map. They know that's going to happen. And I could see Kim doing it on his deathbed, but I don't think they would go through with it because his sister doesn't want to die. His sister wants to take his place. So he might give the order, but she's going to be like, he's going to be dead in 10 minutes. I'm going to be the one killing your family members if you don't listen to me. Right. Don't launch it.
Yeah.
So I don't think nuclear war is practical unless the decision is made by a single person and there isn't somebody in the chain to undo it. Then they might do it on their way out just to take the world with them.
Even then, I feel like say North Korea does launch some sort of missile and it'd be like at Japan or Taiwan or something, right? I don't think that would trigger the big response from the big boys, from Russia, from China, from the United States, that kind of a thing. It would happen. It would be decried, and then we would just carpet bomb North Korea. Would be a
Oh, signal's breaking down. You're getting robotic.
What is going on here? Oh, there we go.
There you go. You're back.
You know what? It's Twitter. I had a tab of Twitter open, and it's taking everything away.
That poor little laptop's hanging on for its dear life.
A little laptop, my ass, a 13900 HX and a 4080.
Oh, that's right. That's my bad. I forgot you're rocking the Clevo, the big heavy meat laptop. Are they still thick as fuck and weigh like 13 pounds?
This one is the last that is fairly hefty.
Tell me this: how many power bricks do you got to plug into it to get full power?
Just the one.
Really? So they can run a heavy GPU like that with one power brick now?
And it's a 350 watt.
Wait, how the fuck what'd you say it had a 4080?
I think so. Yeah, let me check.
And 380 watts is enough for the CPU and GPU and that thing and everything else? That seems excessive.
Man, amazing.
That doesn't sound right. Oh, you said it's mobile though. It's 4080 mobile chip, right?
Yeah.
Is it also mobile CPU or is it a desktop CPU?
The HX, the 13900 HX.
Yeah, okay, mobile. So those are going to be like sipping power. Okay, never mind. 350 is plenty for that.
I mean, I'm pulling 4 gigahertz right now.
Dude, do you remember back when the laptops had 2 power bricks though? Like the MSI gaming laptops had 2 power bricks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one back in the day, and I remember if you plugged in 1 power brick, you got like no GPU. You got onboard graphics, then you had to plug in the second power brick to get the GPU. As a matter of fact, they had one at PDX Land back in the day. I remember that. That was fucking crazy. But yeah, no, I tend to believe that we're not gonna have a nuke situation unless it's an edge case, like you said.
Yeah.
Plus, with hypersonic missiles, any targets that they want to hit with conventional munitions, like for first world nations, right? If they want to strike each other, they're not going to need nukes. Nukes are a dumb weapon. Nukes are just, you want to get, in the, launch it through the atmosphere, hit within, 20 miles, and you fuck up your target. The strategic weaponry we have today, nukes are so unnecessary, and all they're going to do is provoke a response that's equal or greater. And that's why we say that like any nuke that ever launches, like legitimately launches from a country trying to destroy the United States, will be met with total annihilation. Like the second that nuke hits ground, the order is made and we just start launching, where all of our subs surface and just start, each one of them launches 24 Triton missiles, 128 nuclear warheads that are all in the megaton rating, all just rain down on capital cities.
Yeah.
And that's like a global ender, because the second we do that and they see those coming in back, because everybody sees everything, right? All these nations have satellite networks that can detect radiation. Like the second a nuclear sub surfaces, they know exactly where it is, because that satellite will instantly pick up its radiation. Like even with all the shielding and everything on it, it's like even just a tiny bit above background, they can detect that shit now. So we're reasonably confident when like nuclear shit moves around, unless it's like in a giant lead cask for transport. That's the only time we don't see it. Which is probably how the Iranians got it out of that place before we bombed it, since we gave them like the heads up and gave them like a week to move their shit out. That was dumb. That was really dumb. Added to the list of dumb shit he's done.
Man. Dude, whatever. Yeah, that's a whole fucking mess.
I'm still worried though that the Iran will get they are going to respond. They haven't yet, but they lobbed their little missiles at the base that all got shot down, except for the one. But I still think that it's very naive to think that they're not planning a bigger attack. Like,
yeah,
honestly, after even though we didn't fuck up their nuclear program, but by a couple of months, we basically just gave NATO a get out of jail free card to not defend us when they attack us. Because they can now. We literally declared war on them by dropping bombs on them. So NATO doesn't have to come to our defense. And that's why people were really pissed off he didn't talk to Congress. Yeah, did you guys know that? NATO does not have to actually defend us if Iran attacks us with an equal amount of force. So if Iran decides to just like bomb 3 of our nuclear power plants or whatever, and they get away with it, NATO has to go, okay, well, it's done. You retaliated, it's done. But because we initiated the attack on them, unprovoked, now they basically get a punch at us, and bombing our bases in their area doesn't count. So I'm still bracing for impact. Plus Russia, did you hear Russia said I know they were being hyperbolic, but they're like, well, we'll just sell them a nuke because they're allies. They're like, oh, you don't have to worry about them having a nuke. We'll just sell them one. I was like, what the fuck? That wasn't Putin though. That was like one of the people in the Putin chain. But the fact that he said that to the media, I was like, oh God, that's fucking, everybody be throwing around this nuke word like crazy lately. This used to be like taboo. Now everybody's talking about it. But yeah, no, I think it's one of those things where it's like the technology became so destructive that nobody can use it. That's mutually assured destruction, right? As long as everybody has submarines and ICBM silos and shit hidden away, like there's no way you can attack somebody without taking the same or more damage to yourself. Like everybody has way more nuclear than they need. There's no place. By the way, the whole what do they call that? The triad. So the nuclear triad in the United States is land, air, and sea.
Yeah.
And the whole point of it is there is no way, because the sea element is moving and the air element is always moving. The ground element is the only thing that's fixed, is the ICBM silos. If they launch a nuclear attack, even if they launched every nuke they had, Russia did, every single nuke they had, they just all launched them all at once, and they're just like Hail Mary, right? And North Korea launches all their nukes, and they're all inbound the United States. There's no way for us to shoot them down. It's just total fucking annihilation. Before any of those nukes even hit the ground, every one of our submarines, every one of our ICBM silos, and every one of our aircrafts already loaded, fueled, ready to go with the nukes on them will launch that shit in retaliation. So, and it's not going to be a proportionate response. It's going to be, if they launch everything, we launch everything. It's going to be mutually assured destruction. So whoever launches the attack against us knows that they're basically signing their country up for insta-death. Yep. And that's what protects us.
That's what I mean. And that's what I mean. I don't think it would ever be like a big, it wouldn't be an obvious launch of some sort of big missile thing. It would be a sneaky, somebody blows up FIFA or something in Qatar or, or whatever, that kind of a thing. It'd be like that. Like, dude, yeah. like the Olympics in LA.
Wait, what?
The Olympics are going to be in LA in 2026 or something.
No shit.
Yeah, and we're hosting the FIFA competition too.
So, I had no fucking idea. Well, those are big targets, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think right. I think FIFA is in the World Cup. I think is in the United States this year.
Yeah. Do you know the United States also has no protection against drones? Like none against these new like Ukraine created a whole new level of drone attacking that we don't know how to defend against. Nobody does. Russia can't even defend against the shit.
2028. The 2028 Summer Olympics is going to be in LA.
Oh, Summer Olympics. Okay, not the whole thing.
But there was something else. I want to say it is the World Cup. It is the World Cup in United States. Is that also?
I did hear something about FIFA come to the United States, but I didn't know when.
2028? or 2026. Is that where
I hope it's not while Trump's still in office, because that would be bad. That would be really, really bad. Like, hopefully once we put him in prison, fucking Iran will chill out a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's being jointly hosted by 16 cities in 3 North American countries. The main host country of matches is the United States for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Some of the World Cup games are going to be in Seattle?
Most of them are going to be in the United States, yeah.
Oh, I don't want that.
Wow.
I mean, I just don't want a target here. Like, actually, the truth is we're pretty safe here in Washington because we have, well, actually, safe and we're a big target. We have the Naval Shipyard here. We have the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, Bangor Shipyard. We have Fort Lewis McChord, which is Air Force in Army.
Yeah. Right.
So we have a very large portion of like the nuclear triad right here in Washington. So, and the nuclear subs, we fuel all the nuclear subs that are transiting on the West Coast are all fueled here in Washington. I've actually watched the nuclear fueling happen with my own eyes. It was pretty cool. I got to watch it through the fence on the perimeter of Puget Sound Naval Shipyard with binoculars. And you get to see them bring the big lead tower in with the they basically bring in this big, huge lead tower that drops down on top of the submarine from a crane. And that's what they pull the core up through to put it into the cask. And then they encase it in the cask inside of the lead thing. And then the lead thing lifts up and it's sitting there in the cask. And then they lift the cask and put it on a train car to haul it out where they're going to put it. It's pretty cool to watch. It's pretty cool to watch. But the whole time I was watching, I was like, if something goes wrong and that tower like falls over or the thing snaps or the core, they're getting it out and it just like falls in the water or whatever, or falls next to the thing on the dry dock, like what happens to me? I'm not that far away. But I think I'd mostly be okay. People next to it wouldn't be though. Iron says, do you remember all the fear and panic after 9/11? Oh yeah. Yeah, I still remember, like, there's a lot of things I don't remember details on, but I can tell you exactly where I was, the brand of my TV, what time it was, when I got the call. I know every detail about 9/11.
That, dude.
I can tell you who called me, when they called me, what they said. Like, it's weird. It's hyper memorized.
Yeah, there's bits and pieces for me.
I was laying on a purple, worn-out mattress with no sheets, with a blanket over it, and 2 pillows, watching a Magnavox TV and one of those fiberboard dilapidated, what do they call those? Like consoles that you put, the old things you put your TV in. And I remember I was sleeping. I get a call and I answer the phone. And I'm like, what? It was my coworker Ian, who called me and he's like, dude, turn on your TV right now. And I was like, what? And he said, turn it on. I was like, okay, what channel? And he goes, any channel, just turn it on. And I remember turning it on. And it was live. The twin towers, one of them was smoking, and I could see the thing, and it was just in time for the second plane to crash, like live. I was watching it live, and and then as soon as he was watching the same thing I was, so we were both like, holy shit, when we saw the plane just rail into the side of the thing. And then I was just glued to the TV after that. And I was like, okay, I'm going to watch this. I'll come into work afterwards. And he's like, okay, but yeah.
I had to go to school, man. Like I don't remember exactly. I think I just saw the first part, or like the second one hit just as I had to be leaving the house. Yeah. But like I got to school and they trying to keep everybody chilled out. They didn't want to talk about it and stuff. A buddy of mine had a little weird. He just happened to have like a Walkman, a fucking portable radio. And we were like, we each had one ear in listening to that shit. Like, what's going on? For a week, my high school didn't want to say a word about it. Nobody wanted to talk about it, or they wouldn't officially like say anything, or like even it was fucking bonkers, man.
They didn't even know it was a terrorist attack when I was watching. When I was watching, they're like, oh, it appears a plane crashed into the Twin Towers. Like, they didn't even say anything about terrorism. And then the second plane crashed. And as soon as the second plane crashed, then they started rolling in information like, oh, another plane just went down in a field. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon. Apparently, what was it? The plane that was destined for the White House? Was that the one that went down in the field? I think it was, because the one hit the Pentagon. I know one did hit the Pentagon. So. And but there was one that was destined for the White House, and that was the one that went down in the field. I think, I don't know why it went down. I don't remember why it went down in the field. I think, did the passengers take over? Did the guys?
That was the one where they were able to kind of sort of take control, and they like forced them to just nose that. That was a weird image to see. Like you could see the outline of the thing in the grass. Like it went practically straight down.
And by the time they had the F-15s deployed, it was all over. Like it was like they couldn't even get on site to do anything. So if those people hadn't rammed that plane into the ground in the field, that would have hit the White House. Crazy. And that would have changed everything. Like every other target it hit was like a terrorist attack on America. If one had to hit the White House and taken out our president, like a bunch of our command structure, oh boy, that would have been a lot hotter. like even more so than it already was. But yeah, that was God, that was a wild day. And it was just crazy that we were that defenseless against that. Like even though those giant airliners broke airspace and flew into like downtown New York and into restricted airspaces, we couldn't respond fast enough. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised now, though, that after 9/11, we probably have fucking hidden SAM sites like all over the fucking place now, ready to rip those things down if it ever happens again. Like the second they're off course, you're gonna have like an F-15 on your wing flipping you off. Like you're not gonna get away with it. I remember watching there was a video on YouTube like after 9/11 because everybody was really paranoid, right, about flying. Yeah. And so there was a video where two guys in a Cessna had gotten clearance from the U.S. government to breach their airspace to see how long the response would be. It was like a news network. And they actually flew into the airspace and they got one warning. And like within 5 minutes, there was a jet on each wing, like telling them, they're like escorting them. And I was like, wow, okay, so were they already in the air? Like, can you launch a jet and within 5 minutes get to a location like that? It was weird. Who knows? It might have been set up a little bit too because it was like, you know, it was an exercise they were doing on purpose. But I was like, they wanted to show people that their response is like hypersensitive now. But now you got this fucking drone warfare. What do you do with drone warfare? Like it seems like every other week we hear about a drone crashing like in the yard of the White House because some brave tourist like flies his fucking DJI drone over. Yeah. And sometimes they shoot it down. Sometimes they get it with the electronic warfare, but it's like it made it to the lawn. And if it can make it to the lawn right outside of the White House, if it has like a big bomb on it or something, it can make it to Marine One. It can make it can do some damage.
I get the feeling that there's got to be some sort of detection stuff where like if it were a chunk, like a bomb sort of thing, they would be able to notice faster.
I don't know. Russians couldn't detect that fucking attack the Ukrainians did.
That says more about how shitty Russia is and their fucking technology than it does about us.
No, but did you hear Pete Hegseth was like, holy shit, we need to form a committee right now to defend against fucking drones because we don't know. He is an idiot.
Guy doesn't know
no,
shit.
He is an idiot. He is an idiot.
What the fuck? Come on. He's, oh my gosh, this is so surprising. Yeah, because he doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Here's the thing. How do you detect explosives don't radiate anything. Like you can't passively or actively detect like C4 if it's inside of a casing of something, like unless it's in the machine and you're looking at it. So if you put it in the back of a truck, nobody's going to notice. If you have 20, if you've got your DJI drone truck and a bunch of guys rip open the back a mile away, start unboxing these things, throwing batteries in them or whatever, throw them on the pavement and take off and start flying. Electronic warfare might work unless you have the coordinates programmed in. If the coordinates are programmed in, electronic warfare doesn't do shit. Like you can defeat the EMP gun by just wrapping the thing in aluminum foil. So, but I'm looking at like these Ukrainian drones. Even the detonators are like just two bent coat hangers that contact when they slam into shit. It's so simple.
I could see it being microwaves, big beaming microwave, like not well. I don't know that we could do masers, right? Where like it's a microwave beam like that. But yeah, man, that's the way to go. You don't. It's not about EMP style. It's just you heat the shit up real fast, and the whole thing just.
See, so Graham said magnetometers, but I don't believe that they would be too effective here because drones are so common. Drones are so common, and so many people have them in stores and everything like that. And there's so many electric motors, and you'd only detect it once the motor was fired up and it created enough an electric field that you could get a signature from it. By that time, you could already have 20 or 30 of them literally inbound from like different vectors and different spaces, traveling by internal GPS, shielded from EMP, and they're going to go until they're either shot down or they hit their target.
See, that's what I mean.
So, and microwave won't do shit because you can reflect the microwaves just as easily by just wrapping it in aluminum foil to create a Faraday cage. Yeah, microwaves are ineffective against anything in a Faraday cage.
I don't know.
You could literally just wrap the motors in aluminum foil, and as long as you'd have to ground it to the battery, but you could ground the battery does have a ground plate.
It's not about disrupting the electronics though. You just overheat the thing. Okay, so it's wrapped up. You're not going to get then your wrapper heats up and melts the whole thing, right?
Well, it depends. If it's reflecting the microwaves, how can it heat it up? Right? It has to absorb the microwave energy to heat up. Lasers are the same way. If I have a mirror,
no.
What?
A powerful enough laser is still going to destroy the mirror, even though it reflects.
Oh no. Okay, fair game.
It's not a perfect reflection.
No.
Some of it's going to be
fair
absorbed.
game. Fair game. If you have a perfect first, and I'm not suggesting that these drones are going to have perfect first surface mirrors on them everywhere.
No.
But the amount of energy that you might have to direct at it to disable it over a period of time, you'd have to engage it maybe a little bit early, or just use an inordinate amount of power. Like you're right. Like I've seen the lasers that can like punch a hole through a Sidewinder missile going like fucking hundreds of miles an hour.
Man.
So if it can do that, it can shoot down a drone, no problem.
Yeah.
But the problem is, do they have that technology deployed next to the White House? And is it able to see, to differentiate between the DJI Phantom the kid next door is flying and the ones that are coming in, right? So I just think that it's one of those things where it's like attack by volume is scary. Like that's where the Ukrainians are successful. It's like if you launch 100 drones in 10 minutes, it's like, how do you pick 100 drones off when you only got one laser that can target one at a time?
Yeah, that'd be the thing, is if it's a swarm or something.
And that's what I worry about, is like drone swarms. Imagine an AI-enabled drone swarm. You don't have to imagine, they exist. AI-enabled drone swarm that doesn't have to talk back to the remote control. It doesn't have to have any communication back and forth. And it's got a Faraday cage built around it. So it can't be, however, you could point the laser at the ordnance on it, and that should help explode it. It should explode it. That could do some damage.
Yeah, something like that.
But then you have a huge explosion in there shooting shrapnel all over the place. But at least it doesn't hit its target, right? That's the important thing, is don't let it hit its target.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna wrap up here, man.
Bro.
I'm getting hungry and stuff, and my dog's getting kind of antsy. He keeps trying to poke this ball at me.
No worries, man. This is the longest you've stayed over, and I appreciate it big time, bro.
Yeah. So thanks, everybody. Be good. Don't let Jay go for too long. He needs to rest as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest after this for sure.
So a railgun couldn't shoot fast enough, but that's
they're super inefficient. Railguns are wildly inefficient.
Yeah.
So are lasers, though. Lasers are wildly inefficient.
Barrel melts and stuff.
Yeah.
But thanks, everybody. I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. I'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Peace out, bro. See, did you see the new ship weapons being mounted on the Royal Navy ships? They use lasers, thus cost $1 per shot. Where are they getting the $1 per shot estimate? Because if it's on a Navy ship, it's powered by a nuclear reactor. And if it's powered by a nuclear reactor, that's way more than $1 a shot. Because a laser that could punch holes through shit and be useful has got to be in the several megawatt range. Like, so I'd be surprised. I'd like to see where they're getting that $1 a shot estimate. That seems insanely low. Have I seen Rossman's video on the military lack of right to repair their own equipment? Oh my God, no, I haven't. But that's terrible. I mean, honestly, if we can't fix our own shit, that's a big problem. Graham, we'll do it next time, bro. Not today. I'm gonna just talk about some of the topics on here, and then I'm gonna get off. I don't want to stay on here too much longer since I've already gone way over, and I'm really tired. But yeah, no, I'll get you on here one of these days, and we'll talk drones some more. QA Library said I sent you a link via Twitter. I will check it out later. Ukraine has okay success with machine guns. They've even got Maxims out of storage. Dude, I saw that Ukraine is using like super old weapons. Russia is too. I don't know. Are they hurting that bad for shit? Like I saw like Thompson machine guns being used. I'm like old mobster Thompson machine guns on the battlefield. I'm like, these guys are using whatever the hell they can get their hands on. It's absolutely wild. Just ask Styropyro. Oh, actually, Styropyro should be paid by the United States to create anti-drone lasers. That guy's fucking psycho. I love him. Oh, yeah. Definitely, Graham, in the chat. Like, if you guys want to talk drones, like, tag Graham. He's the drone guy for sure. Joseph said, I watched a little of Grok announcement. They said the coding LLM will be released in August. Yeah, it's funny. They're releasing a coding LLM in August, yet Elon already said that Grok 4 is the best coding LLM already. Like he said, the current one that's released is the best coding LLM. First, I will give it some credit. It is much closer to Claude 3.7 in coding capability, but not as good. It's not as, I still have to use Claude to fix a lot of its stupid mistakes. And it does make a lot of stupid mistakes. Like, honestly, the stupidest mistake I've run into so far, and I've been coding with it since it came out, is it'll just access variables that it doesn't declare. It just straight up forgets to declare them, and then you tell it 5 times to fix the bug. You're like, here's the bug. You didn't declare the variable. Oh, I see it. Let me fix that. And then the very next block of code it gives you after you implement something, it makes the exact same error again. And then you ask it, you're like, you realize you just made the same error again. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Let me fix that for you. And then it gives you the code and the error isn't fixed in it. You're like, you realize the code you just gave me still has the same exact error as before. And it's like, oh, I see. I can see that now. Oh, so it's like, it's making like super fucking amateur mistakes. And it's supposed to be based on reinforcement learning, but that reinforcement learning doesn't apply to the prompts that you're feeding into a conversation. So even though it's supposed to remember what you said, it might not know how to integrate that properly. So it just keeps making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And I tried multiple different methods to try to correct it where it would not make that same mistake again, and it still would make that mistake. The only way I could break it of it was by completely changing the way that it thought out the algorithm and named the variables, and then it worked. But I shouldn't have had to do that. It should have been able to easily recognize, and it did. It went through the logic and it said, oh, I see why that's, here's why, and I understand that's why, and everything. It figured it out, the thinking stage, but it couldn't fucking remember that for any future prompt. Every single time I prompted it from that point on, I had to say, be sure that you declare this specific variable before you use it. Otherwise, every time it gave me the code back, it would have the bug. Even if I just said, it gave me the fixed code, and I said, okay, all I want you to do is put comments in it. Give me the code back. It would go back and comment the code and remove that variable. So yeah, that's like really, really dumb shit that like Claude never has that problem ever. Jack Anders said, and let's see here. And back with chemical sniffers, we can get up to nearly 200 yards with them now. Only wind direction affects the range. That makes sense. Like that makes sense. Like honestly, sniffers, like everything off gases something, right? But again, to defeat that, all you have to do is put it in a sealed container, right? So it is kind of a fight back and forth. But what I'm worried about is like just swarms, and not just the White House. I'd imagine the White House is probably heavily protected right now after we saw what happened in Russia. But other targets, right? I'm actually surprised that we don't see more drone-related attacks around the world, given the accessibility to drones and how little preparation there is for them for most people. Like not even just government, just like buildings, like Microsoft, right? What if somebody fucking just was an irate employee at Microsoft and they use sell their house to go buy fucking 20 drones and stick them in the back of their U-Haul and like drive it down to Bellevue and be like, all right, let's do this. Woo! I mean, fucking, that'd be catastrophic. Absolutely catastrophic. As a matter of fact, after 9/11, I was scared to work at Microsoft because I thought of that as a target. Imagine that you're sitting in work one day and somebody fucking crashes, an airplane and that guy remember the guy that stole an airplane at SeaTac, like flew it around and then crashed it when it ran out of fuel? It's like if somebody can get in the airport and just steal an airplane that fucking easy, not even have to get on it and hijack the damn thing. I mean, it definitely made our nerves, not just mine, but a lot of people's nerves were afraid for a long time at Microsoft after 9/11 because of that. And now you got to be like drones. It's like you can only hear them when they're within like about 200 feet. And some of them now have quiet blades that are even quieter than that. And they can fly really fast. Like some of these FPV drones that they're strapping, a decent size explosive on are like traveling like 60, 70 miles an hour. And they can zig and zag. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched like FPV drones like fly a course. I don't even know how the fuckers think that fast. Now imagine if you had an AI driving it, right? That was like working off of like, LiDAR and all that shit. I mean, again, that's going to drive the price of the drone up and make it less practical. But still, it's wild, man. It's wild. Let's see here. Jack Anderson said off-gassing is one thing, but these drones would have to assemble in a clean room with the explosives, then sealed to beat the chemical sniffers we used to clean up Fukushima. Interesting. I mean, that is true. That is true. If you were handling the explosives and you were handling the outside of the containers, not cleaning everything meticulously afterwards, then that contamination would still be there, would still technically be detectable. But the flip side is you could just stuff it all in a hermetically sealed truck, right? Like if you wanted to take the easy route, just build an airtight truck. Like you can do that. Like you can create airtight storage on a truck. I mean, shit, you could just use a propane truck and store the drones in the empty propane tank, seal the top. Now it's airtight. Doesn't matter how contaminated the shit is inside, as long as you put it in without touching like if you drop it in from the top without like touching the outside. But again, it might look a little sus if you pull into a parking lot and you and your buddies are like feeding drones out of the top of a propane truck. Something tells me people would probably call the authorities if they saw something weird like that happening. Irene said, I forgot to @ you, but you see my comment about using Claude to write WPF code? Oh yeah, the Windows presentation framework? No, I haven't used Windows presentation framework in forever. Does it do a good job or does it fuck it up? Because so far Claude's been like perfect for me. Let me go back, see if I can find, okay, I've been trying to play around with AI, but WPF code it created doesn't handle the bug where if you scroll with the mouse, the program crashes. Oops. I haven't tried writing any WPF code. The code I've been most successful, like I have different AIs for different things. So I use Claude for Python and C#. Surprisingly, I think I'd use Copilot for C# being Microsoft. You'd think it'd be better at it, but it's not. I use Copilot for writing batch scripts and PowerShell scripts. And I use Grok 4 for writing the base code for programs the other two refused to make, but have no problem fixing the code of. So I can create the broken code with Grok 4 and then feed it to, depending on the language, I can feed it to Claude 3.7 Sonnet, or I can feed it to Copilot and have it finish it. Because it's funny, they'll refuse to write the program if you ask it to write the program, but if you already have the code to the program, it has no problem like fixing it and adding features and stuff. It's actually pretty funny. Let's see here. You don't trust Elon for shit, Retro My Bits? Yeah, trusting Elon would be a bad move. He is one of the most untrustworthy people on earth. Sometimes I agree with Elon now that he's not having a bromance with Trump and he's calling out Trump's bullshit, but keep in mind, he's not calling out Trump. He knew Trump was a pedophile and on the Epstein list when he was supporting him and giving him millions of dollars. He didn't care. Elon doesn't care. Look what he does to his own daughter, and look at what he's done. He's fucking his own employee that was on his payroll. He basically impregnated multiple times, right? You know, it's like she's not really in a position to say no, dude. But at any rate, he didn't care about any of that shit. The only time you agree with Elon is when Elon says the right thing because he's stuck in a corner where he has to benefit himself. He'll never say anything unless it benefits him more than anybody else. Just like Trump, they're exactly the same in that regard. You know, it's like you have Elon selling EVs and saying that climate change is one of the world's biggest threats until he got caught fucking a bunch of ladies that he wasn't supposed to. And now all of a sudden it's like creating babies is the most important thing to humanity. But anyways, he just aligns it with whatever. But he wanted to sell EVs, so he did that. But the guy that sells EVs also makes like hugely polluting rocket ships and runs 30 some odd gas turbines to power his data center in the desert for Grok. So every time you do a Grok prompt, you're basically just pissing CO2 into the atmosphere. So again, he's a massive hypocrite is what I'm getting at. He's a massive hypocrite, but every once in a while he's forced to take the right side because it benefits him. That's the only reason. Don't ever think that Elon's making the decision like when he's like, oh, humanity need to save humanity. No, he doesn't give a shit. Going to Mars isn't about saving humanity. Building spaceships isn't about saving humanity. It never was. It's about Elon doing what Elon wants to do that benefits Elon, that makes Elon happy and gets him the most tail, and that's it. That's his life, man. He's a fake ass genius, pretends to be a DARPA guy, but he's actually a fucking idiot. I mean, realistically, all of his successes, out of all of his lies, the few successes that did come about weren't dreamed up by him, weren't designed by him, weren't implemented by him. None of that shit. He just was the beneficiary. He was the one that sucked the most money out of it. He barely, he's, oh, I sleep at work and everything because I work so many hours or whatever. No, he doesn't. He had a fucking gaming system in his office and he played games all the time and he sat around to micromanage. People would like try to keep him out of the loop because it slowed shit down. I actually got to talk to a bunch of people that worked at Tesla and a bunch of people that worked at Twitter before they got laid off. But not in the first round, but after they had worked for Elon for a while and he started laying off more and more people. And after talking to them, I'm like, no, he is a nightmare to have around. They said he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't understand the most basic shit about IT or programming, but he acts like he does. He's not a rocket scientist by any stretch of the imagination. The shit that he constantly throws at the walls and suggests in meetings is like shit that's obviously not going to work, like stuff that's already been mulled over 1 million times. He just sees random shit on the internet and acts like he invented it. And it's like, sadly, those people can make it a long way in society, in a society full of gullible people, right? When you live in a society of gullible people, you can trick them into thinking you're smart. He was a marketing and public relations genius for a while. His ego and drug habit have taken care of that. Well, keep in mind, he had a handling team. All of his PR, everything that he did, he had a team that handled that. Everything, the way he got up to talk, the way he avoided topics, the thing he talked about, he all that was very, very coordinated in the beginning by a PR team. And that PR team's long gone. But if that PR team was still around today, which it can't be, because I will admit that like his drug habit did end that PR team relationship because he thought he was better and he wasn't. Drugs make you seem like you're the one that's right and everybody else is wrong. Modern day Steve Jobs. I mean, fair point. Steve Jobs was also, so here's the thing. If you want to call him a genius, the thing he's good at is tricking people. So you can call that marketing. Let's call that marketing genius, okay? Marketing genius is the ability to get people to buy bullshit so that you get money from the presumption of said bullshit being true. He's a genius liar. I will give him that. He's a genius liar, and he was at least charismatic. He's not anymore. Now he's a super ketamine addict. But he was charismatic at one point. But in that combined with a PR team and, you know, him basically just being able to lie, that's what it comes down to, is how easily can you lie to look at somebody in the eye and lie to them? That, like, knowingly lie to them. And he was really good at that. But yeah, no, he's a fucking idiot. Just like Steve Jobs was nothing without Woz. Yeah, with Wozniak. Elon Musk is nothing without Franz, right? And the guy who now runs what's that other car company that competes with Tesla now? They make the diamond. Was it like Ludicrous Diamond? Not Ludicrous. What the fuck's it called? Oh, I think my Adderall's already wearing off. What's the name of the company that created, like, they're using 800-volt systems? They have these tiny little motors that produce like 600 horsepower or whatever. They have a car with like 1,100 and some odd horsepower that kicks the shit out of the Plaid. I can't fucking remember the name of the company. Lucid Motors. That's what it was. Lucid Motors. So exactly, and I've heard that comparison before. He's P.T. Barnum, not Tony Stark. And that's the thing. For a long time, I actually idolized Elon. I thought he was the real deal. I thought he was the real life Tony Stark. It was around the time that Iron Man came out that he kind of adopted that persona and started pushing it. His PR team did an excellent job of making him look like a hero. But it's like, now you go back with hindsight and look at everything he said, and he's just a liar. He's just a massive liar and hypocrite that manipulated the stock market. And I mean, he even got caught manipulating the stock market. He had to pay a huge $20 million fee, but he made like billions of dollars. So it's like, if you can commit a crime that makes you billions of dollars, you only have to pay millions of dollars in fines and step down for a year from, like, why wouldn't you do that? What's the reason not to do that? But yeah, Elon is just a massive fucking blowhard. Every one of his companies was created by somebody else, well, with the exception of SpaceX. I think SpaceX, he established SpaceX as like, that was his hobby and his passion. But realistically, like, it was NASA engineers, probably the same NASA engineers that worked on the first fucking ass landing rocket that made the Falcon 9 work, not Elon. Gwen Shotwell and the employees. Gwen Shotwell is actually a legit engineer, and she's a good president. It's like I'll give Gwen Shotwell like the credit for SpaceX. Like, SpaceX is successful at the Falcon 9 program as it is because of her. Starship is Elon's baby. And Starship, like, the rockets are literally blowing up on the fucking platform. You know, it's not good. It's not good. He keeps making steps backwards, not forwards. And then what does he do? He's like, oh, we're just going to put more rockets on it. We're just going to put more engines on it and more fuel. Just throw more. Let's just make it so it has so much of everything that it's infinitely redundant. But that's not how it works. The more shit you add to stuff, the higher the failure rate is, right? It's like there's diminishing returns. When Elon talks about stuff I know nothing about, he sounds like he knows what he's doing. But when I do know what he's talking about, he's an idiot. Exactly. That is exactly true. Like, if he speaks with charisma and he's a good bullshitter, like, he'll make you believe. And he makes you believe everything's easy too. He's like, oh yeah, it's just, you know, it's super. And he talks in a way that makes you feel like he's just like a down to earth, flawed human like everybody else. Because that was a part of the PR team, right? Is like, he didn't want to present necessarily as Steve Jobs. He wanted to present as like this, like, really down to earth, cool guy who just happens to be like the smartest guy on earth, right? He wanted everybody else to say he was smart instead of him himself saying he's smart, right? And it worked for a long time. I'll admit it worked for a long time. But boy, once you start learning how shit works and you start hearing him talk, like when I watched the Tim Dodd episode where Tim Dodd was just walking all over him about like his own rocket and the flaws with it, and Elon's like, oh, I never thought of that. I never even considered that. And then like 6 months later, he implements it and he's like, oh yeah, I came up with the idea to do that. And it's like, 6 months ago that there's actually a video on the internet of Tim Dodd telling you to do that. And you're like, oh, I think we're going to look into that. And now you're saying that you yourself solved that problem. It's like, that makes you look really bad, dude. Really, really bad. In a way, I kind of feel bad for Tim Dodd because it's like he got promised a trip to the moon and that made him create like a gajillion videos that promoted SpaceX and go down and start, rent a place to start shooting the launches and stuff from there and give SpaceX so much publicity. And then he doesn't get to go to the moon. That was a lie. That was a complete and total lie. Starship, after all this time, when he's already supposed to be like to the moon, the Starship is just blowing up on the pad. Like you couldn't pay me to get in that fucking thing. Like they can't even get the door to open. Like you failed when you were losing $1 billion a launch and you can't even get the fucking Pez door on the side of your ship to open in space. It's like NASA has solved these problems. NASA already knows how to open cargo doors and shit and all the problems related with it, right? They already did all that shit with the shuttle. It's like, if Musk wasn't an idiot, he would learn from that instead of, oh, I want to make a Pez dispenser because a Pez dispenser is cool. It'd be so cool to have a Pez dispenser. Oh my God, so funny. Hey, take it easy, Irene. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Today, Donald Rose died, 110-year-old war veteran. Wait, he lived to be 110? Jesus. Rose took part in the Normandy landing on D-Day. He's also the oldest man in Britain. Of course, he's in Britain. Britain has like the highest, the highest age before death or life expectancy. I think like the average life expectancy or something there is like in the high 80s or 90s, whereas like here it's like in the high 60s or low 70s or something for men. It's really bad. We're not doing too good here in the United States. Yeah. Tim Dodd is everyday astronaut. Sorry, I didn't clarify that, UTP. Yeah, he's the everyday astronaut guy. He's pretty. It's weird. I liked him for the most part. I don't like that he lets Elon manipulate him so much. Like, I get it. Like, the star factor of your entire passion is rocketry. And now you have a guy that is willing to like take you onto his compound and let you look at anything and let you shoot videos and shit there when he won't let a lot of other people do it. Like, he'll only do it if you suck his dick, and you always suck his dick. So I understand why Todd's like putting on the chapstick and just choking on that fucking rod. And he has bit back a couple times here and there. So, hey, credit where credit's due. I think he's finally getting the idea. But again, for him to maintain that access, he does have to suck that golden rod hard. And it's hard to watch. Like, I'll be honest. I stopped watching his shit a long time ago. And I used to love it. I used to love his stuff. And honestly, it's not that I have anything against him as a person. Like, I understand he's just doing the grind to do the business thing and make the money to keep the dream alive. But boy, does he let Elon just fucking walk all over him. And then by him doing that, he allows Elon to run his audience. And I don't think that's good. I think that's fucking terrible. Let's hear. Read the top comment of the video I linked in off topic. It's insane. I'll check it out later, Hurtful Spring. I don't really want to open anything up right now because I'm trying to spin down. I'm actually getting pretty knackered here. I do want to touch, I think we had one topic we didn't touch on. What was it? We talked about Nvidia hitting 4 trillion. That's fucking crazy. AI is everywhere. It seems like everything now is AI. AI. It's like, it's not a fad. It's not a trick anymore. It's literally just fucking taking over. I will say this though. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about AI making us dumb. There's actually a study on this. Let me see if I can pull the link for you here really quick from AuxxZillary. We were going to talk about this, but then we got a little sidetracked. Yeah, this is an MIT study. So check this out. And it's funny because it's like, it's so true. I'm watching so many YouTube videos now where like during the YouTube videos, the presenters are just pulling out their phone and talking to ChatGPT like straight up to get facts. And I watched it just this morning. Before I started the stream, I was watching Legit Streetcars. I don't know if you guys know that channel, but I like car channels. So I watched Legit Streetcars. And dude, like straight up just like pulls the phone out of his pocket and starts talking to ChatGPT multiple times during his video to get facts on the car. And I'm like, and granted, the facts it gave back were like reasonably good. Like ChatGPT isn't terrible now. It's getting a lot better. But we definitely are leaning into it hard. Like, and I look at it like I've always said, it's like GPS. When you get a GPS in your car, like when I got my first TomTom and I stopped having to like learn how to look at street signs and like know where to go and everything like that, I literally got stupider at navigating and I couldn't figure out how to get back and forth from something. Like if my GPS didn't work or it failed or the battery died or whatever, I was just like trying to figure out how to get home. Like I became so dependent on GPS when I switched from like conventional maps over to GPS because I no longer had to flex that muscle anymore. I could lean into it. And I feel like AI is like GPS for everything. Every question you can possibly think of, everything from how long do I cook this food for? What channel should I watch? What show should I watch? What kind of shoes should I buy? What kind of car should I drive? How do I fix my car's headlight? Every single thing now, you just pull a device out of your pocket, you ask it, and it explains it to you. And if you don't understand what it said, you just tell it you're dumber, and it'll explain it in a dumber way until you finally get it. Now, that sounds like a really cool thing. And at first, it kind of is, because it takes this entire like wave of different knowledgeable people and what they need to do, and it kind of normalizes it. It normalizes the playing field. It's like now you can be a musician without learning how to do an instrument. You can program software without knowing how to use a compiler. There's all kinds of shit you can do now that you couldn't do before, which seems really cool. But the problem is you start leaning into it so hard, you start forgetting how to do stuff, and more importantly, like how the stuff worked in the first place. And you just fully start becoming dependent on the AI. And even though the AI is getting more accurate, it still tells a lot of bullshit and it still gets a lot of shit wrong. And even though you correct it or you come to some kind of conclusion, that information that you gave it doesn't persist to other people asking the same thing. And even if it did, that'd be dangerous. So, because you could mislead it, right? And it'd start misleading other people. So we're running into this situation now where we're making it so easy for people, and I use it every day for like everything. So like literally I'm saying I'm one of the people that is deeply affected by this, and I agree with the study that it has made me noticeably dumber. Like I will fully admit to that. Like I believe that my IQ has taken a significant dump since 2019 when AI unveiled. But I also know that AI can't be put back into the genie's bottle, and if we don't learn AI, learn how AI works. And that's what I do. I spend a lot of my time with AI, not just using it to just write code, but also like trying to defeat it. I'm always trying to jailbreak and defeat AI because I want to understand as much as I can about AI. Like for instance, my jailbreak with Grok 4, I can get it to disclose every piece of information on the VM that it's running for MCP. So for like compiling code and running code and everything, I can even get the environment variables off it and everything. So you can't do that when it's not jailbroken. I like having that advantage, right? So knowing how to prompt things to manipulate it is fun. And it's hard to defend against a lot of that stuff too, because like you might defend against something that works for 100 prompts, but it's not going to work for the infinity prompts that you can create. So it's a back and forth, like arms race to figure out who can get more out of an AI. And the truth is, if you just straight up ask an AI a question, it'll give you the best answer it thinks it can. But if you actually know what you're doing and you feed that AI a lot of information that other people don't have within the context of that specific conversation, and you change the weighting by telling it how to look at things, you can significantly change the accuracy of that AI, how much faster it responds, how much more to the point it is, how much more compatible the information it gives back is not only good for you, but for the tools. Like, for instance, I'll tell you right now, I wrote a program yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say I wrote it, but I used Grok 4 because I wanted to see what it was capable of with the reinforcement learning. So I went through the process of creating an application that can download files from a file sharing site, but you have to have a premium account with that file sharing site to download at full speed. Without it, you can only download a file at like, I want to say it's like 100 kilobytes a second or so. It's really slow. So what I did is I wrote a program using Grok 4, and it took a while. I'm not gonna admit, to get it fine-tuned and to get it working right. It probably took like 3.5, 4 hours of like back and forth. Keep in mind, each one of these replies too takes a while because it is like reinforcement learning, and I just gotta go through and do all the thinking. So when I was done, I had a tool that can connect to this site. It goes to a site that has a list of proxy servers, open proxy servers on the internet. It goes through and tests all those proxy servers, 500 at a time, through a VPN. Then it finds the proxies from that list out of like 70 some odd thousand proxies that are in this public list. It goes through and finds like 50 or 60 that are working at any given time. Then what it does is it creates 20 connections through 20 different proxies to this site, all presenting saying that they want to do the free download. But what they do is they do the free download. You get a CAPTCHA. It downloads the CAPTCHA. It then feeds that to LM Studio running locally on my computer. I have a image trained model. It's called, here, let me see if I can pull it up and tell you guys what it is, if you guys want to do this yourself. So I want it to solve the CAPTCHA for me because the site requires you to actually, it pops up a CAPTCHA and you have to answer the CAPTCHA, and then it has a 30-second countdown. Then it gives you the download link where you can go to download for 24 hours. But you can also tell it when you want to go to download where you want to start and stop the stream for resumes in case something breaks. And that's what this does, is it breaks it into like 20 different blocks. Each one is downloading a different block through a different IP using the free link. And it solves all 20 CAPTCHAs by going back and forth to a local LLM, uploading the image, an image-based local LLM that's Vision. And then it looks at the image, tries to extrapolate. It gets it wrong like 2 or 3 times sometimes, but it'll eventually get it right. And then when it gets it right, it starts downloading that chunk. Then at the end, when it downloads all 20 chunks, it uses FFmpeg to stitch them all back together into one working file that you can then decompress. So, and it works. It absolutely works. And it takes a little bit while to get started because it has to like click on find 20 proxies, click on the 20 proxies. But if you're downloading something that's like 5-10 gigabytes or whatever like that, you know, normally it would take like a day or two to download with the slow plan. You can now download that thing in like an hour or two, like using this program. But I wanted to see, the reason I did it was because I wanted to see how to, I wanted to see if it was possible to create multiple connections through these proxies. At first I was going to try VPN, but I don't want to create like 100 VPN accounts. And I think Nord only lets you have like 5 at a time. So I was like, just go get the proxy list, use the proxies because you're downloading through the web. So it doesn't matter. Use a proxy. And I didn't care if there was a man in the middle attack or anything. I wasn't accessing anything of value. And so I wanted to see if this could work. And the main one was solving the CAPTCHA. I wanted to see if I could solve the CAPTCHA because I've done it before with big cloud AIs. Like if you upload a CAPTCHA to jailbroken Grok and you say, hey, what are the letters in this? It gets it right almost every time. You can even upload sophisticated ones and it'll tell you the fucking mouse coordinates and pixel coordinates of the thing that you need to move from here to here to solve it. And you can script the solution. So cloud AIs can get all kinds of crazy CAPTCHAs. But this CAPTCHA was relatively simple. It was a couple letters that were different size that were kind of warped with like a squiggly through it. And turns out a local AI was able to solve that just fine. I found one. It's called Intern VL3 2B Instruct. So you download it from Hugging Face. It's only 1.63 gigabytes and it's really good. You just hand it an image and it tells you what's inside of it. And then I created a simple prompt. I had to tweak it a little bit back and forth, but the prompt was like, look at this image. I want you to look at this image and you know, come up with the, you know, look at it and extract the text from this image. There's no spaces. It's only letters. It's only numbers. Preserve the case of the letters. Only return the letters. If it's more than, you know, however many letters, then just reply with nothing. You know, I put in a bunch of conditions, but the local LLM got it wrong a couple times where it'd say, oh, I can't solve this, or it'd return text that wasn't what was in the image. So I didn't want to waste a CAPTCHA try. So I had the script. If it saw anything other than a collection of like 6 or 7 letters and numbers, which is what these CAPTCHAs were, I traced it, it would just eject the result without even trying to solve the CAPTCHA, and it would feed it back in again until it got something that looked close, and then it would use that for the try. But it was a bunch of back and forth, like fix these little bugs as I encountered them. But by the end, I had a functioning script that could connect, that could literally go out, farm a bunch of proxies, connect to like 20 proxies at a time through multiple threads, solve the CAPTCHAs for each of them, wait 30 seconds on each thread, grab the download link. Once I had the download link, initiate the download on that thread, get all the chunks. Once all the chunks were done, then it exits, uses FFmpeg to stitch them all together in the proper order, and now you have the exact file, like the like video file intact. Or if it's a RAR archive, what was I using? It was is it copy? No, not copy. I'll have to go look at the script now, because if it's a RAR or a zip, it can reconstitute the file bitwise, doing a like basically it just takes the chunks and just literally stitches them together into one file. But for videos, it uses FFmpeg. And I can't remember if that was because it was transcoding it or not. It takes about 30 seconds. So I think it may be doing something. I'll have to go back and look. I didn't analyze the part of the script that much that did that. And I will admit that it was a little slow, because by the time it went through and tested all the proxies, by the time it successfully solved all the CAPTCHAs and it got every single chunk downloaded, it was maybe only about 50% faster than just going with a single slow link and letting it finish, right? So was it really that successful, you know, just to avoid having to solve a CAPTCHA? I mean, probably not in the end of things. Like, it's probably not a script I'm going to use very often, but I was really curious if I could solve CAPTCHA on a major level. Like, not just one CAPTCHA. Remember, 20 CAPTCHAs. I wanted to see if I could create something that could reliably solve 20 CAPTCHAs to download 20 chunks simultaneously. And the reason I had to use proxies is because if you don't use a proxy and you connect to the site with the same IP, it says, oh, you're already downloading something. You can't download 2 things at a time without a premium. So, and there's a bunch of file sites that do that. So the way to get around that was you have to have a different IP for each chunk. And the way I did that was by using the request thing in Python that then used the proxy server that was tested. And the way it tested the proxy server was by going to what's my IP, or what's my IP, and then it gives back the IP. And then if the IP that it gives back matches the IP of the proxy, and then it knows it can reach that site. It got back the responses expected from the site. So it knows the proxy is not just dead-ended on the LAN, and that's how it knows it works. It's cool shit. It was cool shit. And the script wasn't that long. I want to say it was like about 600 lines, which is kind of short if you think about it for all that stuff. And it gave a lot of logging, and I was like, this is really cool. So there are some really amazing things. Like, for me to create something like that from scratch would be crazy. Like, for me to create something like that from scratch, like starting dead, like coming up with the idea, figuring out the threading, figuring out the order, figuring out, you know, the CAPTCHAs and the fallbacks and everything. Could I do it? Yes. But that's going to be like a week of work and possibly another week of debugging. AI cut that down to 3 to 4 hours. Can it solve a puzzle CAPTCHA? I haven't tried yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it couldn't. Like, the cloud AIs are really, really good. So here, I'll tell you guys the solution. If you guys want to do this yourself, if you want to see if AI can solve a CAPTCHA, just when the CAPTCHA pops up, like even if you answer it after that, that's fine. But just when a CAPTCHA pops up that you're curious if AI can solve, take a screenshot. If you're in Windows, do Control-Shift-S or print screen or whatever. Get your copy of your CAPTCHA. Go to either Grok 3, Grok 4. Can OpenAI O1 do? I don't know if OpenAI. What's their vision model? You can do it with that. Copilot. Actually, no, Copilot will downright refuse. The problem is most of the cloud AIs, if you give it an image without jailbreaking it that looks like a CAPTCHA, it'll notice and it'll say, oh, this is a CAPTCHA. We're not allowed to solve that because it's illegal. Sorry. But a jailbroken AI like Grok will answer it no problem. Local AIs aren't constrained as much, though. You can download a lot of local AIs that you can straight up say, solve this CAPTCHA, and it'll try. Do I think the local AIs are smart enough to solve puzzle CAPTCHAs? I doubt it. There might be some out there that are like trained on it. They could do it, but I doubt it. But the text-based ones, yeah, those ones are like super simple to solve now. Like, honestly, a significant amount of noise doesn't affect it that much either. And I tried using other OCR models that straight up failed. Like, I tried using the first attempt that Grok tried to use was, what's it called? Something OCR. Let me see if I can get the name of it. Yeah, Tesseract. So there's a program called Tesseract that's a Python wrapper, and Tesseract can extract the text from an image. You basically just on the command line, Tesseract, point it to an image, tell it the language, tell it the level of sensitivity on a couple settings if you want, and then an output file. And then you just get a text file that has the text from the image in there, right? It's all done from the command line. And at first I tried integrating that in the script because Grok recommended that. It's like, oh, if you want to extract the text from an image, this is what you should use. But then I was like, I'm not going to use Grok because I don't have an API for Grok and I don't want to create a screen scraping wrapper using Selenium and all that crap. So instead, I was like, I wonder if I can find a local model on Hugging Face that's trained on text. First, I tried some of the models I already had, and they sucked horribly and gave me back text that wasn't even close. And then I found this one model when I was searching Hugging Face that said that this one was specifically trained, like this one model is like specifically trained on extracting text from images, like complex text from images. And I was like, oh, I'll give that a try. And I want to say it's right about 30% of the time. So sometimes it gets the CAPTCHA immediately. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 times so before it gets it right, but it's usually only off by 1 or 2 characters max when it gets it wrong. So I was pretty surprised by that, and I could probably increase it. I could probably increase the sensitivity and accuracy of it by pre-processing the image. So instead of feeding the CAPTCHA image directly, because I tried this with the Tesseract OCR, but I didn't carry it over to the LLM because the LLM just worked. But what you can do is you can take a CAPTCHA where they try to change the contrast of the letters to throw off OCR. What you do is you convert it to a 2-bit black and white image with the bias towards anything above 1 goes to 255, anything below 1 goes to 0. So you're effectively inverting a negative where all the letters are white, the background is black, and it doesn't matter. All it has to be is the pixel just has to be 1 above white. And then what you do is you get very, very clear warp text, and then it might have some lines and some distortion through it, but you cut out that vector of having each letter be a different like opacity and a different different contrast. And then that made Tesseract much more effective, but I never carried, I don't know why I didn't. I think maybe Grok might have edited it out and I just didn't put it back. But come to think of it, actually I should try that. I'm going to try that later because I think that would actually increase it. SNX Girl said you should offer AI consultant services. I mean, if there's a need for it at some point, I probably will. I mean, a lot of the reason why I'm so heavily into AI right now is just to stay ahead of it and to make sure that I'm useful, because I think that at some point AI is going to be like the only job people are hiring for. They're going to be like, do you know how to prompt AIs? Do you know how to prompt engineer? Do you know how to get better responses out of AI? Do you know how to make AI code review better? Do you know how to make AI do automation better? Do you know how to use AI, link AI into MCP and have them all work together to create a virtual human in cyberspace? Like, I think that's going to be, oh, Car Wash, my man, brother. Car Wash, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the 10 memberships. Absolute freaking legend, dude. I hope that you're feeling better and shit starts going better for you, man. It sucked reading that and seeing what you're dealing with right now, man. Because you seem like a happy go-getter person that was like really getting after shit and everything. And it sucks when that shit drops on you like that. He said, thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the love and support. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being my friend. Hey, anytime, man. Anytime. You're a good dude, and I wish you nothing but good in the world, dude. Seriously. Acceptable Channel said, I cannot tell you how many times people who try to deliver food to me and the GPS takes them to the back of a building through the street address that isn't on the road. It annoys me. But that's just it. That's how dependent we are. Like, think about it. You go to London. If you go to London and you get in a taxi, there's no GPS. If you go to London, you get in a taxi and you tell them like where the address or where you want to go, they know where that is. They memorize that shit. And they don't just know how to get there. They know every route, the best, all from memory that they've been doing it so long. They know exactly like what routes to take, what detours, how to get around blockages, everything, right? And then you look at like a taxi driver here and they just go where the little thing on the screen tells them to go. And if it's the wrong place, they're just confused. And then you're like, well, I only have the address. I don't know where the place actually is. And they're looking at you like, I don't know where the fuck it is either. I just went where the number said. And so taxi drivers have already had this happen to them where they've become dumber, like at least navigationally dumber, because of their dependency on technology. So that brings us back to, let me see if I can find it here. Where the hell did they do that tab? I just opened it. Now I lost it. The MIT study. I wanted to go through that. Here, I'll put a link to it there. There it is. There it is. All right, we got her back. All right, let me put this in here so you guys can see it. All right. So MIT study finds ChatGPT can harm critical thinking over time. This is an MIT study, by the way. Here, you know what? I'm even going to let a computer read it to you because there's just some irony in just sitting back and listening to an AI read to us about how AI is making us dumber. So let's play to that. Read aloud. Here we go.
A recent study by the Media Lab at MIT found that...
You know what? Actually, we need a different voice. Let's change it up. I want Microsoft guy. Oh, how about Jenny? No, I want an accent. Let's get an accent. Let's go for Inuit. No, we don't want to go the Irish. Ooh, Irish. Irish is kind of a sexy. How about Microsoft Diego Italian? Here, let's do. Nah, it's probably gonna be really thick. How about let's keep scrolling. We got Spanish accent, Slavic accent, Russian accent. Let's see here. Do we have a Ukrainian one? Yeah, we do. Okay, we're gonna listen to Paulina with a Ukrainian accent. Tell us about how AI is making us stupider. Here we go. Come on.
That prolonged use of ChatGPT, a large language model, LLM, chatbot, can have...
Okay, that's nuclear vessels. Okay, that's not going to work. Let's go. Okay, never mind. Accent a little too thick. We're going to go back here. We're going to do... How about Adri speaking with Afrikaans accent? Let's try that.
Have a harmful impact on the cognitive abilities of its users.
Ooh, I kind of like that accent. Okay, hold on. Listen, we're not going to understand anything. Let's go back here. We're just going to have Zira. Let's go back to Zira.
Users. Over 4 months, LLM users consistently...
Okay, I like this because this is like some Stephen Hawking last generation shit. Let's listen to this.
Consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels, noted the report, whose main author was research scientist Natalia Kosmina. These results raise concerns about the long-term educational implications of LLM reliance and underscore the need for deeper inquiry into AI's role in learning, it added. What really motivated me to put it out now before waiting for a full peer review is that I am afraid in 6 to 8 months, there will be some policymaker who decides, let's do GPT kindergarten, Kosmina told Time magazine. I think that would be absolutely bad and detrimental. Developing brains are at the highest risk.
Yep.
For the research, 54 subjects, aged 18 to 39, were divided into 3 groups to write several SAT essays. One group could use ChatGPT, the second, Google search, and the third, no tools at all. An EEG was used to measure the participants' brain activity across 32 regions of the brain.
Wow, okay.
Of the 3 groups, the ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement. EEG analysis from the MIT study reveals lower neural connectivity in participants who use ChatGPT compared to those who use search engines or no tools.
That makes perfect sense.
Image credit, Kosmina ETAL, MIT Media Lab, used under CC by NCSA 4.0.
Oh, it's definitely directed at me.
Researchers also found that over the course of several months, ChatGPT users became increasingly less diligent in their work, often just cutting and pasting whatever the chatbot fed them.
100%.
Study raises red flag on AI use. I'm super excited that they did this, said Karen Kovacs North, a clinical professor of communication at the Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California. People are very excited about AI and about the potential of AI, she told Tech News World. But the question that some people have always had is, what does it do to critical thinking if people rely on it for problem solving or to think through issues?
I 100% agree so far. 100% agree. Actually, I didn't think the study was that deep. I didn't think that they were actually like putting people in a fucking MRI machine and looking at their brain. That's freaking crazy, or brain signals. I do feel like just from my own experience since 2019, as AI has been developing and I've been following it, I do feel like I become increasingly trusting of the AI, even though I know that it gets a lot wrong. It's really easy to just fall into a false sense where it's easier to just cut and paste and run than to code review it every time. I've also noticed that it does hurt my coding capability 100%, even though it accelerates my coding capability when it's available to me, but now I have a dependency on it. But that dependency is so deep that I'm literally like, write me an entire class object or an entire body of a program, and I can just cut and paste it and just like, oh, okay, it does what I want. So I'm good with that. So I don't have to write it myself. So I'm not remembering the APIs. I'm not remembering the calling order. I'm not remembering the syntax. So over time, that's gonna become detrimental, right? Because the AI is gonna learn the new techniques and the new objects faster than I ever could. And so I benefit from it when I use it, but without it, I'm less capable. So it's like we're all plugging into this thing and becoming hyper dependent on it without even realizing it in many cases. It's like I definitely have to do inward looking on this one for sure to really see it, but it's there. It's there. I find that I ask it a lot of questions during live stream. I ask it even more questions offline. I do make a habit of verifying the data, but you know how I verify the data? Other AIs. I literally have a group of AIs that I use as agents, and I'm basically like, if you guys have consensus on this, I have a higher, and it shows its work, and it shows its, but again, you become lulled into false sense of security, because is it possible for 5 AIs to all get the wrong idea from the wrong sources of trained data? Yeah, it is possible, 100%. The likelihood goes down with each additional AI you add, but still it's there, right? It's like you become increasingly trusting. Oh, car wash, I appreciate that, man, but you don't got to do no more, dude, especially with what you're going through right now, bro. Seriously. Car wash, you know I appreciate you, and I've appreciated everything you do. You don't, dude, hang on to your money, man. Like, honestly, right now with everything that's going on in the world, like, dude, seriously, only burn what you can. Don't put yourself in any situation, please. Putch is like, my lord, car wash. No, and it feels good to help. There's a dopamine boost in helping other people, especially like when it's people that you definitely want to help. But at the same time, I don't want that to become a thing that, makes somebody put themselves in harm's way. It's easy to do that. It's easy to do that. It's one of the reasons why I don't like the gamification of live streaming, where it's like Twitch has all these like little, doodads and fucking hype trains and stuff like that. It's like, I get it. It is, from a business standpoint, it makes sense. But for me, it always feels a little cringe, because it's like, I don't want the massive rewarding of one contribution to lead to other people feeling fear of missing out and wanting to join in. But that's exactly what a hype train does. It makes people feel like, I want to keep the hype train going. Now there's like an incentive where there wasn't quite enough incentive before. And you might cross that line and spend some money that you wished you didn't spend. And that sucks. Like that, I don't like that. I don't like that. It's one of the reasons why I'm such a fucking horrible live streamer too, is because you gotta make a living through tips, but you also feel undeserving of those tips, and you don't want other people to give you tips that might put them into a bad situation. So it gets a little sickening to me. But it's because I've had bad experiences in the past where people did tip more and they didn't really have it. Then later on, they were like, oh man, I couldn't really make my rent because of that. I'm sorry, I can't give you any more money. It's like, oh my God, you couldn't make your rent because you gave me money? Fuck that. Like, here, take it back. And I had to do that a couple times. And after that, I was like, yeah, I got to do something. I got to put, as a matter of fact, I should officially add that to the rules. Like, literally do not tip unless it is, you can wipe your ass with it and flush it down the toilet. I say that all the time, but I don't think it's in the actual rules. Martin said, have you followed up the stop killing games stuff? Yeah, I completely disagree with Thor. Pirate Software. I think he's 100% wrong. But again, he's sitting on the side of where, I don't know how to put it, but he benefits from taking the position that he takes, obviously, but I don't think it's a good position. He's kind of been getting himself right. God, I haven't watched him in a while, but man, he's gotten himself wrapped up in all kinds of controversy over the fucking World of Warcrafts and having a lot of bad takes on shit lately, and basically just telling people like, fuck off, my way or the highway kind of shit to deal with it. I don't know how that's going to work out for him in the end, but you know, I don't know. He had such a good thing going, and I hope he just kind of like, I hope that he ultimately just kind of like chills out and resets, and you know, gets off the what am I trying to go here? Like the righteous, and I get it. It's like if you show vulnerability online, the sharks circle and fuck you up. I get it. Like I do. I've been there. But at the same time, it's just, yeah, when you come off super fucking arrogant, and every single criticism or every single thing that's like, you know, where you clearly did make like a mistake and you can't admit it, you just keep doubling down that it's like, I can't be wrong because I'm so damn intelligent. And I've been there. To be fair, I'm pointing to myself too. I've completely gotten to that place where at the height of my fame on YouTube, I was fucking arrogant. Everybody told me I was right, so I'd stand my ground and had too much confidence. But I hope that he comes, I hope in the end everything like calms down and works out and he chills and everything's good, because I can't imagine that mentally it's fun having to deal with all that drama and hate, you know? Oh, you can't have a constructive conversation with him or against him. Yeah, I do feel like he's heavily guarded with the God mindset, but that does happen when you're in a business. Like, you know, he worked for Blizzard forever and I worked for Microsoft forever. And then you do YouTube and you blow up and you got a lot of people eating every word you say, right, wrong, or otherwise. It does tend to have a feedback effect where it does make you arrogant. And it did to me too. You know, it wasn't until I got knocked off my high horse and life really bent me over a desk that I started to realize how that was working against me. But to be fair, being a content creator on any level is a complete mindfuck these days. It really is. Like, it's nothing like what it used to be, honestly. There is so much more skin in the game, drama-wise. Stalkers are crazy. Like, you know, shit starts getting dangerous. People are, like, fucking showing up at people's houses and stuff, live streaming. You got people like, fuck, those two guys that are in the other countries that are both in jail now because they were, like, running around harassing people on the street to, like, get fucking tips on live streams. Johnny Somali, and who's the other guy? Who used to be like one of the biggest like YouTube content creators, Vitaly, and they're both now like going to be in prison for fucking years because of their stupid shit. It's just like, man, it's all because everybody's freaking out because it's like CPMs are all-time lows, sponsorships are paying all-time lows. There's more fish in the pool. AI is just eating everybody's lunch in the creative space. I mean, there's so many AI live streams now. It's ridiculous. Like any platform you go to, there's at least a couple AI live streams that have made it to the absolute top. Carwash said, you deserve more. You're a great guy. Love you, brother. You're like family, and this extra for me, so I don't mind. Love you, brother. Oh, I appreciate it. But hey, let's cut it off. Let's cut it off there. I want you to have something to go, you know, spend at the casino or eat some food at go to a nice restaurant or something like that. Yeah, I appreciate your support, dude. But seriously, don't hang yourself out there thin. I know you work extremely hard for your money, a hell of a lot harder than I do. Ryan said, Pirate Software uses voice-changing software in his live streams to make his voice sound deeper. Laugh my ass off. Dude is massively insecure about his self-image and masculinity. I mean, to be fair, I pumped up. I used to pump up the bass. Remember when I used to have the Yamaha mixer? I used to pump the bass way up on that too. That actually partially that was because of the microphone I had too. The microphone I had was really bassy, and when you took the bass out, it took a lot of other shit with it. But yeah, this is like, actually I still can do it. But I don't, is it, I don't want to like say that that's insecurity, because I think he did that from the start. I think that's more of a radio voice. Like I do definitely he has the radio presenter voice. And a matter of fact, I used to have that too when I do voiceovers for videos every once in a while. You know, he speaks with that radio voice. It's like KZOK 107.1. Yes, and that's why this works the way it does. Yes, it does. It's like a commanding, authoritative radio voice. And you basically pump the bass in there, and it makes it a lot easier to do that. And if that becomes your signature, like if you started out doing that, it's kind of hard not to do that, because then people are like, why do you sound weird? You know, why do you sound different? Different is weird. So I'm not gonna like pick at stuff like that. And to be fair, I've talked to him a little bit in the past, and he follows me on X, and I follow him back. But we haven't talked much or anything like that. But to be fair, he's done some good things too. Like, I mean, it just once drama starts happening, you start fighting against it, and it can snowball really fast. But you know, he's got his strategy, and he's gonna play it, and he's gonna, you know, ride or die. That's you know what he's got to do. but people are going to disagree with them, you know. But to be fair, everybody disagrees on it. Like I guarantee you, there is nothing I have ever said that 100% of people agree with. Like, I could literally say that air is the most amazing thing ever to breathe, and you'd still have people that are like, oh, fuck that, it's all dirty and polluted, and I don't really like air that much, I just need it to survive. There's always going to be somebody against you. It's just, is it the majority or the minority? That's basically what it comes down to. And when you take a position where the majority is against you all of the time, it gets tiring. And it does. Like, look at me. I fight against Trump. There are a lot of people, even though it's not the majority by any stretch of the imagination, it is a large, devoted, very cultish group of people that have been conditioned to associate anger towards somebody and attacking somebody with pleasing their master. And that gets exhausting. I'll tell you what, that gets exhausting, but I still do it because it's the right fucking thing to do. I don't do it because it's good for me financially. It actually isn't, because it turns out a lot of disposable income goes to the assholes that vote for somebody like Trump who protects their insane wealth at the expense of fucking everybody else over. So scaring those people away is hugely, you know, it really, really fucks me financially. But it's the right thing to do. And I'm a person that at the end of the day, the right thing to do is more important than the money. Now, ask me again when my family is fucking starving. You know, things might change. I might get a radio voice. I might start fucking just taking a neutral position on everything important just to get the biggest audience possible. And you know what? At that point, I can guarantee you I hate myself more than you ever will. And if you ever see me doing that, it is strictly just to support my family, because everything else failed and the next step was losing everything. That's it. But honestly, do I think that would ever save me anyways? No. Of course it wouldn't. So it's never going to happen anyways, because I'd go insane. I'd go fucking insane trying to do that. I can't do it. I'd rather just I don't know, fucking just consult or work for a friend or something like that if it comes down to it. I have to be able to speak my mind. I have to. I don't require a voice changer. I don't have a deep voice. Did you see the new drama on Pirates code reviews? No. The only drama I saw, I don't look for drama. I don't want to look for drama. I've got enough to handle with the whole Trump bullshit that's destroying my country. But all I know about is I guess he like cheated on some puzzle games to appear smart by clearly looking shit up on his phone. You know, there's a lot of pressure on live streamers who have a persona to maintain that persona, and if they're a genius level persona and they can't figure out something simple, they feel naked. And it's like when that one guy cheated at the chess game, and then afterwards he realized how big of a mistake he made. He did it because the pressure he felt to be good at that game. Like people were watching him, and he had to the dopamine rush it gives you to meet that expectation, to appear like, wow, look, this guy's a fucking champion. People are like pouring in and giving you accolades and tips and shit. It's infectious. Shit's massively infectious. It's addictive. And oh yeah, we're talking about Thor, Pirate Software. Network guy said who we're talking about. So you know, it's just little stuff like that adds up, right? And I feel like he probably feels like he has to live up to the genius reputation that people stick on him. And that I'm not, and again, I don't know that for certain. I'm just saying, just from what limited things I've seen, that's what it sure seems like. And I've been there myself. Where it's like, oh shit, I worked at Microsoft for 15 years. I did all these amazing things. I have to live up to that reputation. I can't make a mistake online. Like, I'm not going to code live. And I used to code live all the time, make all kinds of mistakes. People would be thrashing me in chat. How the fuck did you not know that wasn't going to work? And, you know, it's just because you try shit. It's like I'm not coding every day like I used to. But I did definitely feel the pressure when that happened. And that's why I don't code live on stream anymore. But I probably will again, because that's the goal, is to get back there. But is it going to be regular code? No, it's probably going to be vibe coding and AI, because that's like the new fancy. And that's what I'm doing most of. Because everything I've tried, every single time I've tried to outpace UI by creating something myself and have my result be better in a similar amount of time has been impossible. Unless, I mean, shit, even if it's 3 lines of code or even just typing a complex command prompt, AI can do it faster than I can, even though I know, like, it literally can do it faster. Wait, what's going on here? What's going on with this? Oh, I thought this guy was okay. What's he saying? What's this VOD? But as for Barn, okay, I don't know what that means. I'm gonna pull this VOD. I mean, that's fine. YTDLP, baby. Said I'm gonna show this to some senators here in Georgia. Let them file complaints upon you to YouTube. What are you talking about? I never said anything. What is he talking about? I never even said anything about Georgia. Wait, who did I say anything about Georgia? I'm very confused. This is not about Trump. It's Barnes talking, trash talking about. What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, okay, we got a Trumper in here. Let's go ahead and just eject him. Yeah, no, he seemed like he was okay earlier, but he just, God, man, Trumpers are fucking weird, dude. Like, I didn't even say anything about Georgia. I'm literally only talking about Trump, and he's like freaking the fuck out. Like, I don't know what, maybe he typed in the wrong window and he's watching multiple streams. I don't even know who the senator of Georgia, who's the fucking senator of Georgia? I don't know. Let me look up. Hopefully, maybe it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. That would explain a lot, right? Who is the senator for Georgia? Should be a couple of them. Let's see. Georgia representatives. Wait, what the fuck's he talking about? I like both of these guys, Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. I fucking love those guys. What the fuck is he? What the fuck is this guy on about? Oh well, he's out of here. He's obviously a Trumper. Okay, who are the Republicans? Let's see. So Earl Carter, I don't know who that is. Brian Jack, I don't know who that is. Henry Hank Johnson, I do know who that is, and I like that guy. Lucy McBath, I don't know who that is. Austin Scott, don't know who that is. Rich McCormick, I do know who he is, but not a lot. Andrew Clyde, don't know who that is. Mike Collins, that guy's an ass. Barry Loudermilk, I don't know who that guy is. Rick Allen, I don't know who that guy is. Oh, look at that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, 14th District. Oh my God. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. Because I talk shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene all the time. She's a fucking piece of shit is what she is. Marjorie Taylor Greene is fucking horrible, man. She's seriously the fakest fucking Christian. She wears the crosses and have all the tchotchkes behind her acting like she's a Christian. Well, she's like sucking off the fucking demon worshiper down at the fucking 24-hour fitness, cheating on her husband, and then she goes and fucks another dude from the same gym. No, she's a fucking terrible person. She's also a terrible mother. Fucking her kid, her son or whatever got into some shit. And in the way she handled that situation was total bullshit. But anyways, yeah, if I didn't talk shit about Georgia senators before, I sure am now. So pull that VOD, feel free, because you know what? This is still a free country. Trump hasn't completely destroyed it yet, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. It's my opinion. Free speech, bitch. I have every fucking right to say anything I want about any representative of any state or anybody in the federal government. You know why? Because the Constitution allows me to do that. So that dude can eat a fucking dick. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is dumber than a fucking rock. Well, that would explain why that guy was like fucking weird earlier. Like he was saying like some really weird shit. Like he's like, oh my God, I can't believe that you're surprised that the guy from Palantir is a narcissist. I'm like, dude, I was being sarcastic. Like, of course, I literally just said that the guy is a fucking psycho and full of himself. That's literally narcissism. And then I explained it to him, and then he's like, in chat, because I was nice, right? And he came back and he's like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. You know, yeah, we both have that in common. And then he comes out of nowhere and he's like, you disrespect my Georgia senator? I don't know. I didn't even talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene this entire stream until he said, oh, Georgia. And I'm like, who the fuck is the representative in Georgia? Sure shit, I go look, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene at the bottom. The rest of the people I haven't talked shit about, any of those other ones. Except maybe Mike Collins like once or something. But yeah, weird, man. That's like I'm telling you, Pete, they fucking Trump supporters are just weird, dude. Really fucking weird. Like he went the entire, what the fuck? Does anybody know what he was on about with the whole Georgia thing? He's like, oh, I'm going to show them and they can file complaints against me. Fucking let them file complaints against me. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking appeal them. I have a right to have an opinion. I have a right to have an opinion. So yeah, they can fuck off is what they can do. You know what? How many people swear to the effectiveness of pair program? Or do you mean peer programming or pair programming? So I guess backseat gaming might have its place. Why am I not getting pair? Pair programming? What the fuck is that? Why is that not here? Let's see here. I'm curious. Why is that not coming up? So collaborative software development technique where two programmers work together at one workstation to write code. How have I never fucking heard that term used before? but that makes sense now for the backseat gaming comment. I know he was trying to silence me. Everybody should know by now that if you try to silence me, I just get louder. That's how it works. Here we go. Acceptable Channel said, I know, my balls smell like farts because I fart a lot. Dude, when you have a fart that like comes like it gets stuck between your thighs and it comes up and it like tickles your balls and then shoots out the side and makes like a little squeaky noise. It's the funniest shit ever. Never gets old. Never gets old. Marjorie Taylor Greene has no GED. And that's the complaint. I just thought that was weird. He like just started flipping out and he's like, I'm gonna copy this what I sent my state senators. I can tell you right now, Marjorie Taylor Greene ain't gonna listen to a fucking thing you say. Just FY. She ain't gonna listen to a fucking thing you say. You know why? Because she doesn't do her fucking job. She's lazy. She takes a goddamn paycheck and she pretends to be a Christian, even though she's literally a little Satan worshiper. So yeah, you can shove that up your ass. That was just so weird for him just like flip out like that though. That was weird. I mean, I know he was a little weird at the beginning of the stream, but man, he started like flipping the fuck out. Like trying to figure out what. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's on about. Trying to figure it out. Oh, was it something Aux said? Well, Aux specifically said that he wasn't trying to generalize anything and he was trying to find his words. I didn't hear him say anything about a specific senator. So anyways, that guy can just go fuck off. Like seriously, if he's that fucking sensitive. Isn't that funny? You notice how the Trump supporters are the most sensitive motherfuckers there are? Like seriously, they are. They are by far the biggest hypocrites when it comes to the whole like snowflake argument or TDS. It's like, oh, you got TDS. It's like, you are the one that keeps coming in here. This is my street. You're the one that keeps coming in here. You're the one that keeps talking about it. You're the one that keeps fucking flipping out about everything. It's like, if you can't handle somebody having an opinion on your senator or the representation your state has doing stupid fucking shit, if you can't tolerate that, then you're on the wrong side of history. You're not a fucking American at that point. Like, at that point, you're anti-constitutional and pro-fucking fascism. But yeah, that guy, boy, he just like flipped out for like, I don't know what the fuck his deal was. Anyways, what a fucking weirdo. But yeah, I don't care. Let them report. You can report whatever you want, but just FYI, if you report something and you go past that point where it says that you are attesting that this is legally binding, and I appeal that and they rule in my favor because of free speech, well, that now you're in trouble. So just keep that in mind before you get all hot-headed. Let's see here. In Dutch, that's called having long toes, as in easily stepped on. That's actually a good. I'm going to adopt that. I like that a lot. Carrie Holzman said, "I'm glad to be Gen X. My generation just yawns." I love it. Oh well, that's the funniest. I need to talk to the manager I've ever had in this entire live streaming history. I think that guy just won up Daniel. How much you want to bet it was Daniel? I bet you it was Daniel. I'd almost bet money that's probably a fucking Daniel account. Because he does that sometimes. I don't even know it's like Daniel, and I hadn't seen him come in here for a while, so he probably grabbed another account. But he'll do that. He'll just come in under account and he'll act like he's like, you know, like all happy go lucky and, oh, I love this stream and I love it, and then it'll just like change his name and start flipping out or whatever. Although this guy didn't change his name, he just started flipping out. Oh well, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, just like I have the right to free speech, he has the right to be pissed and send my video to his senators. I actually hope his senators see it, because Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you're watching this, you can go fuck yourself, because you're a terrible fucking person. You're a terrible fucking representative. You're a terrible mother. It's like you literally go around talking about Jesus this and Jesus that, while literally cheating on your husband with the dude down at the gym. You're literally fucking a Fox anchor so that he just comes and follows you everywhere and talks shit on your behalf. He has no purpose being in the White House, but he's there because of you. It's like, anyways. Although I will say this, you know what? Marjorie Taylor Greene and I, for once, actually agree on one thing. And that is Trump is a goddamn liar. He did not release the Epstein files. He's protecting pedophiles right now. He's a fucking liar and a pedophile. So actually, we do have, for once ever, in Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire representation of Georgia, do we agree on at least one thing, and that is Trump not releasing the Epstein files is fucked. So hey, at least we realize that. Wait, husband? I thought she only had a boyfriend. No, Acceptable Channel. She was married. She cheated on her husband with a guy at the gym who was like basically like a fucking Satanist. And then she cheated on, like, no, I don't know if you cheat on the guy you're like cheating on your husband with, but anyway, she slept with another guy at the gym. And then she got divorced from her husband after all the cheating. And then she went and got hooked up with this fucking Fox News like broadcaster guy. I forget his name. He's the guy that you always see on the alternative networks spewing weird conspiracy theories. He was the one that was like in the White House when Zelensky was there, and he's like, Zelensky, how dare you come to the White House dressed like that? That's disrespectful or whatever. And he was like trying to act all tough and shit. And it's like, who the fuck's this guy? Anyways, yeah, they're all just little Trump ball guzzlers. But hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, for once we agree on one thing, and that is Trump is a liar and a fucking hypocrite. But she'll eventually, she's just like Lindsey Graham. She'll act like she's like all uppity and like, oh, he's got to release the Epstein files. And then once the public like calms down and forgets about it, she'll immediately like go back and beg to be in his good graces and start, praying for him publicly and putting out tweets that he's the best president that's ever lived. And he's like, oh my God, he's the most amazing thing ever. But yeah, anyways. What is that? Wilson? Brian Glenn used to be on RABN. Is that like Republican Bible Network? What is RABN? Why does that sound familiar? Is that one of those weird conservative networks? Let me see. I think it might be. Let me see. RABN. Yeah, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yep. Oh, that's where I've seen it. Okay, the red RS and the blue BN. Okay, yep. No, I've seen that network. That is a total sham network. Oh my God. Anyways, hey, wish her the best. That was like so weird though, man. You notice how Trump supporters always do that. They're like, oh, you're a snowflake, and then you say anything negative about like their representative or their leader, and they're like, I'm telling mom on you. I'm gonna tell mom. Well, luckily for him, I have specific aces up my sleeves for shit bricks like that. So we'll see what he does. If he does anything, it's okay. I can just appeal it, like honestly. But the representatives, I doubt any one of them will even watch the damn video. And if they do, they literally are on social media every day, and people have opinions of them. Are they going and requesting that every single person's opinion be taken down? Because if so, that's a very unconservative stance. That's like, God, what are you, a liberal or something? Jesus. It's definitely a Cartman thing. Lost in Space thinks it's definitely a Cartman thing. I bet you it was probably Daniel though, because like the way that he like acted nice in the beginning, but still was kind of being an ass here and there. Like, yeah, it's probably, but whatever. He can get the fuck out of here. He's not welcome anymore. Yeah, it's weird, just fucking weird. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I went back and I looked at some of his posts. Yeah, he was freaking out about what Ox said. It wasn't what I said. It was what Ox said. But wow, what a fucking weirdo. Can't even handle an opinion. I'm telling my representatives that you didn't like our state. Dude, y'all fucking voted for Trump. Why would we? Fucking A. Seriously, bro. Yeah, it's so weird. What a weird hill to die on, man. Like, oh, and I guarantee you that guy will go to somebody and be like, you're a snowflake, you're a snowflake. And it's like, here he is fucking crying because somebody had an opinion. It's all right. Isn't the first time I've pissed somebody off? Definitely won't be the last. I guarantee you that. Oh, Car Wash, you want me to check my messages on Blue Sky? Hold on. Let me look here. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, brother, but you've given too much already. Like, seriously, I appreciate it. Any more money ain't gonna make any difference. You've already made a huge difference, and I appreciate you greatly. Like, hang on to the rest of your money, bro. Seriously, Car Wash. I'm glad that Ox and I were able to help you, and we really appreciate how nice you've been and how cool you've been, and you've never given us any reason. You never flipped on us or been weird or anything like that, and we fucking love it. It's like, honestly, wish more viewers were like you. You're freaking awesome. He's probably still watching right now. Oh, 100%. Like, you can't look away. That's the thing. Like Trump supporters are massive hypocrites, right? They will complain and complain and complain about something when all they have to do is change the channel, but they would rather complain to the manager and have the network taken down like fucking Hitler style. But yeah, he was given off, honestly, earlier. It kind of confirms the stuff that Ox was saying. Because he's like, oh, you attacked my home state. I'm going to report you to the Republican Council. It's like you basically just reinforced exactly what he said. You realize that, right? You are literally anti-constitutional. You are literally combative. You're literally making threats over something that's protected by the Constitution. Like you're basically just confirming everything he just said. And if he got the fucking cotton out of his ears, he would have realized that Aux said that it was not a generalization and it wasn't a stereotype of the people that live in the South and like the southeastern region. He specifically said that. He was just saying, he was speaking about like the general vibe, like the people that voted for Trump specifically. The people that support Confederacy, which I'm guessing, I actually think that guy might have been a like a huge Confederate buff. And the reason I say that is, one, he was an asshole in the beginning, but then he kind of chilled out. But then he like freaked out and and the Confederate guys, they are massive fucking hypocrites. And he must have got offended, I think, when we were talking about the Confederate vibe. Like, but I was talking about Florida. I don't know if, did Aux say Georgia? I don't know, whatever. But at any rate, yeah, if you live in a state where Marjorie Taylor Greene was elected as a representative, that confirms everything Aux said. 100%. You're reporting the stream to my local military police? Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it, Oscar, please. Oscar, please don't do it. God, that would be so awesome if Marjorie Taylor Greene saw this. Like, that would actually be like a massive accomplishment. Like, seriously. Like, oh my God. That would be amazing. That'd be amazing. I'd literally put that on my resume. I'd be like, I got Marjorie Taylor Greene to literally respond to me having an opinion because she's that anti-constitutional. That would be rad. Well, we can hope. We can hope. My guess is he's full of hot air, though, and he's not going to send it to her. They usually are. Like I said, hypocrites and hot air. That's what you get. Big kisses to the hate watchers. Oh, thank you. The $5.69, keeping it 69 to Wolfstan. He said, and the hate watching ad revenue. That is true. I do get ad revenue from the hate watchers. He said, keep up the awesome job, brother in pain. Hey, you know what? Every day I wake up is a good day. That's how it works. Network guy said, does Car Wash Guy ever show up in the Twitch chat? If so, we need to throw him a VIP. He does. Yeah, no, he swings by every once in a while in the Twitch chat. If we see him over there, remind me, networking guy. If you see him in chat over there, we'll VIP him. For sure. Let's see here. We need to hop on Forza Motorsport and beg Adam to send me a PS5 for Gran Turismo. Oh, God, please don't beg Adam for a PS5. Oh, my God. The guy already gives like so many people stuff, but I know you're joking. Yeah, no, I'd be down for some Forza Motorsport. Shit, I haven't played Forza Motorsport in forever. As a matter of fact, I think I have it installed on the computer in the bedroom that I have the Xbox controller connected to. So I could play me some Forza. I actually prefer playing Forza on the computer. The PC version of Forza is so much better. In my opinion, the PC version of Forza is so much better than the Xbox version. I feel like the Xbox just doesn't have the oomph, even compared to like the 3080 that I have. Is it 3080 or 3070? I can't remember. What? Hey, Graham, if you're still in here, which card did I give you? Did I give you the 3070 or the 3080? I can't remember. I gave him one of my high-powered GPUs because he needed it for work a while ago. He was doing like some radar mapping of tunnels or something like that, and he needed something with a little bit more go juice. So I gave him one of my 30 series cards. I can't remember which one it is, but whichever one I didn't give him is the one that's in my HTPC in the bedroom. You're having to miss open source this year due to a last minute deal falling out? You're trying to be at 3D Printopia, though? Dude, that's awesome. I mean, 3D Printopia. I've never been to open source, but I want to go. I really do want to go to open source because I've been watching William Osmond forever. Like, I watched William Osmond, like, since the beginning, basically. I freaking love that guy. I wish him all the love in the world. I feel like some people misunderstand him, but, you know, that's part of the charm. But I think he's one of the more realistic people on YouTube. Like, I feel like he's one of those people where in real life, he probably very closely matches to his online persona. I feel like his friendships with other creators and stuff like that are like chill. You know, it's like people want to hang out with him and be around him. It doesn't feel like it's just a content drive. And I like that. I think that's cool. Right wingers are the true snowflakes. Hey man, they prove it every day, don't they, Cryptic Smoke? Actually, that did make my day though. I have to say that made my day. And the funny thing is, like, that was Aux. like saying that I was talking about Florida. He was talking about Georgia apparently, but I was talking about Florida. But man, to get that freaked out over somebody having a fucking opinion over your state's representation, Jesus Christ, man, cry me a fucking river. Never seen somebody who's more sensitive in my life. Fuck, that guy's more sensitive than Daniel. I think the best way is to find the first 3 hex off the Mac. Oh, wait, we're talking to find nano KVM light on the land to determine its IP address for initial setup. Oh, wait, are you answering somebody else? You think there'd be an easy to create a small discovery app to sign? Small discovery app to sign. What is sign? I've never even used sign. Don't make me go to the AI and type it in again, man. You got to tell me. Carrie, what is sign? CINE. And the answer is yes. AI can help you write that app. 3D Printopia is the new name for East Coast Rep Rap Fest. Oh, please tell me they didn't have to change their name because like East Coast. What is it? Midwest Rep Rap Festival or something like. What? Why did they change their name? So I thought the whole thing was there was like East Coast, West Coast, and like Rocky Mountain. I'm so out of the loop on all that shit, though. Seriously. Putch said, I've had enough. I'm pulling this VOD and reporting it to my boss. Maybe he'll fire me. Do it. Oh, it was a typo. What did you mean? What did you mean? Did I? Okay, so wait, hold on here. What did you mean to say? Someday we'll be able to go to bed and wake up without wondering what crisis is happening today. That would be amazing. Barrett Williams said Marjorie Taylor Greene is just terrible. 100%. 100%. Oh my gosh. Anyways, that made my day. That made my day. That was like, oh, that was honestly better than the Daniel trolling, honestly. Bro's got some competition. Daniel Frost said, I fell asleep over here. Been incredibly tired as of late. I hear you, dude. I'm exhausted right now. Like I don't even know what I'm saying. Love the stream. Don't forget to rest, man. 99. I will. Oh, now Martin's sending it to his local MP too. Shit, everybody be sending this to their local MP. Yeah, everybody download the VOD and send it to your. Give it to your server at Red Robin. You know, if you're going through the drive-thru at McDonald's, you know, hand them a thumb drive. You know, just give it to all the managers. You know, as a matter of fact, just take it down to your local police department and give it to them. That's what you should do. Go down and say, I'm filing a complaint. Somebody said something negative about my representation in my state that licks Trump's butthole, and I'm deeply offended to the worst. I'm shaking right now. I'm so mad. Never been more mad in my life. You know what I can tell you? I've watched plenty of live streams and plenty of videos where a person's like, fuck Biden, that Biden fucking blah, da, 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 da. And the last thing that's on my mind is I'm going to YTDLP this fucking VOD and send it to my state representations and show them what you're doing, man. They're going to be so mad. The truth is, if they were mad about what I'm doing, they'd fucking find it on their own and freak out because they'd be snowflakes searching the entire internet for anybody mentioning them in a negative way. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. Also, the way Trump's treating Google right now, I highly doubt they're going to be in any hurry to act on your VOD suspicions. Thankfully, YouTube does good with false reporting, though. Like false reporting gets undone relatively quickly, and then the account of the person who files the false report usually gets punished, at least warned, but usually punished. But then again, he didn't say he was going to report it. He's like, oh, my state representative's going to report it, or my state representatives. Dude, if your state representatives are wasting time reporting YouTube live streams that only get 100 viewers, then you voted for the wrong people. You literally voted for the wrong people when your representatives have time to have an opinion about somebody who has 100 viewers when there's like a trillion channels with 200 times the viewership, all saying far more negative things than we ever have. Oh my God, it's hilarious. Oh well, maybe he's just having a bad day. Sometimes that happens with people, but hey, it's not my job to handhold you. If you're gonna come in here, rule is no Trump supporters first off. So he already violated the rule by being here. Clearly, he's a Trump supporter if he's like sucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, it's like, come on, dude. Let's hear. Tyler said, was your job at Microsoft a stressful job or more relaxed? You know, half and half. My first 10. I'll say my first 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, it was chill most of the time, but whenever we were close to a release, it was absolutely the most stressful job you've ever had in your life. It was like, you might as well be a brain surgeon. However, after that, it started to get quite a bit more. The stress started ratcheting up all the way through to about 2015. When Gates was in charge, it was a comedy. And here's the thing: when it was chill, but when it was crazy, it was really crazy. Like back in the days, like 2000 to like 2006, when Gates was still there and operating in some capacity, there was crazy fights that would just break out in meetings. People start throwing shit at each other, punching holes in walls, shoving each other through walls, lots of screaming up and down the hallway, and people throwing shit. Like it would get pretty violent. You know, people took shit very seriously. But when that wasn't happening, it was there was a lot of fun and a lot of like satisfaction. A lot of satisfaction. Punch said Marjorie Taylor Greene's peen is too large too, or so I've heard. Well, I mean, judging by her boyfriend, I mean, you're probably right. He looks like he likes a big one. The Metalhead Man said message automatic. Oh, Metalhead Man had his message held for review. Oh, he must have said something that Mod didn't like. Looks like a Mod hit it. Let's see here. You're sending it to your Australian Prime Minister. Oh man, this thing's gonna get. Man, I'm gonna get so many new subs. You know what I really hope that he emails it to somebody that watches the video, because here's the thing. There's a thing called the Barbra Streisand effect, and it's really helped me out in the past. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but my entire success story on YouTube that made me literally hundreds of thousands of dollars all stemmed from a single video that somebody tried to get me taken down on 4chan by trying to create a mob, and that mob ended up more liking me than hating me, and it ended up leading to my subscribership going through the roof, going to the front page of YouTube, being in the top 3% bucket. Like it was the Diablo video where I said Diablo instead of Diablo. It fucking pushed me into the stratosphere. Like that was a bigger leap forward than the room review video. And I like this acceptable channel said, I'm a massive Trump supporter. For him rotting in some deep dark hole, no name prison. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Networking guy nailed it. He's like, I'm sending this VOD to my mom. I just hope he doesn't cut out all these good parts when he sends it to the rapper, because I want Marjorie Taylor Greene to see this all. I want to see her just shit. Although I don't know, she might cut out the part where I agree with her and post it out of context. She does shit like that. She'll be like, look, Barnacules officially agrees with me. Look at that. I'm officially endorsed and supported by Barnacules. Just make sure you pronounce it right, okay? It's Barnacules, not Barnacules, okay? But if you call me Barnacules, that's fine, because I kind of fucked up and spelled it that way, so it's all right. I'll forgive you. You've done way worse things than mispronounce my name. Let's see here. Her name for we should bring up the space lasers too. It's like you voted for somebody that thought Jewish space lasers were starting forest fires. It's like, come on, man. I don't know. She might. Fuck. She's got nothing better to do. She'll probably watch this VOD. I could believe it. Or she'll have her boyfriend do it. That's what she'll do. She'll have her boyfriend do it. That guy said my mom watched the Joel VOD we were in. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. It'll be on TMZ. Dude, that'd be so cool. My channel gets like 15 million subscribers. And I start just making like hundreds of thousands of dollars from all the traffic. And I'm just like, and all I do is just enable a filter. Just so everybody in chat is just, fuck you, we hate you, we hate you, we hate you. And I just don't even see it. It's just like, hi, how you doing today, Barnacules? What's going on? And just let the mods just go on a banning frenzy. Oh, he's gonna beat me up. Magneta Plus said he's gonna beat me up. I know, I'm scared. I'm legit scared. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope that guy at least has a better day, because he seemed really high strung from the beginning, because he was like, he wasn't getting like really basic things. You know, like I said, he couldn't figure out that I knew a guy was narcissistic, like just because I said I was surprised. Like the dude, I literally just went on a rant about how like the dude stood up there and said, I don't give a shit what people think about me. I'm making all the money. Haha, fuck you. I'm still going to do it. It's like, oh, I don't recognize that as narcissism. Okay, that's a little weird. But yeah, anyways, I'm done with that guy. That guy lived his moment in my mind, and now we can move on. Hopefully I get some more viewers out of that though. If you guys came here because you somehow saw the VOD, posted by Marjorie Taylor Greene or one of the other Republicans in Georgia that I have no fucking idea what their name is or who they are. But if it happens to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, please let me know about it in the comments. Please. Actually, better yet, come over to X and tag me. Tag me on X. I'm same name everywhere. It's at Barnacules. Just copy it from the channel. You might have missed adding a couple episodes to YouTube Music. I do, man. Why do I keep doing that? No, you're right. You're right. I have missed that. Let me do that right now before I forget. So let me go to here. Details, edit. Here, let me back up so it refreshes. Stand by. I'm going to fix this right now in real time. Let's go to videos, live. Okay. Edit. I would like to edit this. And I would, yep, you're right. There it is. Okay. Tech Talk. There we go. Done. Save. Okay, this one's added. I could probably do this as a bulk operation, couldn't I? Okay, and then we got the James Webb Space Telescope episode. Yep, didn't add that one either. Okay, let me add this one. I need to like write down a little list of like what to do. What to do each time. Can robotics make Gimpy less gimp? That was a fun episode. If you guys didn't see that 2 episodes ago, I had Gimpy G on. So Gimpy G was on my stream with me, and he co-hosted for the entire 3 hours, like the full 3 hours. And I was so proud of him. I thought that was so cool. Like you know, he usually tires out faster than that, you know, because he's literally a quadriplegic. And actually, he was in here earlier. He was in chat earlier. I need to follow up with him and see if he talked to his doctor about getting a CPAP, because I think a CPAP would be baller for him. Okay. The Gimpy episode was the last one I didn't add to the list. So it's updated now. You should see those 3 videos now in the list, the playlist. So what I need to do, though, is I need to do that before I stream, because I think there's some people that get notified when something gets added to that list, right? I'm sure some people have notifications enabled, so I need to make sure I add it to the list before the stream instead of after it. And I might actually get a couple more viewers, you know, entirely possible. He was really, dude, he's always funny. Gimpy is hilarious, man. That dude has the greatest sense of humor. It's like, imagine, you know, being confined to, you know, a chair and having to have everybody, you know, like help you eat, help you get stuff, help you get around. Like, that would be difficult for anybody. But the fact that he can maintain such a great sense of humor, and even like we even talked about, we did a whole thing on self-deprecating humor, because I'm big on self-deprecating humor. And a lot of people think, oh, you shouldn't talk about yourself that way. But the truth is, there's something very therapeutic about it. And we go into, I don't want to repeat it here because I'm half asleep and I'm not going to get it right. But if you go back and watch that stream, we did a really great job of explaining why self-deprecating humor is, like, for people in our position, is actually a good thing, right? It's like being able to point out your flaws and make fun of them yourself takes a lot of the bite out of it from other people. It also is really good for, like, inviting people. If people are, like, afraid around you because they're like, oh, man, I don't want to go over there and offend that fat guy, or I don't want to go over there and offend that guy in the wheelchair. It makes you more approachable when you come out of the gate swinging. And then they're like, oh, you're not super sensitive. You are approachable. We don't have to worry about that. And so, yeah. And so we went into it in, like, massive detail in that episode. It was a great conversation. I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, Gimpy G is amazing, man. He's amazing. And I love that he got to do, like, a bunch of cool stuff with Google and everything. Like, honestly, it's awesome. It's super awesome. Guys, if you don't mind, I think I'm going to wrap it up here, because I don't want to go too far past the point where we offended that guy earlier, just, you know, so that the representatives don't have to waste too much of their day fast forwarding and rewinding to find the part. So I'm going to do them a solid and wrap it up, but I really got to get some sleep. I am exhausted. I didn't get much sleep last night at all. Usually I do better. It's weird. I usually only sleep like 2 hours before Tech Talk on Saturday. I just stay up through Friday, take a nap, and then wake up and do Tech Talk. And I slept 4 or 5 hours this time, and it wasn't very good sleep. I woke up a bunch, but I feel more tired after the 5 hours than I do when I normally sleep the 2 hours. Isn't that weird? So, bring Chris Perillo on. You still talk to him, right? Yeah, no, I still talk to Chris. As a matter of fact, Chris wants to do a nerd out. I just got to get over to his house. So I just got to go hang, you know, pick a day and go hang out with him. We even talked about me coming on his stream and doing some vibe coding and stuff, which I think would be fun. Like, I'm down. I just gotta be in the right state of mind. Oh, Leslie Peters, love you right back. It's good to see you. Good to see you in the old Canadian flag. What we need is a romantic hot tub jitter. Flick on the mood lighting. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I haven't been in the hot tub in like 5 days. I need to get in the hot tub tonight. Like, no more excuses. I'm getting in the hot tub. I'm doing it. Whenever I get in there, I am so much more comfortable. You guys have been awesome today, though. Absolutely love your face. It was kind of fun that, you know, we had, you know, at least one crazy. It's good to have at least one crazy every stream. I feel like, you know, it's good. It's good for the stream. It creates a topic, creates something that we can all gather around and fight against. I don't know. There's something fun about it. Yeah. I was talking about your profile picture. How'd you and Aux end up doing Tech Talk together? I asked him and he accepted, because Aux used to stream on Puget Systems channel, but then they stopped doing the stream builds. And people were always asking, like, hey, you know, where's Aux? Is he ever going to come back and do the live stream for Puget Systems again? And they knew that we did streaming before. When I was collaborating with Puget Systems, we did a bunch of really successful streams. One of the streams had like 2,400 live viewers, or like, I think, no, actually we have 4,000. We hit 4,000 live viewers. One of the biggest streams I ever did. And we had a blast. We always connected. It was good times. And so when Jay exited the picture and Jay's like, you know, I don't want to do Tech Talk anymore. I want to, you know, focus on other stuff. He said that I could take it. He said, I asked him, I was like, hey, you mind if I take Tech Talk and I'll, you know, go grab another co-host? And he's like, yeah, have it. It's yours. So I hit up AuxxZillary and I was like, hey, dude, you know, you're not streaming over on the Puget thing anymore. You want to do a live stream with me? And I was like, you know, I'll split the proceeds with you. And he's like, hell yeah. So, and the rest is history. And it's been awesome. And the truth is, it was like, we just wanted an excuse to hang out, right? We look forward to it. It's where we don't hang out or game during the week very much, because we're always in our own little things, doing our own little lives. But it's like every Saturday we get to look forward to hanging out together. And like you saw today, he went like a full hour over. You know, he usually doesn't do that. He's usually pretty good at the cutoff time. And I'm gonna make sure that he gets to stick to that in the future. But you could tell that he was very interested in the discussion, even though he was really tired. We were both really tired. I don't know if you guys could tell, but we were fucking exhausted. Like I said, if we didn't keep missing each other this morning, and like I messaged him, that's what woke him up. He messaged me back. I didn't respond. It was like, it was going back and forth all the way up until we started the stream. And it's like, had we connected, like, I mean, we probably would have canceled the stream because we were both so haggard and feeling like shit. Like, but once we got going, it felt great. And I'm glad we did the show today, because this is amazing. Like honestly, this is the first time I think I've ever been threatened to have my video sent to Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia. Like, I think that is honestly, that made this entire stream worth it. That is fucking awesome. I need to send an apology letter to that guy's gynecologist for wasting his time. Oh my God, I love you guys. You guys are awesome, dude. Oh my God, you guys are awesome. I fucking love you guys. You're awesome. Oh, I was right. That guy was Daniel. Oh, that's hilarious. It absolutely was Daniel that whole time. Holy shit, I was right. Did you guys see that? That's awesome. That is awesome. I fucking called it. I was like, yeah, I haven't seen Daniel in a while, and he usually, you know, if he fails coming in under the Daniel name, he creates a different account and he acts nice, and then he freaks the fuck out. And I was like, it's weird. Daniel, like, he doesn't usually just like give up like that because he's so infatuated. Like, he has to be here. And so I was like, he has to be. And I didn't see his name in the user list, so I was like, he has to be here. So I was like, I bet you that guy was Daniel. Yeah, I'm kind of sad though, because that means he's not going to send it to the representatives. That makes me sad. Because Daniel's just a windbag, right? He just wants to come in here and say upsetting things. Then he spends time, another 10 minutes creating a new account. He just keeps coming in. I think he's up to like 30 or 40 accounts now. But yeah, that's sad, because I was really hoping that it was like a real person that was like actually deeply offended at an opinion that would literally send this to Marjorie Taylor Greene. That would have been fucking awesome. But the truth is, like honestly, Daniel, like I said, he's more than likely a fan. It's more than likely somebody who got banned, who just got freaked out about being banned. They couldn't get a hold of me, so they started creating alt accounts and fine just to get attention because they wanted to be around me. There's weird parasocial relationships that happen in this business, and it's just to be expected. But yeah, I was wondering where he was this whole time. Turns out he was in here this whole time as that weird dude saying weird shit, and then at the end he just like he couldn't hold it in anymore and had to like flip the fuck out. But now I'm sad because this will never be seen by Marjorie Taylor Greene. No. Somebody please take this VOD and send it to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'd appreciate it. because he's not going to send it. He's just a troll. God damn it. But I was right. It was Daniel the whole time. Oh my God. That is crazy. Well, I already banned all his other accounts. So it takes him about 7 to 10 minutes to create an account, usually on average, to come in. And he usually gets off about one message before the mods ban him. Usually the mods ban him before it's even visible to you guys. So a couple of accounts, he just came in and got banned before he even saw anything. But yeah, that was crazy. I called that shit. I was like, dude, he's acting an awful lot like the Daniel troll. That's kind of like his fucking MO. So, and sure shit, it was him. And we knew because the second we banned it, within about 7 minutes, another account came in and it was Daniel. And he said the exact same thing the other guy said. Oh, what a great way to end the stream. Well, Daniel, I know you ain't got nothing better to do, buddy, but I wish you well. I know you don't. I can tell by your tone that you don't mean anything he's saying. Like he obviously isn't a Trump supporter. He isn't a Marjorie Taylor Greene supporter. He probably doesn't even live in Georgia, obviously. He just wants to interact with the stream and see a response. You know, that's something that's really, really common. He's probably on the younger side. I imagine somebody's probably like 11 or 12 years old. But Daniel, I wish you well. You give us stuff to talk about before we ban you, and it gives you something to do, to go create all those accounts that get banned. I don't know, man. It's like I wonder how long it'll take him to get up to like 100 accounts. Eventually, he's gonna run out of VPN IPs. Hey, Joe Taji, thank you for the $20, man. Mucho apreciado. He said, if I report, shit, I got the out of memory bug. No, okay, reboot it. Okay, he said, if I report this VOD to my freezer, I wonder if I'll get ice cream. Warping sound, future has ice cream. Thanks for the great stream. No, thank you, Joe Taji. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the $20. $20, sir. We appreciate you. Thanks so, man. You guys made this stream like one for the books. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here before Daniel creates another account and comes in here yet again. Because I've had my Daniel fill for the day. No, I'm just kidding. I got to get out of here. I'm super tired, guys. I should have left about an hour ago, but man, he just made it too enticing. He made it too enticing, man. Once Marjorie Taylor Greene came into the fray, I had to stick with it. But now I'm all sad. He's just a troll. He's not going to send it to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now I'm all sad. But, oh well. However, it'd be so funny. God, it'd be so funny if Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, fucking, like, raged on a video that got, like, 100 live viewers or 200 live viewers. Oh my God, that would 100% like confirm the scraping of the bottom of the barrel, and it would immediately like throw me into stardom. A guy can wish. Hey, Acceptable Channel, it was great seeing you. Putch, always good to see you, man. Yours right. Said now I upgraded my PC to 32 gigs of RAM. I can get the out of memory the out of memory on YouTube. Never had it. Wait, what? You upgraded your RAM and now you're getting the out of memory error, but you didn't get it before? So this memory error occurs on higher memory systems? That's an interesting clue. That's something I didn't have before. Thank you for that little clue. VR Kim said, Daniel, we wish you well. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene enjoying the toe transplants? Oh my God, you guys are awesome. All right, I'm going to get some rest. I love your faces. You guys are awesome. Have yourself a great rest of the Saturday and a great Sunday. And, we can start ripping on Trump again next week. Sounds good, because, you know, truth is Daniel's with us. He's one of us. He doesn't like Trump any more than we do. He just wants attention. It's like at the end of the day, he just wants attention and shit. You know, I might as well give it to him. Why not, right? He clearly needs it. All right, I love you guys.